TGIF. Well, in most places anyway. Welcome to Midnight's Edge in the Morning. I'm Tom Connors. With me, as always, is the boss man, Andre. How you doing?
Greetings, everyone. I am excellent, especially since I'm here in such esteemed company with everyone else on this blessed Friday panel.
It is Friday, yes. We have joining us wow, this is just going to be a heck of a morning. We've got people from all over the place joining us from the Salty Nerd Podcast. How you doing, Matt Kadish?
Also known as the Mangold Slayer, lest we forget.
Thank you for having me on, guys. I appreciate being part of this esteemed panel, and I can't wait to talk about some of the topics we're going to be covering today.
I can. I, for one, am sick of Star Wars, but other than that, there are some other things to talk about. We also have joining us the Cam Hammer himself, Kamran Pasha. How you doing?
I'm well. It's gonna be a fun day. There's a lot happening, a lot of news breaking in the last couple of days, and I think we're gonna have some intriguing things to discuss. And I'm getting the impression that it's gonna be a lively debate. I think we have a lot of different perspectives on the events that are happening, which is good for the audience.
I think some people are going to be going on permanent vacation this summer. We'll talk about that in a little bit, especially if you work at Warner Brothers. Joining us as well is the lovely good morning.
Good morning, Tom. I'm glad to be here today.
Tom, you're getting better at that.
I try. As well as the one, the only valiant renegade. How you doing?
There is no other man I would allow to roll his R's for my glorious name than you. No, I'm kidding.
It only works after I'm introducing though, of course.
No, it's great to see everybody.
Glad to have you here, Valiant. And of course, also joining us, the man with the mane, Culture Casino. How you doing?
Clearly, I need more R's in my name, apparently.
You can't roll the R in Culture. It's just Culture.
I just made this realization that the first part of my first name is Cult. I'm not sure that's good.
You're finally figuring that out?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
In Hollywood, you'd be welcome, my friend. That's all we have.
You also have Sin in there, too. You're a Cult of Sin.
Well, that's good.
Culture
okay,
and
I'm
Sin.
happy now. I'm
Cult
good.
and Sin, it's all we got.
Yeah, great.
Oh, there's
Perfect.
your two new nicknames. You stuck with it now.
Right.
And you also have Casino and Culture. So then you have like everything there. You have like the Casino culture and culture with and without Casino. I mean,
there you go.
Can you think of a more Vegas name than that?
That's perfect. It's perfect. Absolutely.
Matthew
well, anyway, I'm
Kadish.
happy to be here. I'm happy to be here. Yeah.
Whenever I think of Vegas, I think of Matthew Kadish.
I actually live here in Vegas, so there.
This man took me to Hell's Kitchen. That's all I can say. And that was the best meal I've ever had.
Is that a restaurant in Vegas? Hell's Kitchen?
Yeah, it's a Gordon Ramsay restaurant.
Ramsay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And if Tom ever comes back to Vegas, I'll take you someplace even nicer.
Oh, see, is there a nicer place? Well,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, maybe a strip club with a buffet, I suppose.
We got those too. So,
but with that, let's get this morning rolling, Andre. What do you say? We've got almost 400 people here watching. Please hit that like button. Please hit the share button. Hello to all the regulars I see coming in here. We also have our mods swinging those wrenches around. I think I saw 6 in the chat earlier with a wrench. Who else is here with a wrench? Just say hello to our wrenches and make sure you give them some love.
Bamagrad is here.
Bamagrad.
Red Wolf is here. Cartoon
Yes.
Man, CC Karaoke.
Stephanie.
Professor Gray is here, and many, many others.
I didn't know if Daryl Brewer
that's
is here
awesome.
yet, but I just want to send another big thank you out to him.
Yeah.
He sent me a very special gift yesterday. He
Do
sent
share.
he sent me a PS5, and I sent you a picture, and your
Wow.
response was, Andre,
Well, my response was that's a very good photo job. Still trying to convince me that these PlayStation 5 exists. But I don't believe you. I do not believe that they exist until I get one myself. Then I believe it. And that better be one with the disc drive.
no, those things are rare, man. Congratulations.
But anyway,
I
that
still
is,
don't
that is
believe it.
completely awesome.
yes,
That
it was
is
amazing.
completely awesome.
I spent last night playing Madden 22, I think it was. Yeah, it was fun. So thank you again for that, Daryl, if you're listening. But speaking of listeners, we've got some super chats, Andre. Let's
We
get to a few
do,
of
but
those.
one of them actually is going to start us off with like a
Yes.
pre-topic, like a nice warm up warm up the Friday here.
Bitch, please. Did you see this?
I
It's like-
did, yes. Hyper, for those that are just listening, HyperGuyver2 sent us a super chat saying Shirley Temple 1, Brie Larson 0. So, Tom, take us through the story. What did Brie Larson do this time?
I don't know if I
She's-
can.
She's been out of the news for a little while.
She's out of her mind, if you ask me, after this tweet. Yeah, yesterday, I think my little Justin Timberlake response here on Twitter says it all. I'm just like, bitch, please. She's like, Shirley Temple could never, with this picture of her when she was a child. I'm just like, do you have any clue the fight you just picked? You just picked the fight, even though she has passed away, sadly, with arguably the most famous child actress of all time, period. Like that, we were sitting here last night trying to go through, is there anybody who came close to Shirley Temple? Not really. I mean, there's a few you could say that.
In order to come close,
The
you
Olsen
have to
twins.
best her
Yeah,
getting an
maybe.
Oscar at the age of 7. So good luck with that.
And her
That's what I'm
films were
saying, yeah.
also so important during the Depression era, where people had no money and perhaps the only thing they could afford to do was to go to the movies for a nickel and see her beautiful smiling face dancing and singing on the screen. She was their therapy.
Well, not just that. How often do you have kids who are actual stars who can sell movies? Not very often. You had her. You had,
The Fannies.
you know, well, even that's still like kind of, you know, you could kind of argue that one because I can't think of a movie where they sold it on their own. The Olsen twins was the best example here.
I don't even. Why even pick this fight?
Macaulay
Why- I mean,
Culkin, maybe.
Brie. I mean, why even pick this fight and do
She's
this?
not in the same. She's not even on the in the same country of success as this iconic figure, right?
Country,
No one's
she's
thinking
not
of
the
her
same
as child star.
continent.
She also became an ambassador for the United States as well. Shirley Temple.
To China. Wasn't she to China at the time? Like one of the most important ambassadors.
I can't remember the country, but she was important. She meant something and represented something to the entire world. Everyone knows who Shirley Temple is.
And nobody hated her.
No.
Well, probably
Although
Brie
I did
Larson
read some
doesn't know
classic
that.
Hollywood stories that the adult actresses feared her because, you know, even at the age of 8 or 9, she would dominate the room when she walked in, and they had some nasty things to say about this 8-year-old kid that was in charge, right? But that's just Hollywood jealousies. That's not the public loved her.
I just know I've never drunk a Brie Larson. So
Oh, okay. Yeah, no,
Good
you're right.
point.
That's,
Yeah,
that's
because
the level of
it
culture.
took a
There's
bit,
drink
right?
named-
It took a bit. Yeah.
No, but no, there's a drink named after her, right?
Yeah.
So that's
Shirley
the level
Temple.
of cultural influence.
But was she really attacking Shirley Temple? It just seemed like she had a picture of her looking like Shirley Temple, and she was like, "Oh, haha, I'm going to put this out here as a joke."
No, I don't think it was an attack. I just think it was. I don't know why. I don't think she was going after Shirley Temple. It was just kind of one of those, oh, look, you know, this famous child actor could never be as cute or as popular as me is the way I took it.
Well, she
That's
literally
how I
said
feel too.
her tweet was Shirley Temple could never, right? Like she just kind of left it as a, you know, incomplete sentence, and people are jumping all over it, reading into it that it was some type of attack on Shirley Temple. I'm not sure if she meant it that way. I'm not agreeing with what she said. I'm just saying that it seems like this is one of those situations where she specifically did something to create a stir, and people are jumping on it.
Well, you got to do something when you got nothing going on, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was an
Exactly.
unforced error on her part. Let's just leave it there.
Has she given up on her YouTube channel? Is that
Yes,
thing still
I think
going?
I
heard
thought
it
she
was
just
bad.
tried to jump back on it. I thought she was trying to get that going again.
Well, you know what that means? She didn't get any movie roles because if she had something better, she a former star of Marvel movies and stuff like that would not go to YouTube with the rest of us schlubs.
Yeah,
Well,
what
I
happened
think-
to Captain
I think-
Marvel too? Oh,
I think a lot of actors during the lockdowns were just looking. I know a lot of them started up podcasts. A lot of them were just looking for ways to stay relevant. And I think starting a YouTube channel was probably one of those things. We had David Hewlett on the Salty Nerd podcast not too long ago, and then he made a joke about what do you call two actors in a room, a podcast. And that was basically like when everything was like shut down, people were like singing into their phones and posting it on TikTok and all this other stuff just to get out there. And so I think that was just Brie Larson trying to remain relevant. Aren't they still shooting the Marvels or something like that? Like she's still like involved with that production because it got paused for COVID.
Yeah, I think it's still. I mean, they're still. I don't know if they've completed principal photography yet or not.
If you mean like
the Marvels, yeah, but it's not
the
Captain
Marvels
2.
It's it's technically.
It's technically Captain Marvel 2, but it's called the Marvels because it's got was it Kamala Khan?
Well, it'll have Miss Marvel, who's getting her own show, which
Monica Rambeau,
which, as Cameron has told us, has been done for the better part of a year, but is now in reshoots, right?
Yeah, and that's been now confirmed. The reshoot stuff was a rumor, and it's stuff that I'd heard from my friends on the show, but it was then rumored as well in the fan press. And now apparently we've had one of the episodic directors, put out social media shoots of her reshooting, like happily pointing out she's back in the saddle there, which is not something to be proud of. They're having to reshoot the damn thing that you were supposed to have done a year and a half ago.
Well, didn't they do this thing with Ms. Marvel where they changed the origin of her powers to be magical, and basically because the character is a Muslim, they were running into backlash from Muslims who didn't like that she was.
Yeah, I'm like the conservative Muslims don't like magic, just like a lot of conservative Christians don't like.
So like they were going back to reshoot to change that because it was like such an integral part. They had to do like big reshoots for it, and it was just like an error of like ignorance.
Yeah, well, but like a year after the fact.
Well, the thing is this. I mean, if that was the primary reason, then that's utterly stupid, because I know several of my young mentees were young, like staff writers on that show. So they had Muslims on the show, right? So obviously they're not listening to them. And so number one, and I can tell you this, that where I heard this information was friends of the guys who directed the pilot, the gentlemen who were doing Batgirl, Adil and Bilal. And, their friends told me that they hated the script for the pilot and gave massive notes, and the notes had been ignored, and they basically threatened to walk off the set. We're not going to film this thing until they got some of their notes addressed. So it seems to be both. They didn't do their work. They're not, all the Muslims involved are there just for show, right? So not listening to them, and they're not taking the time to do the scripts properly. So this whole thing seems a roundabout disaster. It's just the entire project has been a virtue signaling project from the beginning, which to me as a Muslim
smells like blood and bone.
Yeah, but the whole thing is just offensive to me that they mishandled that badly. And now, an example of, and I talked about this on my Patreon, that the person whose episode that we know is definitely being reshot because she put it on social media is a woman named Sharmeen Obaid Chinoy, who is not an actual dramatic filmmaker. She is Pakistani, but she's a documentary filmmaker. She's won Oscars for her documentaries, but she's never made a drama, much less episodic television. But why did she get this job? Well, you got to have a Pakistani there. So they put a Pakistani there because the lead is a Pakistani, but the person who didn't have the experience and now is going to lose millions of dollars for them in reshoots, which is not good, right? So again, putting the wrong people in place for virtue signaling has not helped anyone.
I agree. And then Trav 101 says, if you get kicked off YouTube, do you have a backup plan? Well, sort of, kind of, not really, but
BitChute.
Andre,
Odyssey.
Yes.
How about we just not get kicked off of YouTube? That's a good plan.
But we would rather not share that in advance, so that in a given situation, we don't want those that would have made a concerted effort to take us down. Then we don't want them to know what Plan B is. Then we'd rather spring that into action before any action can be taken.
Never signal to your enemies what your next move is.
Exactly. So there are,
in the words of the Godfather,
contingency plans.
Never tell anybody outside of the family what you're thinking.
Because I do believe that someone were taken off YouTube just a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, Lethal Lightning.
What? Why?
So
What?
I don't know the specifics.
I guess that's probably what precipitated this question.
Well,
there was a video he did, and I think he did a follow-up to it, and both of them got him in trouble. And so I don't know the specifics of said video, and I'm not going to get into it, even if I probably did, just because. But yeah, this is a reason why Andre, and sometimes I give him shit, but rightfully so, he is very protective of what we talk about and discuss on here because of the YouTube monster, and they do not like to allow certain topics, which is strange because I've brought this up a million times before. I've went I used to have, in fact, I said it probably didn't even expire till a few years ago. I had an FCC license. And with that license, I was allowed to do and say more than I am on here, technically, which is weird. But yet I can come out here and go, fuck, shit, fuck, cunt, shit, fuck. And there's nothing that YouTube is really going to do about it. And I could not do that. I just cost myself about $200,000 in fines if I was on the radio, if not more. They'd actually probably slap a big one on top of that just for the cunt. And but, yeah, still, no, like it's just crazy, insane the kind of world we live in right now. It's all bass backwards, and I don't know how to explain it other than that. Because
well, I can explain it. Everyone, if you haven't done it already, you need to read George Orwell's 1984 because that's where we're living, and we're living in a world of double speak. And we have to find a way to navigate that double speak.
Did you also notice that the book Mouse just got banned from specific libraries too? This is another thing. It's like, are you?
Yeah, of course, because I mean, there's too many parallels, isn't there?
Right around Holocaust Remembrance Day, ironically enough.
And Mouse, by the way, is considered one of the greatest comic book or graphic novels of all time ever made. And the only reason that is taken down right now is because if you read it with fresh eyes, when you have like the flashbacks and stuff like that, there's going to be some parallels to what's going on right now. Not like the final solution kind of parallels, but rather the build up to them. This reference back to like what Gina Carano was tweeting with like, this is how it starts. There's some of those parallels which I believe were a little bit too close to home.
Well, with regard to 1984, I was just reading that certain school districts in the U.S. have been putting trigger warnings on 1984. It's just like so we're already there, right? Well,
British universities have been putting trigger warnings on 1984.
Das Wolfen says, "I thought this was a family show, Tom." Well, how do you think families are made? I mean, those specific words are involved usually. Just saying. But no, that's kind of why I said no, but Andre went and told everybody anyway. So anyway, Carlisle says the actress who plays Valkyrie needs to be quiet. I didn't hear what she said again, but I heard she said something again. I kind of turn a lot of these people off after a while.
Wasn't it an LGBTQ thing? Where
something like that, yeah.
Like I'm looking forward to the new Thor movie because we're doing a lesbian relationship or something like that.
Yep.
So that's why she's in a throuple with the director, because it's part of the practice. Right? It's part of the.
Oh, is she dating Taika?
Oh, she was pictured with Taika and his girlfriend.
They're all making out together,
doing shit.
Well, she said she was bi, I believe. So
good for Taika, man.
Yeah.
I mean
that's why he became a
win for all involved.
He'll ruin our porno in a minute.
We're all in on it.
Well, that's the thing is, Lethal Lightning was the only guy that could do sophisticated analysis of Hollywood and then have like a hot porn star to talk about that. I mean, I miss him. I hope he comes back soon.
He still has his backup channel, but we're all trying to work on it. Hopefully, it gets reinstated and whatever it is gets worked out. But at this time, the most you can really do is just keep showing support on Twitter, keep tweeting at YouTube. That seems to be the only way to get their attention.
Yeah. Once you get over a certain number of retweets, and especially if like big channels or people with a ton of followers on Twitter, they do listen to that a little bit.
And then Freakadelic says, do you think the now comics-esque Spidey is a Disney ploy to undo Sony's ploy of leaving alt character version with Disney if Sony wanted to pull away? Yes, 110% Freakadelic. This is what I was trying to tell people months ago about the New Deal, the New Deal, the New Deal. All that shit's off the table. They don't have to do this 25% different bullshit anymore. That was Amy Pascal's little insurance policy when she wanted to pull out and she got caught. And Tom Holland called her out on it in public, basically by saying, Daddy Iger, Daddy Rothman, help.
And you know what? They have already executed her exit plan without exiting.
She was already executed the moment they kicked her ass off the Sony lot.
But what I meant with that is that
I know
all this stuff with like basically pulling Spider-Man out of the like they did all of those things which would be needed, only without actually taking him out of the MCU. So much for that plan. So now they're going to reintegrate him again, and he's going to stay integrated, which is good and well. Happy about that.
But now he gets to start over with a fresh palette, right? Like we don't have to deal with this 25% different shit
Yes,
anymore.
and we don't have to deal with Iron Boy or anything like that. Now you can like do proper Spider-Man.
No, I think that final
everything.
shot was he's in that costume for a reason. Like that
exactly,
is a signal.
exactly.
Yeah.
And it was ask me, it was what little we saw of it, because I've seen like some clips of it, and based on those, to me, it looks like the best, most comic book accurate Spider-Man costume on screen to date.
Ever, period. Yes.
Yeah.
It is the closest we've ever seen to that 70s, 80s.
It's the closest since like the 1978 live action Spider-Man.
Which is a good movie. It's still a good movie. I like that movie.
I wish that it was only available in more than VHS rips. I mean, it has to be like on an archive. It has to be better to.
Well, it's shot on film, I'm sure.
Yeah, I know. It has to be better to possible to get like at least a high definition version of it, as opposed to the VHS or third-rate, fourth generation VHS rips that we have right now.
I know. Believe it or not, I cannot even believe that I found this picture of it in such good quality.
You know, that's actually my first memory of Spider-Man is seeing that. That's like some of my first memories. It's like the 1 year in my childhood when we actually lived in Israel, because of my father's job, and that was on TV there. So
yeah, I got to see it on a repeat when I was a kid, and it was just like, holy shit, it's Spider-Man.
it was for the special effects at times were really good. You know, climbing the walls, all that stuff, and that was pretty well done.
But yeah, Freakadelic, it looks like we're out of the woods on that one, at least for now. Bert sends in $5. Just Bert, nothing else. Hey, Bert. My theory is episode 5 of Boba Fett is actually the Mando season 2 pilot episode. Book of Boba was so weak, they added an extra episode by robbing Mando. Well, should we put a pin in the super chats for now, Andre, and jump on the Star Wars stuff?
Let's do that. Let's do that.
Since that kind of gets us on that road.
Let's get into the book of Boba Fett. And for those that haven't seen it and are afraid of spoilers, go take like a 15-minute break or something. Go smell the flowers.
Just leave the stream running. Don't turn it off.
Something.
I haven't even seen the last
running
2 episodes,
in a
and I
separate
just
window.
don't care. But
You haven't seen it, Tom?
I seen the first 3 episodes, and then I checked out. I'm just like, this is
and that is the way they've handled this is the mistake, because I loved this episode, but that shows that a lot of people didn't stick around to watch it.
And I've heard this last episode is the best episode, but it's basically Mando 2.0, like literally.
Exactly. I mean, and I have to say, Valiant, I really enjoyed your review and especially your thumbnail. For those that haven't seen it yet, head on over to Valiant Renegade. Link will be in the description very, very soon. I just loved your thumbnail, Return of the King, because I before I let you all begin, I just want to point this one thing out. To me, it's like a tremendous irony in a sense that the Mandalorian, he was created very much as an ersatz Boba Fett. He's Boba Fett without being Boba Fett, and now he's more popular than the real Boba Fett. This series has been so poorly received on the whole that when the Boba Fett knockoff appears, because let's be honest, that's what the Mandalorian Din Djarin or whatever reason the name is, he's a Boba Fett knockoff. And now the knockoff came and everyone is cheering it's the best episode yet. It reminds me a little bit about that one episode of Star Trek Discovery's 3rd season that we said, this episode, this wasn't so bad. It had no Michael Burnham in it.
Did anyone else think it was weird that in a 6-episode season they took one episode to completely do a different show with the main character of the series not even appearing once in it?
Which only goes to show that they didn't have 6 episodes worth of content.
I
Yeah.
could imagine after season 2 or 3, you might not have an episode with the lead of the series in it. But for the first season, for there to ever even be one episode without the lead in it, it's something's wrong.
But
And I have to
of a
tell
6-episode series,
yes,
But I think it's 7 now, though, Matt, isn't it? It
It
was
is
originally
7.
supposed to be 6, but now it's 7.
And maybe that's why the super chat was saying it's more of a the new revised pilot for Mandalorian season 2 or season 3. I mean,
I've heard the rumor that Mando season 3, so like the next episode of Book of Boba Fett will be him coming back from visiting Grogu or whatever, and then Mando season 3 is going to be what happened in between the end of this last episode and him coming to join the fight against the Syndicate on Tatooine.
That would make sense. I mean, what this suggests to me, just looking at it, is that there's a lot of behind the scenes chaos on the production and the internal politics of Lucasfilm. This whole thing, and I've liked elements of Book of Boba Fett. I've disliked elements of it. It's just very disjointed, and there is no logic to an entire episode. That's the best episode so far, having nothing to do with the main character. It leads to the belief that this seems to have been pulled out of something else, right? It doesn't feel like this was. At the very least, if I was sitting in the room with these gentlemen at the beginning, I would be like, this isn't, boss, it can't be the plan. It doesn't feel like this was properly planned out. And it feels like this was rejiggered at some point midway through. And that's what we're feeling, the sense of everything is being rammed back in this way, that way. It doesn't feel like it's following a plan.
That's definitely what happened, because I think all of you can agree who have seen the episode. We all know very well that this episode could have appeared and been the last episode. With the exception of one thing that happens at the end that solidifies why Din is back on Tatooine. But this episode didn't have to be episode number 5. It could have been episode number 7 or even 8 in this series. It was put here for a reason. It was put here to jar people's memories back to Star Wars and to bring back a character that was so incredibly popular. And just to come in, I mean, he came in like a badass. He came in as soon as he walked into the episode. He brought the sexy back into the Boba Fett series. He comes in there, he finds somebody, and he beheads them. This is the shit that we wanted to see all along. This is the aggression. This is the passion. This is the intensity of what we've been wanting to see in Boba Fett. We've been longing for this, and then we got it over and over again with fights and with blood and with tension and insecurities and traveling. I mean, there was so much in this. Everybody was saying, why haven't we seen this in episodes 1 through 4?
Yeah.
Well,
and I think, one of the things I mentioned in the video that Andre talked about was I was jarring to me in the sense that the writing, the pacing, the production value overall of this episode was such, in my eyes, so stark contrast to what we'd seen up to this point. I almost had to wonder, everybody's been thinking, God, the first 4 episodes didn't feel very Favreau-esque in terms of the writing. He's got the writing credits on it, but I mean, if that can mean sometimes a lot of things, but
it just means you got a credit.
Yeah,
that's what it means.
This felt like this. I was like, this was a Favreau episode. This was Bryce Dallas Howard episode.
Yeah,
this was,
she directed it.
Yeah, but I mean, if the writing felt like him, and then I started positing, okay, look, I'm kind of wondering that if he knew how this series needed to end. And he's focused on what just we saw as episode 5 and then 6 and 7, because I really hope and I doubt that the pacing is going to drop off from what we just saw, because if it does, that would be terrible. But I have a feeling he's working on the back end of this episode, maybe handed an outline to Robert Rodriguez and said, look, here's what I need you to accomplish in the first 4 episodes. Flesh this out. I'm going over here, because it looked like 2 completely different units shooting 2 different shows.
We already know Favreau wasn't on the ground for this.
Exactly. Well, he said it because Tamora Morrison, he called him. He didn't want to do these lines, and he gets a call back from Favreau's person. They were in Atlanta doing something else while they were shooting these early episodes. So it's like, this is crazy.
Two things. So I personally believe that COVID had a big part to play in the making of this season, because there are certain restrictions that a lot of productions have to abide by under the COVID lockdown rules, especially if you're shooting in some place like Canada. So this episode, directed by Bryce Dallas Howard, because it did not have any of the main actors from the Book of Boba Fett in it, my guess is they probably started shooting this thing like at the same time as they start shooting Book of Boba Fett as a separate unit, and took the time to do all the special effects for it and stuff like that. And so like, even though it's the 5th episode, it was probably shooting concurrently with what Robert Rodriguez was doing. And Rodriguez is well known for being like a fast and dirty, down and dirty, like, filmmaker, in the sense that he shoots very, very quickly. And so, it wouldn't surprise me if you had the Rodriguez unit going off with Tamora Morrison doing like the Boba Fett stuff, and Bryce Dallas Howard was taking her sweet time with, Pedro Pascal. And then eventually, like, they catch up and they start, sharing the actors and stuff like that. But I think that a lot of the discrepancy that people are picking up on has a lot to do with the COVID restrictions that production that were going on last year had to abide by.
But
Yeah,
Matt,
makes sense, Matt.
you can see it visually, and everything's being shot in a stagecraft studio. But you're right. I mean, you can see the 6-foot separation if you're paying attention between the characters that are in the shots. And the first 4 episodes, you can see that they are focused on spacing and all the other stuff that's associated with that. They're trying to visually hide it, from the audience because of the way photography works. But
Which I think is stupid, because you can have a ton of aliens just dropped in with CGI. It makes no sense.
Yeah, and you can reduce space with that and everything else, but it's just, I agree with that, and I've said that before, that you can see that distance is there, and I agree with what Valiant said, but we waited 4 episodes before even a shred of plot or something of interest showed up in this show. And when we get to the 5th episode, we essentially have the first episode of the Mandalorian, because that's what it is. I mean, and it was, the problem is that I don't agree, and it's hard for me to say I can't say that anyway. It's hard for me to say to you that I don't agree with you that this brought the show back. This just reintroduced us to Mandalorian and why it was somewhat popular and felt Star Warsy to some people. And this had, because it had zero to do with Boba Fett until the end, when Fennec Shan shows up, and clumsily falls off of whatever she's sitting on, and approaches Mando for a job. Right.
Also, they introduced the Halo show in this episode.
That was kind of cool.
Okay, and I have to ask. So I like to point out plot holes. He was coming back from somewhere where he just went to go, get this bounty. He was in a ship. Where's that damn ship? He
wasn't in a ship. The bounty was on the ring. He was just walking.
Why were they showing us an elaborate shot of a spaceship on the ring then?
Well.
I mean, seriously,
introduction shot.
You can say it's an establishment shot, but you're led to believe that that's being done, intentionally. You didn't even have to set an establishment shot for the bounty.
Maybe it was a space Uber he took. I don't know.
All right. It's just interesting. I find it interesting, right? And
the bounty was on the ring. He collected the bounty, and then he walked to where he had to deliver the bounty, and he was there specifically because his clan was there. That's where they relocated to. So I thought it was clear, but
that's what I got out of it, man. Yeah.
Okay. For whatever reason, for whatever reason, I did not pick that up. I was like, okay, so he somehow has a new ship, because we're following a ship into this ring, right? And he gets there and he goes to this, tavern, to deliver the severed head that he's collected as a bounty. I'll rewatch it. I mean, just to make sure that, I can align my opinions with yours. But I just was like, that's just a very strange way to do it. I would have just started with him in the tavern. I mean, there's no point in doing it, and maybe the point in doing it was to like try to, quell some of our criticisms that it seems like it's a very minute galaxy and, that there's like only. Like,
but this show was shot before they ever could have got any feedback from us. But no, I mean, I don't know.
Really?
Well, also, if you look at that shot, once they established the ring, the big Halo ring, it's a oneer. It follows the Mandalorian as he goes up an elevator into the bar, drops it off, and then goes back out. It was a very impressive shot if you're paying attention.
Right? No, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
But I like the entire time, like I'm watching, I'm just like, is this a slap in the face to the upcoming Halo show? Like, what's going on here? Why is Star Wars like we've never seen anything like this before in any other Star Wars thing? So it's very strange. It was very strange.
Okay. Well, again, it aided my misunderstanding of what was happening. Of course, I knew he was there because he needed to reconnect with his clan, coven, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, there you go.
Clan and coven. I think those are both very
I think
Very
you mean
descriptive
cult.
words, given that he's like from this cult anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's kind of what it is, right? This particular like group of Mandalorians he's fallen in with are very much cultists, right? And he
Yes.
wants, and he expressed, and again, we are talking about Mando, we're talking about Din Djarin, right? We're not talking about Boba Fett. This is supposed to be a Boba Fett show. We have yet to see, any of Boba Fett in the show yet. And it's, we're in episode 5 and they show us Mando. So now we have 2 episodes in which to create any interest in anything in the future here. And I'm sorry, I'm not sold on the show. I haven't been sold on the show since the end of the first episode. And I suffered the first 3 because I told everybody my rule is always to watch 3 things. But, I don't know. I can have the wrong think here, and that's okay. But that's my opinion.
Actually, I'm inclined to agree because you said that this episode brought the series back, and I'm a little bit
brought the sexy back.
Okay, that's true.
Oh,
but still,
see, I misunderstood.
Sorry, guys.
But it did
brought
come
the
too
sexy
late.
back, meaning
Oh, okay. All right.
I like the hardcore element of it. I liked how he came in and his armor was shiny and he kind of paraded himself through, and you saw
coming
him
in and being all manly.
Yeah, that was
very
nice.
manly. He chopped someone's head off. I'm sorry for spoilers.
That was
but
very
then
cool.
He got healed and someone's like, I know I healed you, but I'm gonna fight you, punk. Like it was just like so nice to have somebody challenge him, and then they got disappointed by him. Did you take your helmet off? And he was quiet. And he's like, yes, I took it off. Like, you didn't hear me, did you? Yes, I took it. And I was like, yes, you got caught. It was just like all these nice conflicts of things that are kind of passionate, but a realistic view of how turbulent things are. It's not as peaceful. His life is turbulent, and we got to see him get injured, and that's all those sexy, fun things that I love seeing in a series like this. So that he brought the sexy back for me. And I actually have it on my channel. I have a video that says he brings the sexy back. That was my comment.
So can I ask? This is good because we have some great minds here. So is it now implied that they're going to reintroduce the fact that you have to have force sensitivity in order to wield this weapon, the dark saber?
This is something that I was discussing with people last night, and I think they are kind of implying it because Tar Vizsla was the creator of the dark saber, and they've been hinting about how it's been around for 10,000 years and how important Tar Vizsla was. And I almost wonder a lot of times when he keeps saying that he's worried about Grogu, is it because he can sense Grogu, and is there some other connection between the two of them? I'm not quite sure. I wouldn't mind if he had some sort of other connection. I wanted to know whether there was some other connection between the Din Djarin and Grogu, and I think it would be fun to discover that there is something about them, or whoever the person is. And I also would like to see Din and Boba get into a serious fight where they fight to the just clash with one another. I don't want to see peace necessarily. I want to see a hardcore fight. Somehow some kind of conflict arises where one person is upset with the other, and now Din and Boba have to come to this hardcore battle, and that would be very satisfying to me. However, I will accept if that doesn't happen, but I want to see more tension. I want to see more fights. I want to see them, kind of come to the battlefield, not just between the Pikes and the underworld, but also those clashes that are there, but they're not addressing.
Would you be surprised if what he had constructed is a ringmail garment of Beskar for Grogu?
I would not be surprised.
And they went to all of these lengths to try to explain how he survived the cleansing, right? And why in the upcoming bologna sausage that all leads us to The Last Jedi.
I would not be surprised. I think that they are trying to send him on this impossible quest, right? You have to go to the waters of the mines in Mandalore, which probably don't even exist anymore. Why? Why are they sending him on this impossible quest? What is the purpose of sending him on this? Maybe they don't even like Din. Just to be honest with you, I don't think that the Armorer and that Vizsla are fond of him at all. They're tolerating him. He's so ignorant. He doesn't know anything, but they know everything. If you really look at it from that point of view, but he's the one who got.
Well, they have a reason to be pissy with him because in the Mandalorian show, he was the one that brought all the problems to him to begin with. That one episode that kind of broke them all up.
Yes, and he's the one who got the Mandalorian armor. He's the one who got the Beskar. Like, why does he get all the good stuff? What about the rest of us? There's a lot of things that I think could have come up and been more questionable in this situation. And I'm sure they're not happy that the entire clan, that entire enclave, is pretty much gone. It's just the three of them now. There's a lot of ways this could go, but it is truthful. I still feel that this episode could have been the last episode. It didn't have to be episode number 5 for me to enjoy it. And it's unfortunate that we don't have sexier things going on in the Book of Boba Fett that are making our mouths water, with anticipation for the next episodes.
See, which is something that I said. Thank you for the really wonderful insight there, Adam. I mean, I think if even people haven't seen it, I think it will really get something profound from what you just said. But as I wrote on my Patreon, what it has done now, it has set a bar of expectation. Yes, this wasn't an episode. This could be just an episode of Mandalorian for 99% of it, right? But now they're like, all right, those of us that stuck around, like, all right, you got 2 more episodes. This better be good, because we're not going to go back to, Robert Rodriguez and shiny stuff. And it's like, we're not going to go back to kids on bikes. This is the standard you're going to show us with this kind of stuff. We know you can do it. You've just done it in the middle of the show. So that they have to live up to that. I would like to believe that the fact that this episode, however the origins of it was that it got there, means that Favreau came back and said, oh my God, these dailies don't look good. I have a feeling that there was crisis meetings. We got to get this back on track. And then they rammed this thing in, and it's really good. So now I would like to believe the next 2 are going to be really good as well, because it feels like there was an aggressive course correction that came at some point in this process. And this feels like this was setting that up when they said, this is what we got isn't working. We got to fix this or we're all done. So the next 2 episodes will prove or disprove that statement in very shortly.
Yeah,
Yes.
It'll be interesting to see. I certainly hope that the last episode are going to be good here. My worry is that it's too late in a way. These really short series, they have to hook you right off the bat. If they don't hook you in until episode 5 of 7, something's very wrong. And
You've
something's
already
very
lost
wrong here.
a significant portion of your audience by that point. I
Time
mean,
to
any kind of
watch.
TV show, exactly. I mean, that's the whole point of a premiere episode, is to drive that hook into your audience to make them keep coming
Not just
back.
that. This is fucking Star Wars.
Mhm.
It
Yeah.
should knock my socks off. This is the problem I had throughout Mandalorian. Yeah, it was a decent show, but I'm just like, this is Star Wars. It should be so much better than this.
Well,
It
the
should
irony
be-
is this is Star Wars. This episode that you didn't see is the closest thing I felt
But
to actually
at the
watching
same
Lucas
time,
original.
I felt like a lot of the time through the Mandalorian, we were just like accepting crackers, right? Like that we're just because we were starving and they're like, oh, this is amazing. This is good. Oh my God. And then now we got into this point with Boba Fett. We're like, it's just plain old fucking crackers, folks. It's nothing that great and stupendous. And I mean, I wasn't as enamored with the whole Luke Skywalker thing as everybody else, because I was just kind of sitting there going, through the whole thing going, what does this indicate? And then we had everything go on behind the scenes, with, Gina Carano not being renewed and publicly shamed the way she was, is the best way to put it. And then we also have the news with the whole Blood and Bone timeline, which kind of matches up with this show becoming a turkey. I mean, I honestly was curious. I'm sitting here thinking, what if this is when, KK decided to turn her sights back on Star Wars and she's like, oh, this is amazing. Mandalorian's great. Well, we definitely got to do the Boba Fett show next, right? Of course, because Boba Fett's the more, famous character, blah, 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 blah. Because, I mean, I've already kind of went under the idea that, I think Favreau wanted to do Boba Fett to begin with, but they wouldn't let him. Like they felt like Boba Fett was too, they wanted to protect
awesome.
him and make him, save him for a movie, right? They're like, okay, we'll give you a series, but you got to make this Mandalorian this generic Mandalorian. It can't be Boba Fett, right? And now we've gotten to this point where, since they've used all their best ideas for Din Djarin and Mustard, they're stuck with nothing for Boba Fett. And this show is just a big nothing burger at this point. I have not seen the last 2 episodes.
I honestly think they should have brought in Kurt Sutter for this show. Like, this needed to be
Yeah.
Sons of
Yes.
Anarchy in space. You know,
To be
Yeah,
Well,
honest
problem
with
is,
you,
though,
gentlemen,
would he
I-
have been able to do more? Because I think that if they had brought in Kurt Sutter, it would have been fairly similar to this, and we would have been saying, should have brought Robert Rodriguez in for something like this. I think there were bigger issues here, more than any one showrunner could handle. I also
agree.
think that, I do believe that that Jon Favreau wrote this, but you know what I think? I think that he basically just handed in first drafts only.
Treatments.
He knew he was going with it, but then he handed it off without giving that extra detailed overview to see
Kind of
that
like that episode
And
that
also,
That's where I am.
exactly that
I
this stuff
agree.
ain't working. And
I
then
agree. Sorry.
yeah, no,
I agree.
just to finish off the thought here,
Sorry.
and then Robert Rodriguez is given with, okay, your job is to just carry out these scripts here, and we even heard the actor calls and says, this is way too much dialogue, and well, Favreau says say it anyway, because in his mind it's all good, because he wrote one draft, handed it off, thought it was all good, but without coming back to his own work, saying this wasn't my finest work.
just
I
like the
think
episode of
something like that happened
Mandalorian
here.
that
I
Robert
think
Rodriguez
that what
directed.
happened was when we first heard about the show, we'd heard that the show was created, but they kept saying that it was too much like the Mandalorian show. And that would have been fine. It could have been like the Mandalorian show. No one would have cared if there were similarities between the two.
People would have
What we
liked
wanted
it.
to see were certain, yes, we wanted to see certain elements that we were expecting from Boba Fett that were very distinct from Din Djarin, and that would have been great. And we wanted to see his bounty hunting years. Every single person I've spoken to has wanted to see something about his bounty hunting years in this series. Now, we didn't really get any of that. In fact, we got zero of that. The only time we ever even hear him talk about being a bounty hunter is when he's denying being a bounty hunter, kind of the same way he always denies being a Mandalorian. So there's a lot of denial, and this TV show, it was like a misstep. This is almost like Boba Fett was going through therapy and he had a midlife crisis. And now after this midlife crisis, he's trying to figure out what he's going to do with the rest of his life. And that is good. That's fine. But it's not exactly what we were expecting, because they kind of gave us the impression with that last scene from The Mandalorian season 2, when he went in there and he walked, or I'm going to say broke open the door. He probably didn't break open the door, but he broke open the door to the palace and shoots someone on the throne, and then takes the seat for himself. It gave us the impression that it was going to be that type of tone. And since that time, we have not seen that type of tone, not once in the entire series. So we got this impression we were getting something different from what we received. Now, if they decided to go ahead and change the tone, that's fine. But the story itself has not been grabbing for many of us. Yes, it's a nice story. It's a sweet story. There's a lot of, oh, isn't that nice? The Tusken Raiders. And we got to see a lot of elements, but we haven't been grabbed even by something that would be considered that profound. Probably because I personally am not convinced that this is what's in Boba Fett's heart. I'm not buying it. I'm sure that these have been transformative moments for him, and it's changed him. And now he is different after going in the Sarlacc pit. But there has to be some kind of passion in this man. He's a passionate man who's a bounty hunter who's feared for a reason. And until we see that, it's going to be very unfulfilling. We're not getting what we need to see from him. And that was the mistake that they made. Maybe they had it in that first draft that was more like the Mandalorian series. Who knows? But we haven't gotten the passion from Boba. We've heard him, talk about what's important to him and how he didn't want to work for other people. Well, that's how I feel. But I want to know how a bounty hunter feels. I want to know, how the most feared person in the universe feels, the person who was picked to be, the clone person for all those soldiers. I want to know how that individual feels, not how, the rest of us feel.
Yeah, that's a very salient point right there. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm sure that the chat is making some salient points too. We should probably see what some of you guys have to say out there. I know There's been a lot of super chats that are corresponding with the subject, but the next one in line is about Spider-Man No Way Home. And Freakadelic said, how smart how No Way Home used villains the audience had history with, used little runtime setting them up. Anyone heard as to why they didn't include the Sinister Six? Because they're setting that up for a future endeavor. They want to do a big Sinister Six event movie, and I'm sure that's going to be, you know, a couple of years down the line, but it's been something they've been wanting to do for a long time. I don't know if anybody else agrees or disagrees with me, but I think they want to do that as a big event.
Here's the thing: you answered your own question there. They went with nostalgia, and the Sinister Six were never set up. They tried to set them up in the Amazing Spider-Man 2, and they failed miserably. So absolutely, that's for a future movie. Sony really wants to do a Sinister Six, but now with the help of Kevin Feige, they're smart enough to realize all good things come to those who wait.
Question is, can we do a Sinister Six after the ending of the most recent Spider-Man?
Oh yeah,
the timelines
yeah.
have been changed though. I mean, the villains. I mean,
Absolutely.
alert, some of the villains are redeemed. So can we do it?
you got
Well,
new
here's like the thing,
versions.
though. But you know what? I have like one big issue with that thing. The villains are redeemed, and that's very rewarding for the audience to see. And then they're sent right back to their own universes, to their moments of death.
Yeah. So
That's my understanding.
But they
didn't
changed
really
that,
help them.
though. They changed that because like the whole point of what Tom Holland.
So basically,
was trying
then
to
you
do,
mess up all of the continuity of those movies and everything. So yeah, good going
pretty
there.
much. I mean,
Way to create.
You
Way
create
to
a new
create more
timeline.
nasty multiverse.
There's a new
multiverse
timeline,
universes.
and that's what Matt's getting at. Yeah, and they're setting up a new Sinister Six. We're going to get new versions of a lot of these villains.
Exactly. Like it doesn't have to be exactly those. They can do a Sinister Six with variants. Problem solved. I mean, that's like the multiverse is the perfect Deus ex machina in that sense. Like we can have the old or the local universe variants, or we can pick and choose someone from somewhere in the multiverse.
That's
we
why
like the Green Goblin now. Okay, we're just going to find one from another multiverse where he was an evil guy.
That's why
Problem
I said
solved.
that thing with a specific character who, let's say, left something behind, without getting into any spoilers, was me saying that Kevin Feige gets to have his cake and eat it too, and so does Sony. They get to have both. They get to have it both ways that way, right? So so you can have two different versions, whether they're played by the same individual. That's up in the air yet, but that's the beauty of where they're at right now. They can pull in Hugh Jackman. They can pull in any of the first class X-Men and classic X-Men, and people don't have to sit there and go, well, why is that? Well, the beauty of it is they just have, because multiverse now. So yeah.
Oh, pretty much something.
It's kind of a cheap out, but at the same time, it solves a lot of problems when it comes to recasting some of these characters and setting a lot of these characters up. And like you just said, we don't have to go through the entire retelling of who they are. Sean Carter says, greetings all, just saying hi and giving a quick plug for Rod Thunderheart's book, See Through Love. I'm enjoying the read so far. I've heard good things about it. I haven't got a chance to check it out myself. Callum Lyle says, I'm still binge watching Toxic Femme episode of Dirty Talk and roasting the she-male Tila and Karens of Soy Boy.
I'm glad you're enjoying it.
We're glad you're enjoying that indeed. Let's see here. What do we got next? I know you guys started talking about Boba Fett, so that's what I was trying to get to. Steven, aka Deleted Scene, says, hail, Midnight's Edge panel, mods, and chat. Well, hail, Steven. That is his regular greeting we get every day. It's not a show without one, and we appreciate you being here along with everybody else. We'd really appreciate if you hit that like button. I see there's only like a couple hundred likes on there, and we've got over 1,000 of you watching, so please hit that like button. Callum Lyle says, also, the Batgirl movie is DOA because guess what, boys, girls, I'm the first transgender character is going to be in it, and
let me just
go ahead.
Okay, because like I said, I think there's a lot of people that are, because of our bad, painful experiences, particularly with Warner Brothers and how it's handled this stuff, that are just not giving this movie a shot. And I've been saying from the beginning, give this movie a shot. I'm excited for Leslie as Batgirl. I personally like the images of her costume. People have critiqued it. I liked it. I think it shut down everyone that was saying to me, well, she's not a ginger, or she's a ginger. Well, I don't like her pants now. So there's always going to find something wrong with it. you know, and now people are like, well, this character is transgender. The script was already written, and the writer has had some hit and some miss. Bumblebee, she wrote Bumblebee, which I loved, right? She also wrote Birds of Prey, which I think the problem was more in the execution. Matt and I have had a long history of Birds of Prey, but I think it was more in the execution necessarily than the script. So the script is likely going to be a good one. The directors I know are very good, and if you haven't seen theirs, so go watch Bad Boys 3, which is very much service to the fans. And so I just think, let's just give this thing a chance. You can walk away and say Cameron's wrong. It ended up being a bad movie. But I think there's an energy building where people are not giving this movie a chance. And then everything, looking for anything they can to say it's not going to work. And I actually think it's going to work. And I'm not necessarily a supporter of all the choices that script may necessarily make. But I think it's going to work. But we'll see.
Yeah. And again, I would agree with you wholeheartedly, Cameron, except for the director couldn't keep his mouth shut. Or whoever it was.
What
the one that put out that fucking meme of slapping people. It's like, that is the kind of shit that's like, your Snoke theory sucks. That's the kind of shit that we don't need coming out of Hollywood. That's the kind of shit that Mangold did. And when you get clapped back like that, that's what happens when you're going to decide to tell the fans that kind of shit. Just let them be wrong.
So now I'm going to just respectfully disagree on that, because the meme is a very popular meme. We've all used that meme in dumb arguments we've done on Twitter, because it's that famous Batman slapping Robin. Because people are sensitive, my opinion, people are choosing to interpret, we're pissing on your face. I interpret that from what I've heard of these directors, from my friends who know them well, is that they saw themselves as having fun with the because we're doing a Batman.
Well, I'm sorry, Cameron, but don't slap me in the face and tell me you're slapping me on the back, though.
But okay, first of all, none of this discussion is personal. What I'm saying is, I interpret that, and others interpret the way you do, Tom. A lot of people got angry. Others sent me a message on my Patreon saying it was a joke. I got the joke. The joke was, wait until you see the movie before you criticize it. Yeah. And it was using the famous Batman meme that we've all used, and we just don't like them using it. They're not anti-fan guys. Some of the other guys you're mentioning have proven themselves to be arrogant jerk-offs. These are not anti-fan guys.
And so, that's like the thing, though, because they might not be. However, the fans have been vilified so much by toxic creators for so many years now. For like the past 5 years, fans have been positively vilified by filmmakers, by writers, by actors. It's not just one little thing; it's everything. It's across the board where fans are seen as enemies, and because of that. Obviously, with time, people are starting to get, I'm not going to say jaded, but they're going to get angry. They're going to get annoyed. They're going to be more receptive towards it. And if one then makes jokes like that, they may have intended it as a joke. I don't doubt it. They may have intended it. Okay, this is the meme that everyone has used. Problem is, when there are so many who are so hostile towards the fans, it's going to be too many. It's going to be difficult to separate. This is someone just making a little joke and not meaning anything bad from those that genuinely hate you, although they do want your money.
Agree. And I've said this to Tom, and Tom actually gave me very good advice. I said this to Tom, I think, on Toxic Femininity when we first raised this issue. He said, I said, if I was sitting in a room with them, I was like, guys, don't press send on that one. I think it's not going to be interpreted the way you think, right? And the problem is, most of the people I know in the industry are not on YouTube. They're not, they're not. I mean, I'm one of the very few that actually has a career. I know some people in the chat doubt that I have a career. I actually do have one. And
he does have a career. Trust me.
I actually do have a career right now. But all my friends who also have careers are like, dude, that's pretty risky of you to go on YouTube. None of them are doing it, right? And because they're afraid of what might happen to them. And so none of them are interacting with the community and having any sense of what's actually happening out there. They have no idea. It's a total bubble.
Exactly.
Speaking of being afraid of what's happening, can you imagine if Joss Whedon went forward with the Batgirl project? Because he was originally going to write and direct it, correct?
Oh, it'd be a flame war right now.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That thing would just crumble under its own pressure. But speaking of people putting out jokes as directors kind of aimed at audience, there was the whole Taika Waititi thing when he said, "I'll ruin your mythos in a minute, baby," which gets us right into Hyper Guyver 2's super chat here. Says, unless we see Valkyrie trimming Jane Thor, I don't care.
Damn.
I kind of watch that. I don't know. I don't know.
I'd wear out the VHS on that one.
As Shira said, don't run with scissors and don't scissor was when you have the runs, kids. Till next time.
Good Lord.
Kunin 1876 says, forget Marvel. Arnold teases the new Zeus movie. That's right.
Is that an actual movie or is that just a joke?
Don't know what he's doing there. I'll be honest. I think he's trying to distract from the fact that he almost killed a bunch of people.
Yeah, maybe. And I'd rather see him return as Hercules than as Zeus myself. But yeah.
I mean that image. It looks like a fan Photoshop.
It looks shockingly bad. I mean, don't insult fan Photoshops that way.
Honestly, it looked like another one of those movies like he made that Hidden Kingdom or whatever the hell one it was, where it was
the Chinese one?
Yeah, nothing but a tax shelter for Chinese investors. Yeah.
Was that the one with Jackie Chan?
Yeah, yes, Jackie Chan and who else was in it? I can't remember.
I never saw it. Was it any good?
I watched like the first 20 minutes and shut it off. I'm like, what the fuck is this? It was horrible. It was unwatchable.
Yeah. But we have to say goodbye to culture. That has to be leaving us. But I want to say thanks for joining us and have a great weekend. Always a pleasure.
Greatest privilege to be with this esteemed panel. Everybody have a great day.
Your white privilege.
Later, culture.
Take care, culture.
Take care. So yeah, Kamran, do you know anything about like this Schwarzenegger Zeus thing? Anything at all?
Nothing. I've heard nothing at all about that. I think Schwarzenegger, has injured himself in a lot of ways in the last year. I think that he doesn't, I think a lot of the stances he's taken publicly on a lot of issues have not necessarily been always well received by his core fan base. It's again a situation of he's been in a bubble for a while, right? He's been in a bubble as not just movie star, former governor and all. He's just in his own world. And I don't know that he's going to have a comeback at this point.
He's also gotten a divorce, and his family is not too fond of him, I believe, at the moment.
You don't mess with the Kennedys, man. You don't mess with the Kennedys. I know that.
And also, when you look at like some of his social circle, there are people in there that are going to give him advice, which are not necessarily in line with the advice that fans would give him.
Correct. There will be the people that won't be in the room saying, "Don't press that tweet."
Yeah, well, what's hilarious is he turns around and says, "Screw your freedom," tries to compare it to following traffic lights, and then doesn't follow a traffic light.
And he actually run. Literally, it's like his car was on top of somebody's car. That's an incredible achievement.
I mean, this is Schwarzenegger. He's done that a million different times.
This is not the first time.
This guy did that.
But here's like the thing, though. What I mean with like Friends, with like some of the stuff that he puts online and stuff. There was another bodybuilder, I forget his name, huge bodybuilder of the 90s. Guys, help me out in the chat here with who it might have been. He's also quite outspoken.
Not Ferrigno.
No, not Ferrigno. This is a smart guy. He's really, really well spoken, really thought through. There's a ton of YouTube and everything like that. What the hell is his name? But anyway, in one interview, he was like asked about like the difference between him and Schwarzenegger, and he said, "Well, just look at our circle with friends. Like my friends are ordinary people, like plumbers and electricians and accountants and all kind of ordinary people. Schwarzenegger's group of friends are Bill Gates and Rothschilds and Rockefellers and that sort of thing. Those are his social circle. In that social circle, that's who he's going to get input from on what to put on social media and
Ralph
stuff like
Muller?
that." No, not Ralph Muller.
I know it's Eddie Deason.
Okay, I have to find out here.
Well, the tragedy
here who knows who Eddie Deason is. Come on.
Schwarzenegger did start off as an everyman. He really did.
He did. He totally did.
He built himself up. He was the guy hanging out, at Muscle Beach with the average guys just working out. And
Dorian Yates, just a guy. He got this.
Yates was
Dorian
the next
Yates.
one I was gonna say,
Yeah.
There you go. And then Etienne Falidoro says, I checked out the Battletech TV movie, Military Hard Sci-Fi. Rights are in the hands of Paramount. How hard would it be to buy the rights from them? Terribly.
Pretty hard, yeah.
Paramount is a fucking cesspool, man. Just
As someone who used to work there,
drinking.
I can confirm.
They're the bumblers of franchises. Look, I had my dreams dashed about a documentary I wanted to make because Paramount is a bunch of fuckholes. That's about the answer I got.
Yeah, I mean, like it. I don't know what it's like under the new regime, but I can't imagine the culture there has changed very much.
Not much from what I've heard.
Yeah, but the lawyers are the ones who kind of run all the right stuff, and they are. I mean, like they'll go after fan fiction, they'll go after like anything fan oriented, and so like with the stuff that they spend money on to acquire, they're just like, nah, you can't have any of it. Like they don't even work with other studios on that stuff. It's awful.
Yeah. Sadly, Paramount is a fucking junkyard that you'll never probably be able to get the rights. You could try, but they try and make you pay way more than what they're worth.
Yeah.
Dahawk666 says Ezra Miller is declining, or I think he's declaring, he means, war on the 3Ks. Check out Twitter. Hopefully the video is still there. I saw it. It's pronounced Dayhawk, by the way. Oh, okay. Dayhawk. Gotcha. All right. We saw it. I'd rather not get into it.
Ezra Miller is a maniac. I don't know. He's off his meds or something.
What did he do now? I'm sorry. What did he do?
Okay. The short version is he went out and posted some video on Twitter telling the North Carolina chapter of the you-know-what to kill themselves or they would do it for them, which I'm like, okay. And I went and looked because we talked about this last night on Comics Division's Thursday Throwdown. And there was nothing that's happened in North Carolina in like the last 10 years that has anything to do with that group.
Oh, that's playbook. Create the problem and make a solution for it.
And I'm like, scratching my head here because it's not like I don't like. Okay, yeah, everybody hates this group, right? So
yeah, that's easy pickings. That's
exactly.
Pickings,
so like, okay, so why are you making this video? Was there recently something that happened? I couldn't find a goddamn thing.
Hey, remember when Ezra Miller choked out a fan on?
You know what?
camera?
I have a button for that.
Oh, here we go.
It takes me a second to find it all the time, but I do have a button for it.
Button for that? Like a press button.
Yeah, I do remember that clearly.
Learn it? Did you want to fight? Is that the deal?
Yeah, that was him. There's more to
Yeah,
it.
there may actually be meds issues involved here because his behavior is not normal, even by sort of artsy-fartsy types.
Or he might just be like a substance abuse issue, you know, where he's just going
Well,
off.
the interesting side of this that people are bringing up is that they're curious if he's going to get booted off of Twitter for basically violating a bunch of Twitter's rules.
Well, he's politically on the right side, so I don't think that's going to
That's
so that is
basically
fine.
the argument being made.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, people didn't. You know, I'm no longer on Twitter because I guess
Didn't
whatever.
Didn't he come out as non-binary? Isn't he like?
Yeah, he did that too. He's
He's
fab.
checking the boxes, right? So here we go.
So
Gotta bring up your
anything-
gender when no one's
yeah.
asking you.
Anything negative about him is instantly a hate crime. So
Yes.
Exactly.
Which is what Chappelle was talking about in his special, right? About how people can manipulate that issue. So.
ActionCom asks Cameron, did you see the movie Predators? What do you think of the Muslim fighter, the Billy connection to the Predator? Did that work? Was there better candidates, or should they dump that plot element?
I didn't see Predator because I'm a big fan of the original Predator. I heard it was not a good movie. So apparently, if anyone saw it, there was a Muslim fighter character in the.
So
Yeah,
it was
so I
played.
think-
It was played by Marshall Ali. We actually just reviewed
Yeah.
So
this.
this dude only plays Muslim guys. He's got nothing. I mean,
Actually,
Oh,
Predators wasn't that
was a
bad,
man.
Cameron.
I like Predators.
It was a Robert Rodriguez written and produced movie
Okay.
by
Unless you're
director-
thinking of Predator
by
from a
director
couple years ago, yeah.
Nimrod Atal. It was actually pretty decent. We just reviewed it for our next Friday episode of the Salty Nerd
I'll
podcast.
check out the review.
But
It has Walton Goggins and everything.
it's got a great
Good actor.
cast. But Marshall Ali plays basically a African warlord who is part of this group, and he's a Muslim.
Yeah.
And they have like a whole little praying scene in there with him and stuff like that. And he butts heads with Walton Goggins' racist death row inmate character.
Okay.
So like basically all the people who are in this movie Predators are bad people.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
and I think
So you
what
don't feel
actually-
bad that the Predators taking him out?
No, that's the whole point. Is like they've gotten the worst killers on Earth and subplanted them on a planet.
To
and the
test
predators picking
to
them
test
off. Yeah.
the predators' mettle against them.
Okay.
So like I think what Action Com is asking is like, what could there have been a better representation of that character in the movie? And I mean, like he dies pretty early on, so like I think it was fine. And
Kill off the Muslim guy, Hollywood. There it is.
Well, they kill off everyone pretty much.
Okay, well, spoiler.
But the female of color survives at the end.
Okay, that's not a spoiler. I knew that was coming.
Yeah.
Well,
Lawrence
I will,
Fishburne also took over for Arnold Schwarzenegger because that was actually supposed to be was supposed to be him, but they rewrote it for Lawrence Fishburne.
Yeah, and that was because he was governor of California at the
Well,
time.
you know what he really said afterwards was he didn't have enough lines. They didn't give him enough to do. No, I'm serious. He said this in an interview. He said they didn't give him enough to do, so he told them go fuck themselves, basically.
well, to not answer the question, but to answer it around the way, the best surprising Muslim representation in a sci-fi action movie is Pitch Black.
Yeah,
I was about to say,
Keith David. Yeah,
because when Vin, first of all, I think that's a great movie, and that was really the one where Vin Diesel like, oh, who the hell is this guy? This guy's gonna be dead, right?
That was his first big movie. Yeah,
it was his first big movie. But there's this whole side thing where one of the characters, they're on their way to New Mecca on pilgrimage when the ship crashes in this desert planet, and some of the characters need mom. He's got some Muslim young guys, and monsters get all these guys eventually. But they actually did a lot of accuracy of little things like, before you do your prayers, you got to wash with water, but they're on a desert planet. So technically in Islam, you can use sand to wash. They did all of these little things, not even talking about. The characters just behaved like a normal Muslim trapped on a desert planet with monsters coming after him would behave, right? So I was like, wow. And this is, again, that was an example of representation without representation. No, they never said, here's your Muslim character. There's like, it's a guy doing what he would do, and then these monsters are coming after him.
And plus Keith David is a badass. So
yeah.
I'll watch him in anything.
And then we finally get to the Book of Boba Fett chats, as I was talking about here. Chad Rapnarine says, is there actually a book in the Book of Boba Fett?
Well,
yes,
I hope so.
it's the Twilight Kama Sutra.
I read the Twilight Kama Sutra. Well, I mean, it's certainly a non-linear book. Let's put it that way. It's more like a Salman Rushdie novel, right?
I don't even know why it's called that.
Things go in unexpected ways that you don't really like. Okay, I guess we're here now. Okay, here we're doing. So we're doing. Okay.
Well, Django left him a book that has everything he's supposed to do, like an instructional book for a bounty hunter. And I thought that's what this was going to be like. I thought it was going to be him talking about how his father, guided him, even though he wasn't there the whole time as an adult, and how those things changed his life. That's what I thought we were going to be getting.
Well, I think it's a biblical reference, right? Because like in the greater story of the Mandalorian, you have like the Book of Boba Fett as opposed to like the Bible where you have Book of Job, Book of Matthew, like whatever. So like it's almost like, okay, here's a separate side story to this larger story we're telling, thus the Book of Boba Fett.
Pretentious as fuck.
Well, the amusing thing is this: I don't think the Lucasfilm Story Group knows that there's an actual Book of Boba Fett in the lore. Somebody should probably
that would be the problem.
Or OG Star Wars should email them and say, you might want to check that in the thing.
It's kind of like in Star Trek Discovery when they think they're being clever, and it's like, yeah, they did that already in Voyager. No, you're not being clever.
That's what happened.
Yeah. And then Callum Lyle sends in another Australian $5. Thank you so much. Says, is the Tusken Raiders are the Tusken Raiders misunderstood? Then does that mean what they did to Anakin's mother was okay? This was one of my biggest points of contention with how they treated the Tusken Raiders. Look, I understand it's like a typical Star Trek sci-fi thing to present something as a monster, and then you realize, oh, it's not a monster, it's just a misunderstood baby, or it's just this, or it's just that. It didn't mean to hurt us. It was just protecting its young. So that's a common thing. But in the world of Star Wars to this point, we have been shown that the Tusken Raiders are nothing but mindless beasts, right? Like they were taking pot shots at the pod racers in episode 1 for laughs, right? Like they're basically treated like they're rodents, and they don't really add anything. They just take and take and take, and that's kind of where that does, in fact, it makes what they did to Anakin's mother worse, is what I said, because
they've shifted them to be like an allegory for Native American tribes.
Yes,
right?
And that's my point.
So like different tribes have different cultures,
and I get that, but
in the show
I get that, but at the same time, it still presents the question of, okay, if they were mindless beasts and they did what they did to Anakin's mother, fine, whatever. But now that you've created them as humanoid creatures, it adds this moralistic kind of, thing like, okay, and then on top of it, why were they basically doing what George Lucas insinuated? Because I think he even backed it up at one point saying, oh yeah, they had their way with her.
What do you guys think of them making Jawas furries?
I didn't know that, but it's okay.
It makes sense. You have to go through animals with fur, get insects and such. You got to go through the fur, make sure there's nothing in it. So I can see how, you got to keep stroking them.
Just to get back to this thing, so I'm going to add a different perspective on this, which is, and I'm not justifying what they did to Anakin's mother. That's wrong. I'm just saying that it is an effort to analogize what happened to indigenous peoples when others came in. Some of them surrendered, some of them retreated into their traditional territories. Others fought back, and often fought back in ugly ways. And things. Because in our history we haven't studied the history of the American settlers' wars with the Native Americans. It's really ugly stuff, and across the board. I mean, but things like scalping were introduced by European colonists, went in, would scalp because they didn't see the Native Americans as human, so they would take the tops of their heads off, right? And then that was reversed back onto them. And amazingly, no one remembered that this was a torture practice being brought in by the colonizers, right? So the implication is that there's a history to Tatooine where a lot of ugly stuff happened, and I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I don't have a problem with some of the Tuskens doing horrible things. I don't have a problem with showing that some of these Tuskens are just decent creatures trying to live, which is, I think, an analogy of how, in a real situation.
And I get that, and I understand that, but at the same time, it's just, I don't know.
I don't think in any way, because they said clearly some of us are more warlike than others, right? Which is the history of indigenous peoples, and that doesn't excuse when indigenous person would kidnap, Native American would kidnap a Western child, and didn't accuse, it didn't excuse when their child was kidnapped and tortured and raped by some colonial settler, right? It's just the ugliness of this kind of thing. So whatever.
No, and I get that, and that's a valid argument, but it's just, I don't know, just the way they were presented, and then all of a sudden to kind of allegorize them, or however you want to put it, with a specific group, kind of, to me, adds this. It's like the reverse problem with people reading into the orcs that they're racist. It's like, no, that's a you problem, because you're comparing them to
yeah, that's correct. I mean, yeah, that is the orcs are actually elves who've just been tortured and beaten for thousands of years.
And to me, like, this is the reverse of that, right? Like you're doing it in a different way, but it's the same thing.
I can't wait to see how they ruin the Rings of Power. This is going to be interesting.
The cock rings of
no
power.
one's going to watch it. I don't think anyone's going to watch it.
I just seen a story about it started already, kids. I've already seen a story where they're like, how this Sauron is going to be better than the Lord of the Rings movies Sauron is. It's like, here we go, kids.
We're going to get flashbacks to this Sauron hanging out with the orcs in the desert of Mordor as he
liberating them
as he heals. The Book of Sauron.
Wait, did we read that one I had on screen, or did we jump it? Oh yeah, we did. That was the Callum Lyle one. All right, well, thank you for that, Callum Lyle. I just wanted to make sure. And then we got Tim Scorpion says no plan, so they didn't learn from the sequels. Not only that, well, here's the thing.
Actually, yeah, well, Tom, you go first.
I was just going to say, that's what it feels like to me. I mean, I've said it before, and I'll say it again now. If this wasn't announced and clearly a jump off from that one Robert Rodriguez episode of Mandalorian, I would have sworn this was a placeholder until they reconfigured Mandalorian Season 3, because they didn't know what the hell to do, because as per what Gina Carano said, her character had a major arc between Mando Season 3 leading into the Rangers of the Republic that was supposed to set up her own show, as we've learned through other reporting. So if that wasn't the case, I would be like, that's totally what this is. This is just a placeholder to get them to point A to B, because they don't have a Mando Season 3 ready. But it was announced way before that stuff, unless they clearly knew behind the scenes something that was going on that we didn't, which is always fucking possible. But I agree with what Andre said before, is what I'm hearing out of, these last two episodes that I haven't seen, what I've seen of the show so far, what we know of the episode that Robert Rodriguez directed. That's what it feels like. This was just a couple of rough story ideas that Favreau faxed over to Robert Rodriguez, said, here you go, make a show out of it for me. And it has been nothing but just meandering until now, because now they're getting to the part where they actually can get to the story, because this was basically a 2-hour movie script stretched out into 6 hours.
Was there not, I seem to remember something in the past year, either Rodriguez himself said something or Favreau, somebody said something. I don't think this was a rumor. I think this was somebody that would have been in the know, made a comment that, you know, the show started out basically they had 15 or 20 pages of a treatment or a rough outline, and it was basically left to flesh out. And
that was the episode I'm talking about, Valiant. That's the episode that Rodriguez directed.
Yep.
It was literally 17 pages of an outline, and they were and that's what I'm saying. They were so impressed with what he was able to do with that episode that's what spawned this whole idea.
Okay, that was the Mando season.
It was like
episode 5.
Yeah, 6 or 7 or 5 or
Boba
whatever.
came. Okay. I
the Boba Fett episode.
That.
Yes.
Yeah. So you know how to solve Boba Fett. In fact, everything with this Lucas, just have Bryce Dallas Howard direct all of it. She's incredible. She knows what the hell she's doing. Obviously, she got the gene and the training from her father. Because Tom, I do hope you will see this episode just for its own sake.
Oh, I think she's a great director, and I know a few things about her just from conversations I've had from people and the shit that she's had to go through in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
And even if she may be, you know, on that side of the aisle when it comes to certain things, she has been shat on quite a bit, and she has had to prove herself so much more than any other female director has. She has been put through the ringer when it comes to being an actress because of who her dad was. She has been put under, you know, just ungodly like weight clauses and shit all the time.
She had to learn to run in high heels.
Yeah, on top of everything
else.
That
Jurassic Park thing. Oh my goodness, I'll never forget.
And I mean, I've been told that she's been put through the ringer quite a bit in Hollywood, so I feel like she has earned every bit that she's gotten. You can nepotism this and that all you want, but from what I've heard, from the very fact of who her father is, she has been treated with that much more disrespect than respect in Hollywood, which says a lot about how they treat women in Hollywood. But hey, and we also have joining us, speaking of Hollywood, the one, the only Script Doctor.
Greetings.
Good day, everyone.
Hey, Script.
Apologize for my lateness, but I had to fix a space heater. So
I thought you were going to say spaceship for a minute, and I was like, yes.
No, I don't have a big enough space for that.
My mind went to Apollo 13 when their heater on the craft doesn't work, and they're gonna.
We're all getting ready for this big.
It felt kind of like that. I had to take it apart, you know, jerry rig another electrical cable to a motor.
Hey, Script Doctor, when you take meetings in Hollywood, do you insist people call you the science?
No, but I'm going to.
No, I am avoid that topic. I avoid.
Yeah, let's not go into that.
Yeah,
Andre,
that's one of those topics that means that we're going to have to initiate Plan B. So
but Andre, you were about to
there shall be no disrespect of the deity, the science, or his prophet, the Fauci. So yeah,
let's
say the name.
Hear what you had to say though, Andre, about the plan from Tim Scorpion's Super
the
Chat.
plan. Here's like the thing. It's actually really similar to the MCU, which is going through. Hopefully, their bad period is coming to an end. But what happened with the MCU is that there was a plan. There was a master plan beyond the Infinity Saga. It was called James Gunn. And then Alan Horn, in his wisdom, fired James Gunn on a sudden. Of course, it wasn't completely without reason, but in so doing, he destroyed the plan. The plan, that master plan, could no longer be executed because it relied so heavily on one James Gunn to do the entire cosmic side of the MCU, which is what Phase 4 mostly would have been. Without James Gunn, they had to scramble to come up with something else to replace the plan. Similar with Star Wars here. There was a plan. There was a master plan. It probably would have been excellent. But one of the load-bearing pillars of that plan was Gina Carano's Cara Dune. She wasn't just a side character. She was a load-bearing pillar. That's what she was.
Yes.
She was a vital part of that plan. The whole plan that Jon Favreau had set up going forward relied as much on Gina Carano's continued presence as some very specific few other sequences. When she was fired, that set back and caused the entire master plan to have to be reworked.
And that's where I'm not so sure
that's
they
what
didn't.
we're seeing here.
Yeah, and that's where I'm not so sure they didn't know that was kind of something on the horizon when they decided to go this route with the Boba Fett show. Like, I'm not convinced, even though it was announced before all that business. She and everybody else didn't know about it till then, but that doesn't mean that Favreau and everybody else on the other side of that aisle didn't. Right.
Well, I'm sure some people who could read the tea leaves could sense that Miss Kennedy
yeah.
didn't like her. And it's never a good position when the studio doesn't like someone. You know, if you're somebody who's a studio executive whose whole job is political machination, oh, the boss doesn't like her, she ain't going to survive.
Yeah.
You know, the others may not figure that out, but let's start planning around that possibility.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Speaking of, I just want to bring up this super chat that just came because it's so relevant to the topic.
Sure.
This was obviously written as I was saying what I just did. Dash Attack 999 says, not to retread, but I'm still pondering how they can close or explain Cara Dune's absence. Mando went to her twice for help. These holes need to be plugged as respectful as possible. Here's like the thing. You can't plug the holes. You have to disregard the plan where she was, and you have to come up with a new plan.
They've already got that kind of address, though.
Yeah, you have to.
She's the marshal of that world with Carl Weathers. Like, that's it. Like, we don't see Carl Weathers again. We don't see Gina Carano again. We know where they are. They're on, I guess, Navarro, if the member of the planet.
Yep.
That's where they are. That's where she's the marshal. That's where she's, the sheriff of the city. You leave it up to fan speculation that she's there, and you just never bring it up again because Mando.
That's how
on
you
his
do
own.
it in practice. But then you're still left with the problem with all the other stuff you had planned for the next 5-10
No,
years.
you're right, but
relied on her
Script brings
leaving
up a
that
great
place.
point. It's just like the whole Dinklage thing that's going down right now. Script just pointed out the facts here, and the KK and anybody else who tried to make this decision didn't take into consideration. They just took two minorities out of the show now, because now you just killed Carl Weathers' storyline without having to reintroduce him somehow in some other way, because the chances of him coming back now just went down to zilch to none. Because like Script said, yeah, you did leave that character on a note where, yeah, you could just leave them in that place and they're doing their thing in our head canon forever. But unfortunately, you're left with Carl Weathers there too. So you basically ended up getting him kicked off the show in the process of this.
Well, from my own experience,
I'm not saying they won't bring him back. They'll find a way. But
they'll find a way to bring him back. But from my experience, when people like a certain head of a studio behave in this fashion, they consciously don't think any of this stuff out. They're just showing their power. Subconsciously, get rid of the black guy. I don't care. I mean, that's been my experience of the sort of subtle racism Hollywood.
Yeah, I don't think
that was like two birds with one stone.
Thinks twice about that. I mean,
well,
for anyone that thinks otherwise, just look at the treatment of Finn.
Yeah. Well, and so those who don't know what's going on with Peter Dinklage, the short version, no pun intended, is that
you had to do it.
I had to do it.
You should have said the brief version.
The abridged version. Oh well, whatever.
No. In short, is that Peter Dinklage went out and just went after Disney for they're going to be doing a new live action version of Snow White, and he of course had to put his 2 cents in about the dwarves in Snow White, and he said, well, you've got dwarves living in caves. That's bass backwards. Need I remind him, they didn't live in a cave. They worked in a mine, lived in a house where they had slave labor from a white bitch. But anyway, moving on.
Have you guys ever seen his scene in that Steve Buscemi movie, Living in Oblivion, where he basically goes off about like how Hollywood uses midgets? Like it just reminded me of that, where like he just has this rant about like how his kind is misrepresented in Hollywood.
I seen that movie. I'm trying to remember. It's been like so long since
he's the one who carries the apple around. In the
okay.
Sequence.
It's been so long since I've seen it though. I kind of vaguely remember. But anyway,
it's like, you want it weird? Put a dwarf in it.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes. And then anyway, but no, like the point is though, he goes out and virtue signals and makes this big stink. So now Disney says, oh, we're not going to be using dwarves this time. They're going to be magical creatures. So now a whole bunch of, little people actors are going out there. Good job, fuck face. You just cost 7 people a fucking job.
Well, they don't usually cast actual dwarves as the dwarves.
I know, but
what they did in the Wizard of Oz, Wizard of Oz had a plethora of
Willy Wonka.
Yeah, but if you look at like the what do you call it, the Snow White and the Huntsman, when they cast the 7 dwarves in that one, it was just like regular people that they shrunk down Lord of the Rings style to make them look like dwarves. So.
Well, then the correct response would have been, you know, where Tom is indicating, we're trying to give employment to people of this community, and we're going to treat them as heroes and adventurers and all that stuff. But you know, again, the gut reaction to executives always isn't. Again, they don't think it out. The gut reaction is, how do I not get fired for this PR disaster? Let me put out a press release and let's change the plan, right? I'll keep my job in place, because they're all thinking about. So we got a dynamic here of 2 things. One is you've got actors who are, as social media culture continues to devolve into madness, you've got actors who are desperate for attention. Good actors like Peter Dinklage doesn't need this kind of garbage, but he wants to get attention like everybody else, because you're all competing for space in the Twitter world. So I'm going to put out my outrage of the day, right? And then you've got on the other end of it, the other pole of it, is you've got executives who are only thinking about, how do I not get fired, not in any sense of what's creatively right or what is morally right or what. And so you have these 2 extreme poles of people that are purely selfish and self-oriented in how they're reacting to things.
And on top of that, you can tell how stupid they are, because you could easily manipulate that diversity and inclusion thing to say, no, we need a movie with 7 dwarves. They're completely unrepresented. We don't even have anything of like any other stories right now that could definitely draw an audience, that could expose these talented people that are not getting the work they deserve, than this one. We need to do this type of film. And then you completely throw Dinklage under the bus, which wouldn't be a difficult thing to do. And then, sorry.
Well,
and then on top of that, you
WWE
elevate the fantasy of the story. Be like, yeah, it's all about how, you know, group of people can come and work together and thwart, you know, the evil that is the witch that, you know, cast out this innocent child who just wants to, you know, do her own thing. And like, you know, you got this ego playing. Like, there's so many cool, interesting ways that you could actually manipulate the very narrative to bolster staying true to the story. And the fact that no exec could shows that, number 1, they don't care. Number 2, they're not intelligent. Number 3, they're living in fear, like absolute fear.
Yeah.
Well, the wrestler, I can't remember his name, I apologize offhand, but of short stature came out and said basically what you did, script in so many words, basically, like, you know, like there is underrepresentation, no pun intended. And he was saying that, like, now you just cost a bunch of people their jobs, Peter. And there was a few people saying the same kind of thing, though it went completely under the radar, and this time no pun intended, and nobody said anything about it. And I feel bad for not even saying anything about it, because I just didn't give a shit when it came out, like most people. But everybody noticed in the little community that, oh, there's a new Willow show and you just introduced the new cast. Funny, there's not one little person in the new cast.
Yeah. You know, and you know, the tragedy of Dinklage is that, you know, he lucked out that there happened to be a little person in Game of Thrones structured central to the story of the books, right? And that's what really brought him. Yes, he'd done other stuff, some movies, yes, but that was really what brought him to global consciousness as a great, and he's a great actor, right? And it brought him there. I mean, from the pilot, I was like, this guy's incredible. He's eating up the pilot. I just want to watch him, right? But again, he got, you know, he could have protested and said, this is why did George R.R. Martin create this stereotypical, he's a bastard, you know, he doesn't, you know, he's self-hating, he's just getting drunk and late all the time. Yeah. And instead he's like, I need the work, I'll do it. And he sold it and became a global actor as a result. This is very human. Once I got what I need, I threw everybody else under the bus. It's a very human thing.
Well, this is something that everyone is saying about the article that John Leguizamo just came out with.
Oh yeah.
Where he's kind of has a similar, you know, point of view from that. And for John Leguizamo, who's had a ton of work over the past 20, 30 years, a very successful career, but a very similar sounding comments.
Yeah, for those who don't know the comment, the article, he was saying that he often avoided going into the sun so that his skin would not get darker, that he might not get cast. I'm like, well, I'm sorry to hear you did that, John. You have a better career than I think we could have Paulie from Latinos Land. You have a really good career. And a lot of Latino actors wish to have your career of any shade of skin. And so maybe you're not the best spokesman for this kind of thing. And that's what often happening is a lot of people feel this need to virtue signal when they have this insecurity that they've made it, right? That may be what's happening with Dinklage as well.
It kind of reminds me of the Kelly Marie Tran thing. When she was basically saying it was the industry that made me feel like I was ugly and that I wasn't good enough and all these things. And they tried to twist it on the fans. It almost sounds like, you know, even though, I mean, I know of the interview, Holly sent it to me. I haven't got a chance to really go through it. I saw the sound bite from it or whatever, or read the clip, the bite from it where he said, you know, I had avoided the sun and all this stuff. And I'm just sitting here thinking, okay, so are you saying that Hollywood is racist? Or who are you trying to turn this around on? Because traditionally, he's been somebody who's been on the side of the wokey wokes, right? So are you now finally calling out the virtue signaling people?
No, Tom, because another part of that article was, I think, even more fascinating than what he was saying about staying out of the sun. And that part was apparently to appease, or what he felt like he needed to appease, the Hollywood crowd to get work. But a couple of paragraphs later in the same interview, he made a comment that he lamented, I think, discussing his politics publicly on Twitter or wherever it may have been. Or I'm sorry, yeah, Paulie, not an article, it's a video interview. I saw an article about the video interview, I guess is what I should say. Thank you, Paulie. But what he said was, he, you know, as soon as he started doing that, he lost half of his fans or half his audience.
Oh, gee, imagine that.
Yeah, well, I mean, go figure. I mean, you're an entertainer, you're a public figure, you know, that's subjects of politics and religion are technically and sometimes divisive issues with it. Just stay out of it. You know, it's
he has put his foot in his mouth the last few months.
And he played Toulouse-Lautrec in Moulin Rouge.
And he was great in that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he was somebody I used to respect greatly, and I thought was a great actor. I didn't like everything he was in, but you know, as far as a comedian and a chameleon goes, I mean, he's done all kinds of stuff. And like you guys said, he's been one of the hardest working actors in Hollywood. He's been in tons and tons of shit, right? I mean, he even played Luigi.
Yes.
It's just, again, I always say, just the only way to survive this as fans, as viewers, is you got to separate the art from the artist. He's always going to be a great artist. He's just another guy talking his mouth off, and I just like, okay, you got to say what you got to say. Dinklage, I'm going to keep watching him. I just separate the. Otherwise, I can't. Otherwise,
you have to
draw my TV. Yes. There's nothing to watch here because they're all crazy, right? And so it's like I had this argument when Gal Gadot was being. People tried to cancel her in my community, in the Muslim community, when she was announced as Wonder Woman. Some people felt, well, she had been a soldier in the IDF, and you know, she killed Muslims. I don't know if she ever fired a shot, but she was, like everyone else, drafted in that country, and so she did it. And you know, I came out defended her. I even did a thing for the BBC where I defended her. My own community didn't like it. I was like, guys, here's a little shock to you. Everyone in Hollywood is pro-Israel. Do you think anyone care about Palestine? They don't care crap about it. So if that's your issue, you better throw your TV out. None of them are on board with the things that we care about as Muslims. So you just have to enjoy the art for what it is.
You know what I saw? A bunch of people who were addicted to hashtags. But anyway, Corsair Raven says Star Wars isn't dead. It's going through a rough patch. I'd like to believe that, Corsair, but I'm not as optimistic as some people are. But we'll see how things go on the horizon here. We never know. Maybe Favreau is going to be the creative consultant for Disney going forward, and if that is the case,
going to take a desk job.
But we'll see.
Favreau spent his years being on the ground floor, loving to create. I don't see him being told, "Okay, you're going to take a desk job now," because if he's in that position, he can't direct, he can't write, he can only delegate. He
also did the voice for one of the characters in the episodes.
He's the Vizsla Mandalorian.
Mm-hmm.
That's him.
It's all about whether it is a desk job. We don't know.
Yeah.
If it is, come on in and hear creative ideas. Well, that's what he does. He's a creative juice guy. Well, okay, that's interesting. If it's look through these papers, I don't think he's going to do that, right? You know.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to do that either.
Yeah, but
I don't think he'll do anything that'll. Exactly. Yeah, I don't think he'll do anything that'll take him away from being able to write and direct. That's the other part too. And when you hear these types of titles being thrown around, and even if there are invented jobs, usually that goes into the thing of like, yeah, you're not going to, if you're going to be going on set, you're going to be watching other people do the stuff that you're great at. and I don't think Favreau would be that way. I think
he's never going to be Admiral Kirk. He's never going to be Admiral Kirk behind the desk, right?
But he might make a cameo as he's continued, like just what he did in No Way Home.
Yep.
Oh yeah, like I mean, he's a producer on that. He loves to do that type of stuff. But if he says like, listen, you want me as a creative guy? Let me do my shows, and whoever's pitching, I will give you the yes or no if that works with what I'm doing, and then I'm going back because I can see him doing that.
And he's good in the story.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
again, if it's we know from Chapek's memo that he's planning monthly meetings, or at least the studio heads have to pitch somebody. And if he's sitting in as a meeting with creative equals with 5 years, people say, "What you got for Marvel?" Hey, that's a really interesting, man. Here's a thought. Okay, I got to go do my filming. I think he can do that, and I think that's
me too.
exactly what Chapek.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know Cameron and I, we had this discussion on my channel. We did a video talking about this, and just for everybody's, out there listening or watching right now, just to make the distinction, understand that having a role like that does not necessarily mean that's not any, he's not an employee. He's never been an employee of Lucasfilm, so far as we know, or of Disney, right? He's a contracted labor. He's the kind of guy, if you go out and hey, I'm going to build a house. Well, you're going to go hire a general contractor and an architect and all this to build your house. And I mean, they're not employees of yours. They're contracted labor. So, I mean, and that's kind of the role he fits well. I don't think he wants a desk job. And something like this that we've heard that, he could be coming into a creative advisory role, that would be somebody that Alan Bergman and Bob Chapek would, contract him directly to be their eyes and ears in that meeting. They'll, of course, be there as well, especially Bergman. But to have somebody independent of the other 6 or 7, whatever it is, Disney studio heads, to basically be a sounding board for Chapek and Bergman to, hey, were these good ideas? What do you think is work? This is what they're pitching. What do you think? And this is the role that John Lasseter basically had when he.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. Yeah. Well, and here's the thing I think people are forgetting about Favreau. Yes, he's a movie maker, and yes, but he has a lot of different passions. He's a very passionate guy. He not only loves filmmaking, but he loves cooking. He loves writing. He started in independent. He loves to act. So like he's somebody
pretending
who
like he
can
didn't
do a
know
lot
Tom
of things.
Holland at the end. He was great.
He's a good cook.
Yeah, he's a chef. But let's remember, this guy helped shape the Marvel universe.
Yep.
This guy made 2 or 3 of the biggest movies that Disney has had in the last few years. This guy basically, in a lot of people's eyes, brought Star Wars back from the edge of death, right? With The Mandalorian, no matter how you want to cut it. So I can't say that this guy's boat hasn't come in. So who's to say that behind the scenes, the situation went down where he was like, fuck this, I'm out of here. Maybe he did take a stand on Gina, but people are like, wait, just chill. We're going to give you this, whatever it is, whether it's a made up title or whatever you were saying, script, just so he can have a little bit more power and sway. So nothing like that ever happens again. Because that's what I have a feeling of how this whole thing kind of happened. And it was made very public that it did not go above Lucasfilm when this decision was made. And I can't help but feel like that quote wasn't put out there for any other reason than to say that, much like the James Gunn situation, had more people been involved or alerted to what the fuck was going on, things wouldn't have probably went down that way. And
when I first started getting traction on this channel is in last February, when all the Gina Carano stuff started happening, and I was suggesting, from what we understood, that it hadn't gone above, that it certainly makes Bob Chapek look bad, and that if he's going to want to retain his power and come out of Iger Shadow, he's going to have to start acting, and this may all be part of that acting, and which I think brings us to this super chat. I think we're going to have some different opinions to answer this, but I think it's a really interesting super chat to discuss.
Before we get there, I just point out that John Lasseter would probably be the worst type of analogy for it, because John Lasseter doesn't write, he doesn't direct, he doesn't act. He was just the guy that managed to organize things. So I would probably say that's a bad analogy for this new position, if that's what it is, because that.
Well, Lasseter had a lot of creative input. Like
creative input is way different than a guy wanting to actually be on set saying, "Cut, let's go in here, let's do something." And what Favreau does is way different than just creative input.
Well, I mean, in terms of animation, Lasseter was, he was very hands-on with like the overall construction of the story and all that stuff. So,
he sat in on those on the diner meetings. Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
So he was instrumental in making Pixar what it was, basically.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, script real quick. All I meant to say was just to compare the corporate role position. I don't, as far as the specifics of what Lasseter was doing, whether he was on set or not, compared to Favreau, no, you're probably right. I mean, but just from the standpoint of that corporate position, what he was brought in, that title that he had as creative advisor to the CEOs and the chairman of Walt Disney Studios, that title, I think, is what they're trying to confer to Favreau.
Yeah, I would say that's more of a Tom Mankiewicz type of thing, which was invented for him in '79 when he rewrote Mario Puzo's Superman the movie script. They couldn't give him the screenwriting credit, but he did write it. So they're like, well, let's give you the creative consultant credit. And then that basically allows you to still be a creative, you still have input, but you're still actually on the ground floor doing stuff. And if that's, I think that would be a better analogy if that fits in line with what the pattern we've seen Jon Favreau exhibit for the last 3 decades. Like it's basically you got your stuff, but you still don't lose your autonomy to actually build and create on the ground level, because that's what he loves to do.
Almost every time we see shots or photographs or video of Favreau, he's on the set. He's literally physically on the set somewhere.
He hasn't been for Boba, and that's what I find interesting.
Which leads
he had to go shoot this episode. That just aired with Bryce Dallas Howard.
Maybe the last 3
until now.
He still had to write this episode. Actually had to. It couldn't just be given to the staff writer. He's like, oh look.
And this isn't just like a rumor or nothing. No, like script, like the one actor said, like, and then
Tamara Morrison. He flew to Atlanta.
Yeah. So C-Man says here, is it possible that there is still a story group and Kennedy influence in the first 3 Book of Boba Fett? Then around episode 4 or 5 is when the influence ended. Now, I don't know if that's like necessarily the case per se.
Yes and no.
That's what I was kind of getting at before, though, was like it's clear that we now have a timeline, and I think Andre put it together very succinctly in the video this morning that now we know, and I believe it because we actually have evidence to back it up. As circumstantial as some of it is, but it's still there with the blood and bone situation that she got distracted by this. She was off going to do this thing. And that's when Favreau had complete autonomy, basically, to do whatever the hell he wanted over here on Mandalorian. Then as soon as the Luke Skywalker moment happened, that is when she shifted all of her focus back over to Star Wars, and blood and bone languished. So that right there tells me a lot. And now all of a sudden, and in that time period, that's when the whole Gina Carano thing happened. That's now where we're seeing the results of this situation here. We saw the Rogue Squadron movie problems coming about, and we're hearing all whatever happened between there. We've heard different conflicting things with what's going on with that situation. She may not necessarily be directly involved in that, but it feels like there's something going on that with the story group they were having butting heads with. So something's going on there, and that's what makes me wonder is, if that's where Favreau is getting more of a job where he's just supposed to kind of wrangle all these fucking cats and get this shit together and basically kind of do what we had reported, what was it, almost a year and a half ago now, Andre, do for Lucasfilm and the Star Wars films what MCU had, and that was build up this whole kind of universe around these shows and these things. Like, and they even reported that, like, Kathleen Kennedy even said something to those lines, like she wanted this to be like the Marvel universe, right? So like that's where I think they're trying to go with this, but I believe that it's right that the monkey wrench got thrown into the mix when KK's attention came back over. That's when Gina Carano got booted. That's when all of a sudden all of this turns into back to like the way things were before, it seems like.
Well,
so
I
do
would
you
say
think
that
the differences are, I'm sorry, Script, do you think that the difference is extremely deliberate on purpose? Is there a reason?
I think it's accidental in this case, at least for Boba Fett, because everything about the Book of Boba Fett screams like it's a rushed production. Like they had a plan originally, something got thrown in there that they couldn't do it. So that's like, okay, we'll push this up into a schedule because we have the cast and we have outlines for the script, so let's rush through it. However, to answer the C-Man super chat, yes and no, in the sense that there is a story group writer who's been with the company for 10 years named Carrie Beck. She is on staff. She is part of a Book of Boba Fett and The Mandalorian, and she's still there, and she hasn't gone anywhere. The only time she has, like, doesn't matter what happens for the rest of the season. She's already done her job. The stories are done. The most recent episode of The Mandalorian does not conflict with anything that it is to the agenda of the story group at Lucasfilm. It's its own like independent thing, and it was still pretty entertaining, I felt, because it doesn't step on anything. It doesn't balk at anything that the story group has done before. So there's no reason for her when she would see that script to be like, oh yeah, we got to change this or make the kids like on chrome speeders or something of that nature, which I can't say she did or didn't do. I could just say that she's there. She's part of the staff. She's credited on every episode. She is the person that coordinates, most likely does the coordination between Favreau, Filoni, Rodriguez, and Kathleen Kennedy.
She's the co-EP. I've been the co-EP. The co-EP is co-executive producer is the number 2 on the show.
Exactly. Yeah. Like she's very involved with this. And she's going to be till the end of the series, and I think she's going to be involved in anything else Favreau and Filoni do, so long as the story group exists. Because from what I have heard, people have no problem with working with her, and I mean, I've heard that she's a fairly delightful person, but again, she's doing her job.
Well, she's a political person. She's a go-between. She's a go-between, and I think she knows, she just goes where the wind is. And, if the go-between is between Kathleen Kennedy and some people like Pablo Hidalgo, she's going to present their points of view. If the go-between is between Jon Favreau and someone else, she'll probably surf those waves, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I want to throw my perspective before we jump on the next one. So I agree with Script. I agree with everything that Tom said. I'm more of a conspiracy theorist by nature, but because my own experience has been surviving conspiracies in my career. So I tend to lean personally more towards the yes end of the end. Like, Script said there's a yes and no to it. I'm personally leaning towards, I've said from the beginning, I've written about my Patreon that this seems like a disjointed thing. There's a lot of competing agendas here. I feel that the unified vision, yes, it was an episode of The Mandalorian, but there was a unified, really good vision and probably some of the best quality visual stuff we've seen on Disney Plus, period, in this episode. It feels like there was a sudden shift of the balance. It just feels like Jon Favreau said, all right, I'm flying back from Atlanta. I'm going to come in. I don't like the dailies. All right, you fix it in editing, but I'm going to deal with the rest of this now. It feels like the balance has shifted. And I would suggest that this was also probably happening in the same time frame of the political battles that certainly I have theorized have been happening, and that seem to coincide with when the Atlantic suddenly out of nowhere announced that Jon Favreau was the savior of Star Wars, what I felt was part of Bob Chapek's political wrangling of the media on his behalf. And it feels like that would have been about the time when the second half of Boba Fett was being written, or at least going into pre-production. And so it feels like the power changed at that moment. That's just what my conspiracy theory.
I agree with you, Cameron. I think it happened around like April, May, and June. That quarter is when this was happening. This felt very much like it was a Mandalorian episode that was going to bridge Book of Boba Fett with season 3 of The Mandalorian. And I think that's why it was so much more well crafted. But I remember when Book of Boba Fett was announced, it was said to be 6 episodes, and now it's 7. And I'm like thinking, okay, you know what they did? They decided to go back, shoot this one, insert it into this series just so that we could have that, remember that The Mandalorian is coming type of thing, and bridge those all together. Because I think what the speculative plan would have been is a year takeoff, and then they would have had an overlap between Book of Boba Fett and The Mandalorian during a release date, so that they'd all come together and kind of like what Warner Brothers and CW did with their crossovers for like Infinite Crisis and stuff with their other shows. I think that's what they were initially targeting for, based on the structure of what we've been seeing so far with this show. And because they didn't get that, because of all the hoopla that happened last year, they're like, well, they do what I do, like as a script doctor. Well, we got these elements. How do we thread them together so it makes it, work? And this is that they came up with.
Well, Script, I think this was probably before you got here, and I'm curious to get your opinion on this, because one of the things that it just struck me as a gut reaction when I watched the show, I said, look, I got to wonder if Favreau wasn't looking at this from the standpoint of, I mean, obviously the production value, everything that we saw in this week's episode looks so strikingly different to me, just from top to bottom. And I'm wondering, is it possible that he said, okay, look, I'm going to concentrate on these last couple of 2 or 3 finale episodes to really get a big bang at the end of this, like we audiences seem to expect now. And I'm going to let Robert Rodriguez and this other unit go ahead and get me there in the first 4 episodes, give them an outline, let them flesh it out. Because it's like we've said, when Tamora had his comments and Favreau was obviously not even on set, he's elsewhere. What do you think? Is that possible?
It feels like it fits the facts, right? Of what we're seeing.
It feels like it fits the facts. I mean, I have heard that actually Favreau was present for a bunch of stuff for the first third of production. And then I know he left for Atlanta to work on this episode, and then he came back. But again, I don't know what the delegation is. Favreau,
and maybe the last 2. That's what I'm saying is that I would hate to see a huge fall off in terms of the pacing and the excitement and the energy that we got this week, and then have it go back to more like we've had in the first 4 episodes. I kind of got to wonder that, he's, if he didn't just take the end of this show and run this himself, because IMDb obviously it notoriously is going to put out, especially with Lucasfilm projects, misinformation. I mean, originally it had Bryce Dallas Howard listed as the director for the 3rd episode and then the 4th episode. And of course, as these episodes come out, we see reality. Well, finally, we saw her actual episode in the 5th episode. Makes me wonder if she's not going to be one. You know, we're going to find out next week and the week after that she did 2 more.
I mean, I feel like they may give Rodriguez the final one just out of respect for him being whatever, I guess, the guy they put. But a part of it is also there's a lot of credit shadiness going on here. It just feels like a lot of these episodes, scenes were shot by other directors and they're all recut in this weird way. It just feels like it's an editing thing. And so I'm not exactly clear how much of Rodriguez is in Rodriguez's credit episode. It's hard
I
to
can't
say.
really blame him for this, right? Yeah, because it's a lot of it's in the writing. And
Yeah,
stuff
and
like
the
that.
editing and how they put it. There's weird moments where the episode end in the first 3, which is like, you're going to end it here. It feels like halfway through the story. So, I did want to address this
Yes.
super chat here, which is part of what we're talking about, but more broader.
Which is funny because I actually got a reaction from Gary J. Tunnicliffe on Ghostbusters Afterlife. For those who watched the show the other day when he was on, he had said he was going to watch it, and he gave us his reaction, and it actually goes well with this super chat. Kung Fu Hot Dog sends in £5 and says, "Hail panel and Cameron. Even if Hollywood resets itself in the future and we get the entertainment we deserve, we can't trust anything anymore. Yes or no?"
I mean, look, they've broken our hearts for the last 5 years because they went down to a very extreme place. We've had political moments in Hollywood. We've had moments of bad storytelling in Hollywood. It felt like the industry lost its mind. You know, whether our friend Doomcock's, rumor report that, Susan Arnold actually accused her own people of having lost their minds is true or not, they certainly had lost their minds, and the industry is behaving in a way I had not seen it behave in my time, and I'm sure Script hadn't seen it behave in his time. And so it was very extreme. And when you go to extremes, there's a lot of damage that's and a lot of resentment that's built. Like we've talked about the resentment people have, people don't trust. If a director with good intentions puts out a meme, it will be perceived in the worst possible way because we've experienced the worst possible stuff. So I understand why people wouldn't trust it. I just suggest don't give up hope. I'm not saying trust, because it's like what was the old Soviet stuff, right? Ronald Reagan, trust but verify. I would suggest hope but verify. Let's keep our eyes. That's how I approach Book of Boba Fett. I've hoped that it's gonna be good. So I've been disappointed at times in it, and now suddenly I felt, at least for one episode, I felt my heart soaring like I was going back and watching some of Lucas's original stuff. And I haven't felt that in anything, even some of the best episodes of Mandalorian, maybe at the Luke Skywalker arrival. I felt that for a whole episode yesterday. I was blown away. So there will always be morons in this industry, and these weirdo Marxist types will always try to reinsert themselves. But I think the pendulum is beginning to swing, so have hope in that. Doesn't mean if you don't like something, be vocal. You don't like something, so that we keep the pendulum swinging in the right direction. And
Yeah.
Tom, you said there was a reaction from Gary on that.
Yeah, it's real short, so it's not like a long thing. But he goes, he just watched Ghostbusters Afterlife. Why, oh why, has this film not done better? Really enjoyed it and loudly cheered at a very important moment. And it's a great tribute to you-know-who. I don't want to spoil anything for anybody who may not have had a chance to see it yet. He says, I teared up. World's better than that last piece of shit. I have no doubt contaminated the box office for this movie.
He's probably not wrong.
Yeah,
So,
I
he
tear up
enjoyed
every
it quite a
time I
bit.
see that ending, man. I tear
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
It's
My-
well directed. Yeah.
My karate teacher hadn't gone to see it because he's like, well, he assumed it was part of the timeline in 2016. He hated that. I was like, no, it's not, and you should go back and go see it. A lot of people stayed away from it because of how they were burned, like the madness. And I think the madness began with that 2016 movie and Mr. Feig's reaction to the fans with that movie. You can make a bad movie, but he made it something we had never seen before. You are immoral if you don't like my movie. And then people ran with that for 5 years. I've
Yeah.
never seen that.
It's been doing well in staggered release. It's been doing very well as far as the online sales, and it comes out on video next week. So
Yep.
And I get
There you go,
mine
too.
pre-order. Should be coming in 2 weeks. I'm excited for that. And to build off of Cameron's thing, and this is something I learned in around 2007, 2008, when it comes to like filmmakers that you revere. Trust always has to be earned. There was a time going around after The Dark Knight where people were saying, "In Nolan we trust." And I said, "You're basically committing suicide, committing genocide against this director from ever making a great movie again. Because as soon as he starts getting that, he will believe it, and then he won't turn out the best stuff." And as a
Spielberg is an
fan,
example of that.
as a fan, if you are a fan and you love a director, love an actor, whatever, Never blindly like their stuff. Always be like, I hope it's great because that's what you want. But just try to divorce yourself a little bit from it, because the moment that they get wind that they can do no wrong, they will believe that, and then they will do great deals of wrong. And we're seeing that on social media sphere. We've seen that with the last 3 films of Christopher Nolan on varying degrees, of course. Like, the quality has been weird.
Yeah, the last one I was like 10 and I was like, what the hell's happening here?
Yeah. And I don't, and I think that's something, and that's why I'm like, people want to say, oh, let's like, throw all our chips in with Favreau. I'm like, I understand that passion and love, but if you want the best from Favreau, just like the stuff that he actually releases. Don't try to like it before he gets involved, because he's also going to be offended by that too. Because then
like it if it's good. I mean, I'm glad that people expressed their dissatisfaction with Boba Fett, because it got back to Favreau and the rest of those guys. Favreau doesn't want to disappoint the fans. He heard it. He probably knew they were going to be disappointed. That's why I think he reasserted himself, said we're going to have to fix his damn thing. That's what I think happened. But he's heard the feedback, and he doesn't want to hear that kind of feedback. So he's going to give you better stuff moving forward.
Well, let me say something on that point, because there's an important point to this Boba Fett show that I know is under the radar for a lot of folks, because they just don't work in the industry like I do. But understand that, Disney always wants to have something big happen before they have their quarterly meetings. Well, it's not an accident. We're talking about this was supposed to be 6 episodes. Now it's 7 episodes. We got this Mando thing stuck in. Will Favreau, be heavily involved in the last 2 episodes? That's yet to be seen. Will the pacing keep up? Disney needs this, because it's not an accident that show comes out at 2 a.m. on February 9th, the final episode, and at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time, 14 hours later, is the fiscal 2022 Disney stockholder report. They want to be coming off of because that is the big Disney Plus show right now. They want to get to that stockholder meeting that afternoon and having audiences all abuzz, like we were, probably not to the same level, obviously, but like when Skywalker showed up at the end of Mando season 2, because remember, this time last year, 24 to 48 hours, I think maybe less than 24 hours. I don't remember the date. I have to go back and look it up. But less than 24 hours or so before the stock meeting this time last year was when the Gina Carano thing dropped. Mm-hmm. And I mean, that they did not want to go into that meeting that day, because they knew what was going on the internet, and it was an oh shit moment. So this time they want to have this. They need to have this final episode of Boba Fett be a slam dunk, because that sets up a good, a good call. They can be excited about it. They can talk about how big and successful it was and how the internet's abuzz. That's the kind of stuff they want to do on those kind of calls, especially when they do the Q&As and the investors from places like Goldman Sachs. And they're going to be talking about Disney Plus mostly, but that's why, because that's the focus right now is streaming numbers. They need that show to be a banger.
Yeah. So I hope we can, after maybe answering this super chat, I just put it back in the private chat, because I think that leads us right into the major development that was announced this morning with regard to investor relations, which impacts that call that's coming up. So I put the article in the private chat. But if you want to,
we're going to do this chat because we actually have some MoTU news dropping, Andre.
Oh, okay.
Darren Hughes says, Kamran Pasha and all. Why are there so many producers, executive producers in the credits of movies today? Oh Lord, this is a long question to answer, but I'm gonna send it over to our good friends Cameron and Script mostly. In the past, it was usually 1 or 2. Take it away, gentlemen.
Script, why don't you answer that one? I can jump in because I think we both know what the answer is to that. So,
changes in the WGA.
It's also political. Yeah, it is changing the WGA because we're out beginning to see a lot of non-writing producers beginning to take control of shows.
Star Trek Discovery, for instance.
Yeah, and which is a lot of writers are realizing that the WGA may have led them to that disaster with they forced us to fire our agents for 2 years, during which non-writing producers said, "Okay, well, we'll run the show if if you guys don't have agents who can manage your careers, will take over," which is what happened. But there's also there's a lot of politics in trying to get anything made. So when you have a title like executive producer, certainly in feature films, it's usually the person that helped get the money made, right? And nowadays, to get anything sold in television, you got to have famous XYZ, this name, just to even try. I mean, you go into Netflix, you got to have the script. You got to have 3 famous people who are not going to be on the show, but their mojo might get Netflix to give you money, right? So you got all these people who are just there, whose name is there to help you get credibility to sell something, and then you got to give them a lot of money and a credit.
I can't even remember the exact movie, but somebody told me a story about one time they got an executive producer credit because somebody ended up making a phone call that put them in touch with somebody else. That's literally all they did.
Yeah, well,
And
the
then
executive
there's
producer or the
also-
producer credit is like collateral for your line of credit or your investment. So some writers, and I think it was, I think Aaron Sorkin was one of the founding guys that did this by accident. He managed to get a producer credit with The West Wing before this really became a thing, and then that kind of blew up because when he started shopping his other stuff around, they're like, oh well, he's a writer and he's a producer, so we'll give this a bit more attention because he seems to be doing two different jobs when he, in truth, he was only doing one, which is
I say a lot of that came
writer.
along with television too, didn't it?
Yeah.
But
television
is there
EPs are-
also a
run through
consideration for a title card when it comes to a producer?
There certainly is on television. I can speak to television, right? And to answer what Tom is saying, they're linked together. The question you're asking, which is television, definitely the executive producer title is held primarily by the showrunners who historically were writers, but now it's beginning to shift, especially in places like Lucasfilm, to directors and others are getting the showrunner status, right? Because of some of the position we've been without agents for a couple of years, but yes, the title card that you get when you see, for example, people see that Kathleen Kennedy is sharing a title card with Colin Wilson, who's essentially the line producer, the guy who does the physical production on the shows, right? That I've witnessed, I'll give you an example. I witnessed on a show that I've worked on where there was a major fight because one of there was a showrunner and the guy who sold the show. The guy who got the sole show and then hired the actual showrunner. The guy who sold the show was part of a company that had 3 people, but the other 2 didn't really get involved, and he wanted to have his own private card that says executive producer XYZ, right? And then, and they weren't going to give that to them. So then he demanded that the showrunner share that card with him. The showrunner said, no, I have in my contract negotiated my own card because it's quite, you see it, one person's name, it's respect. When you share it, it's sort of shared respect. And there was a lot of political wrangling over that I witnessed, and a lot of hurt feelings and resentment over this guy. And so eventually what this guy decided to do was, the executive producer got his own name on a card, and in order to mollify his partners, he put their card out first to make them feel like respect, they share it, and then I get my personal card. It's literally all these ego stuffs.
Yeah, I can't really further do anything to that. But yes, Cameron is also right with regards to how this kind of blew up when a bunch of writers were told by the WGA to fire their agents. And what really happened there is that there was a small pocket of agents, some of them highly reputable, that were positioning themselves to be the bosses of their clients, which was ethically wrong. And I was also in one of those parts too. I had a deal with Fremulon, working with Sony, and then they said no. And when I found out why, you find out, oh, my agent is making more money on this. And then on top of that, if this were to go, my agent would be someone I have to report to, which I'm like, that's wrong. So then I had to terminate them because they said that the way it was.
Which is the solution to the problem.
Yeah, which is what I did. And then 4 months later, the WGA says, oh, this is actually a thing happening more and more. We want everyone to do that. And I was like, well, what about the agents that aren't doing that? Ones that are pulling them. Yeah, like what about the ones putting the normal pack, like, the normal package where it's like, yeah, they're working with their client to make an actual package to sell this thing. And the agent gets that one extra time bonus on that, but it's not a repeated thing over the course of the project. And that just bugged the heck out of me. And yeah, that threw in a whole another spiel, but it did open a doorway for a lot of other people who just were producers are like, yeah, I can write, because everybody thinks writing is easy when it's actually one of the hardest things to do.
Yes.
And
it is. It's very difficult.
Yeah. And now we're in a weird quasi thing here, which also circumvented the ability for us getting new voices and injection of new talent into the industry, because when you have one agency or one union trying to, put up draw a line in the sand. That's what I was looking for. Draw a line in the sand with something. It can allow other people, such as like considered quote unquote scabs, like for instance Alex Kurtzman, that's how he got his career started, by not being part of the union and crossing the line and doing stuff when
gotta do what you gotta do, right? Yeah.
To make it in there. Now he's footholding this. We just come full circle again 20 years later, and now we're seeing the repercussions of that. So I mean, I'm not 100% pro union on a lot of things, but like there's some.
I've been vocally critical of the WGA. The WGA leadership knows that they don't like me. I've been very vocally critical. I didn't like the way they handled it.
I've been vocal with their showrunner. The showrunner classes that they do, and they pick these writers that have not done anything ever.
Yeah.
It's like you get into the WJ, it's like 3 weeks later, you go into the showrunner class. Like, whoa, they let them get footing on like a staff show first so that they understand before the it's just it's
again,
nuts
that's
what
all.
they're doing.
But
Yeah.
but
Now,
it's all
I will
politics.
ask
Go ahead.
about these guilds because it almost feels like
Mhm.
a lot of times you're trading off things like, you know, health insurance and other things
Mhm.
for them basically pandering to the studios. Am I wrong, or is that
well,
kind
you're right that they will often put aside important things like health and pension, which are shaky in a
Expenses.
lot of the guilds.
Yeah.
In order to win political things. It's not always the studios they're making deals with. It's often to
Right, okay.
powerful people within the guild itself, which
Gotcha.
I was very vocal that I felt that this movement to fire our agents was being pushed by small cadre of very powerful people. And I was very vocal that and this got me a lot of enemies because I was vocal about it on Twitter. And I actually had exchanges with the president of the guild who knew that I was doing it. He's like, he didn't like me out there vocally as a screenwriter saying it, which is that this was actually, in my view, a conspiracy by a certain group of writers to make sure that we knock out our agents for 2 years. Most people, especially minorities and young writers, would have their careers wiped out during those 2 years. They don't have representation. And then when it all settles down, who's left standing? The rich guys who already had the relationships. I said that publicly. I was attacked publicly by fellow writers who literally said, "You're making up crazy conspiracy theories, Kamran." And then this August, after we had settled this stupid thing after 2 years, everyone had their agents back, or that's the thing, everyone didn't have their agents back. When the agency issue was resolved, the Deadline did an article about how, surprise, young writers and minority writers weren't getting their agents back. And suddenly you had a club of rich old dudes who suddenly had all the agents. And because they were just focusing on, well, the industry's changed, we're just going to service these rich guys because they're making the money. And it put back a whole generation of writers. It's exactly what I predicted. And the audacity of the guild was the new president of the guild responded to an article saying, no one could have seen that coming. She said that in the article. We're so sorry that happened to so many people. It wasn't intentional. No one could have seen that coming. I was like, no one like Kamran Pasha who put that out on Twitter and got attacked by members of the board. When I said that's what's going to happen, 2 years later is exactly what happened. It's shocking.
No,
yes,
you're absolutely right. Because I was in that position because I terminated my agent before that happened because I did something wrong. I was then in negotiations with another agent. And as soon as that WJ thing happens, like, well, we can't talk right now. I'll come back to you later. Kept on going through, looking at new managers, all that other stuff. And then to the point where it's like, I'm getting more work without them right now. So I'm going to stick to that because it pays my bills. Mm-hmm. But this is going to be a really difficult time for a lot of other people, especially some that I've mentored to have come up slowly in the industry. Like, they're not going to get their shot, and they should. And it's really bad. However, things are kind of switching gears now because some of them are expanding their rosters, which is nice because I've got a couple of meetings set up in February, which I'm hoping will be successful because that'd be great to have proper representation again. Mm-hmm. But there's no guarantee right now because, again, we're in this weird tumultuous time where certain people, even if they have talent, they might not be able to get that extra, support because there's still all these other politics going on saying, well, if I hire you and then they find out that I'm looking at 3 other people of various other backgrounds, whatnot, and I did not go with them, it's going to hurt my credibility in order to sell you as a writer to another production. It's like, wonderful. This is this is where we are right now. We're seriously.
Yeah. But and look, there's the identity stuff, and then going back to the earlier super chat, there's the power structure shift, which is about the directors and non-writing producers becoming executive producers and taking control. I actually last year walked away from a potentially big moment where a major director was coming on board one of my pet projects that I've been fighting for many years, and he then went off and rewrote my script. And it was pure garbage. And then the producer's like, oh, crap. Okay, why don't you go fix that? I was like, all right, why don't we just go back to my original script? They're like, no, we got to use what he did, and he's going to be the showrunner. I was like, nope, not going to happen. This guy, if he was a better writer than me, I'd say he's the showrunner. He's proven that he's not. I literally, and I had these long and passionate, the guy on the other phone was an Oscar nominee, and he's like, you got to make this work, man. We can't cut off this director. I said, we're going to cut me off because I literally walked away from my own project. And then that director was let go. And I had to I'm out. I'm not going to be showrun by this guy who's proven he can't do it, right? But but the very fact that he had the audacity to think he could was because of these power dynamics.
Well, speaking of power dynamics, you were You had an article here
Yeah,
you wanted me to share. Get us into this, Kamran. What's this all about now?
So it was just announced today that Disney has named a new head of investor relations, and her name is Alexia Quadrani. And what's interesting is she is a former, as in just left, JP Morgan. She's been an analyst of media and video games for JP Morgan, sort of their head analyst for entertainment and media for the last 14 years. And so Deadline talks about how she's coming in, and she's essentially going to be answering directly to the new well, not the new, but the CFO, Christine McCarthy of Disney, who I have suggested is a Bob Chapek ally, certainly someone who's well connected to the finance world. And here's someone coming right out of an investment bank to become the head of relationships. And Disney, the article in Deadline, what's interesting about it is it points out that her predecessor, who was Bob Iger protege, who's now leaving because she's taking his job, is a gentleman named Lowell Singer. And so as the article points out, Singer was heavily involved in Iger's decisions to massively use debt to start to buy Fox and other places. And it's interesting that Mr. Singer, who was the architect of Bob Iger's financial strategy during his regime, is being pushed out, and then this person directly from an investment bank is coming in to be the connection to race. Suggests that Ms. Arnold, who's coming from the finance world, she's a member of the Carlyle Group, which is one of the biggest private equity firms on the planet, has brought in somebody to mollify angry investors. We've seen the Disney stock has gone down the last several months. It's not met its targets for Disney Plus subscriptions. They're slowing down, and investors have lost millions of dollars on this. And I've suggested that is a factor in the politics of what's happening there with Bob Chapek and ultimately down to Lucasfilm and Marvel. And the fact that this woman who's just coming right out of an investment bank to do this job, means that she is the bridge from the investors directly into the company, and she's going to be prominent. I don't know I know Valiant had to step away. I hope he's still there because I'd love to get his comment on this.
I'm here. I'm back.
This is an important move. They could have. There's all kinds of people that could fill this slot. The head of equity research, essentially for the media world from JP Morgan. That says something.
Oh, this is brilliant, because who better to figure out the most effective way to pay all the bills that Bob Iger has racked up than an investment analysis, right?
And push out the guy that brought the bills in the first place, the guy that went on the credit card spree.
Exactly. It's just like that old adage you hear in politics. Like, one party spends the credit card, the other party comes in to pay for it. And, you end up hating the one that pays for it, but they make it so that, the company, quote unquote, doesn't die. So I think this is brilliant, actually, and kind of comical too.
Yeah, no, it is, and one of the things that I'll probably wind up doing a video on this, I'm sure, because I don't know, I saw this morning, and yeah, everything Kamran said is pretty much right there, because I know we've had discussions before about talk about contracts. We'll talk about Bob Chapek's contract. Well, of course, that started January of 2020. It runs through February of 2023. And short of, him blowing up the theme park sometime this year, I don't see any reason why Chapek is not going to get renewed. And I'll tell you why. I mean, Disney has only had 7 CEOs in its history, now approaching 100 years old. And they're not one to change horses in the middle of a race very easily. And part of the issue is they also understand that even though Chapek has been there 2 years at this point, it's very obvious now. We can see it plain as day that he really has not had the reins of power until just a few weeks ago. I mean, remember the articles that were out there, entitled Bob Iger's Long Goodbye. I mean, we've all done videos on them. It's that kind of thing that goes and ties hand in hand. Because again, what people need to understand is that the institutional investors, the JP Morgans, the Goldman Sachs, the Morgan Stanleys, the big dogs out there that run these, multi-trillion-dollar mutual funds that probably most people in our audience watching, at least the U.S. audience here, probably has money invested in some of their mutual funds inside their 401ks, their IRAs, or their savings accounts for retirement, things like that. So bringing in somebody like this lady who has a very long and storied career at JP Morgan. JP Morgan's the biggest kid on the block. So, of course, you're going to bring in somebody like this that already has very close relationships to all of these other large investment banks that have direct lines of communication to them, because at the end of the day, everything that Script just said, everything that Kamran just said is right on the money. This is about making sure that the investors understand as the fiscal year proceeds, and especially, what I think we're going to hear on this call next week when they do or 2 weeks from now, rather, when they do the investor meeting. They need to know, and I'm sure they already understand, that right now, it wasn't Bob Chapek that made the promise that Disney Plus was going to have 250 million subscribers by fiscal 2024 year end, which is September 30th, 2024 for everybody out there. Okay. Disney's fiscal year ends in September. That wasn't Chapek's promise, but Chapek is now saddled with the burden of having to try to meet that goal that he inherited. He also inherited, again, as we've said, all this debt when it came to, 88 billion dollars that Disney has spent under Bob Iger just in the last 12 years or so, since they were buying up Marvel and Pixar and Lucasfilm, and then of course the big acquisition was Fox. All of that, you've got to turn money on it, and obviously we've talked about it before. Marvel has made its money for sure,
and they ain't done jack shit with Fox, really.
No, and they're just getting started. And I found it interesting this year because I've talked about this. You look at the titles that Disney has released last year in 2021, the titles that they basically didn't put any P&A behind at all were the Fox titles they inherited that were already in production. They were part of that $4 billion purchase. Disney kind of looked at that and said, okay, look, it's a sunk cost. We don't want to invest heavily. We don't want to spend another several hundreds of millions of dollars, especially in 2021 when things were uncertain, marketing films that frankly they really didn't have any direct skin in the game on. Things like The Last Duel, which, and again, I don't know if these movies were good or bad.
Well, that one I think was a leftover from Fox. That's the thing.
Saying.
Almost everything
Exactly.
they've released
But
is
that's
all
what it
leftover.
means.
Nothing new.
That's what I'm saying, Tom, is that was leftover from, that was one of those inherited titles that they picked up from Fox. They just decided, look, we're going to put them in the theaters. We're going to see what happens, but we're not going to commit to massive P&A expenditures.
They're going to dump them because the producers at hand, they were of the opinion that, well, the corporation already paid for this, not our problem. Our problem is what's in front of us.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing that this hire is there to convey to the other major institutional investors, because those people, those institutional investors that run those mutual funds that own tens of millions of shares outstanding with Disney stock, they're the ones that have the clout of voting power that gets to decide who goes on Disney's board of directors, who the chairman of the board, now Susan Arnold, will be. So it was JP Morgan and Vanguard and Goldman Sachs and all these people. They're the ones who voted to put in Susan Arnold. They're the ones ultimately responsible for deciding Bob Chapek is the guy. Exactly. So now they're going to put in a liaison to these institutional investors that already has a deep professional relationship with them to solidify the positions of the board members and the guys like Chapek that were put into place.
Yeah. And this is great news for Chapek and for Susan Arnold. Only means more institutional power within Disney to them. It's potentially, I say potentially, good news to audiences, because what it means is that the agenda, when the creatives were fully compromised themselves, that is no longer quite the same concern, because that means that they're going back to a for-profit company. Now, that doesn't mean that all things agenda will be completely wiped out in a heartbeat. I mean, Lord knows, like the big corporations, they have their part in pushing this insanity to begin with. But it's not going to get any worse.
Lord knows they. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say they need to get their studios, or at least all of them, back into profitability. And then we talked about this, with they now have 6 or 7 studios under the belt with the addition of the Fox stuff. But you take the original, or at least the ones that Disney has now had for 10 years or so with Lucasfilm, Marvel, Pixar, and of course the original Disney animation studios. They need to get the money back. And like I said, it's happened with Marvel. They need to get Lucasfilm there. I think that's part of why we see some changes. They've got $6 or $7 billion wrapped up in Lucasfilm right now, and I can't see where that they've recouped that investment entirely yet. I mean, the take that they got from the box office on the films, you know, after you take out the theatrical revenue, rental agreements and sharing, you take out the P&A and the production, you factor in they've spent over $1 billion building out these 2 theme parks that they went all in on the sequel trilogy for after the Imagineers had come up with Tatooine and Hoth and Endor, and then all that got scrapped. And that's another thing that Bob Chapek can say, well, look, yeah, I was in charge of the parks at the time. We had all this laid out. And then Kathy went and talked to Bob Iger and said, no, let's not do that. And he got basically trumped by Iger's decision to go with what Kathy's vision was. We know this because, like, again, some of the Imagineers basically came out and said exactly that. And even Midnight's Edge had reported on that some time ago.
Exactly. We have.
So Chapek can basically at this point just say, look, I'm here. This is what I've inherited. I'm trying to turn this ship around. It's not going to happen in the next 12 months. It's going to take, you know, at least another 3 to 4 years. That's what I've been telling people. A ship this big does not turn on a dime. It's going to take a while. We're still going to see things that people are going to scratch their heads over for the next year or two that were greenlit and under the Iger regime, you know, things like that. And that's why, you know, again, everybody just has to be patient. Going back to one of those previous super chats, you know, can things get better? Yeah, they can. You have to be patient.
Well, I'll tell you what, they ain't gonna like headlines like this. Book of Boba Fett got its ass kicked by Cobra Kai.
That, yes, but that is, if I'm not mistaken, Tom, that's on the Nielsen numbers, and Nielsen has a different method. They're measuring minutes, and of course, Cobra Kai dumped all 10 episodes at one time to Boba Fett's single episode that they measured that week. Now that's I understand.
Yeah, but we did the fuzzy math, and then, like, we're looking at like round 2 to maybe 4 million people watching Book of Boba Fett in comparison to like 20s of millions of people.
Oh, no doubt. No,
Cobra
look,
Kai,
Cobra
yeah.
Kai whooped its butt. I'm just
Netflix,
saying
right?
that's not the end all be all metric just yet. So
No, I know, but like these kind of things are not going to make people happy over there when they're seeing that kind of shit,
Absolutely.
right?
And it's not surprising because people are not happy with the uneven quality of Book of Boba Fett. So that shouldn't shock anybody that the numbers, I think it had it been at the quality level we saw last night, you know, I think it would have been a consistently high performing show. And I hope the final episodes will remain at that level because I don't think they have the room to maneuver. And I said that on my Patreon. They don't have, it's like flying through Beggar's Canyon, right?
Yes.
One mistake, you're done. They're in Beggar's Canyon now. They can
They
only
can't
get
make
out
any
of
more
it.
mistakes.
The next 2 episodes have to be at that level of quality, right?
Yep.
Because we're not going to accept going back to, we're not going to accept it. Now that we saw that, we're not going to accept it.
they've got to get Disney Plus loaded up with the content that obviously they were delayed 18 months in producing. I mean, we know they're working on around 300 original properties for Disney Plus. That is the word that came out of Chapek's mouth at the last public investor meeting. Billions and tens of billions of dollars of allocated capital to be invested in that. And of course, a lot of those 300 original programmings that are going to be coming out over the next year or two are going to be in international markets that we won't see here in North America. They're some of them are regional based, but this is not the sports packages. This is not, the cricket stuff that they're going to probably wind up spending $1.5 billion to renew that contract pretty soon in India. This is just actual original Disney content, and that is what they need because that's what's going to drive the sub growth. But they lost 18 months to something that was obviously completely beyond their control.
But at the same time, in that 18 months, they had a captive audience. So, on this note, Mr. Tickle Trunk says to join Kamran's Patreon. Well, we're going to be losing Cameron here shortly. Do we have any super chats specifically for Kamran, Andre? That
I shall go
address?
and check. Meanwhile, for Kamran's Patreon, you of course want to go and down to the link in the description where you will find the link to Kamran's Patreon.
And we are two members away from 200.
Nice.
Which for a Patreon that's only been up for a few weeks, that's pretty good. And
Well, that's really good.
Yeah.
While
and
we're
what's
waiting. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Cameron. No.
What's happened now in that Patreon is we've created, it started off with me just putting my ideas and saying ruder things that I can publicly say, and I'm pretty rude publicly, but stuff that I would really get me in trouble. But started off with that. And now we've had this wonderful community where everyone is actually interacting and providing scoops and providing information. Like Disney insiders are on there saying, this is how we reacted to Bob Jacob. No, look, there's a Disney insider here. So join us because we're creating a community now of people talking about this stuff that's bigger than me sharing my opinions.
And while Andre's looking for a super chat for you, Johnny Jam Boogie, if I'm saying that correctly, I think I am, says they never should have killed off the Mandalorians in the sewers from season 1. Well, that was one problem there.
Well, they
What
were
about
going
the
back to the old
younglings?
legend. They were going back to the old legend where the Mandalorians were extinct prior before all the new EU stuff came around, and Boba Fett's armor was considered the rarest of the entire galaxy because they'd all been dead for
I remember that. Yeah.
decades.
That's right.
And I've got a question here. Peter Smigelski, he wonders for $5. Kamran, what did you think of the show Rami? Rami?
You know, I'll be honest.
Why?
Yes. Yeah, that's a comedy show with Rami Youssef, who's a Muslim comedian, and I, to be honest, I've actually never watched it. You have never watched it. It's partly because I predicted it coming, because I'd always said that the normalization of Muslims in television from beyond the terrorist role would be a comedic show, but partly I'm just kind of burned out with what Hollywood has been trying to do. Rami is actually, from all my friends who have watched it, has done a good job of actually trying to present what it's like to be a normal Muslim today in the 2020s, which isn't a fundamentalist, which is a dude trying to figure out how to manage girls and girlfriends and dating while his conservative parents want him to arrange marriage. That's actually pretty much our lives, right? And how do you figure that out, how to be a traditional Muslim in a very modern world that sometimes conflicts its values. So it's a fun show in that respect from everything I've heard. And it's not particularly woke. And so, yeah, I mean, but I've just, to be honest, it's just like, I spent 20 years being the loudmouth Muslim guy talking about this town that I'm so burned out that I'm just burned out of all that this town has done with it that I haven't watched it.
And then we have, let's see, I got a couple here real quick.
Yeah.
ActionCom. This isn't specifically addressed to you, Kamran, but since you're a writer and so is Script, why does the Predator franchise give religious people a psychic connection to the Predator? I had no idea.
I didn't realize that was the case. Is there?
I'm thinking they're kind of just playing into the whole, like, you know, predators have always been here, into the whole like Aztec thing, into the pyramid thing. And
I don't think that there's anything religious. I think that what ActionCom may be referring to is the Native American on the team, for instance, in the original Predator movie. Now, I don't think it so much was that he was like religious so much as it was. You can argue that maybe it's like a slightly Rossacist thing a little bit, but that since he's Native American, the writers and producers probably figured that this guy is just a little bit closer to nature, and he's going to notice that there's something not natural here.
He was definitely a play up on the old Western stereotype of that kind of character.
That's what I mean. But I think that it was more so that he was religious. Like, for instance, if you had someone who was a Catholic or something like that there, I don't think that any of them were any more psychically linked to the Predator than anything else. I certainly did not get that.
So that's more about the mysticism of the indigenous being connected to nature, right?
Yeah, which sounds to me like a cheap
cop out. I think.
Yeah, and they're trying to draw parallels, basically, right? Script, I think, is what you're going to. But
if they are, they're doing it very ignorantly.
Yeah, they're trying to.
Well, yeah, of course it is. It's all works.
Like, if you want to say, like, one guy comes from a background where his entire family like did hunting, and he's like, I recognize these tactics because, you know, hunting has a universal aspect to it of, like, you know, tracking your prey, surrounding them, then going for the pounce. That's different because that's not specific to any one culture. It's everybody has had to hunt in their background where they came from. That's how it is. We started as hunter gatherers before we became farmers and so forth. So there's nothing, you know, specific about that. But like, if you go from the religious angle or a spiritual angle, it's really just a cop out. It's like saying, okay, I'm going to do a Catholic movie, and then we're just going to talk about Catholic guilt for 45 minutes. Like, come on, man. There's more to it than that. You know, just.
Yeah. No, you're 100% right, and I think that's what it was. Is a poor attempt at trying to do that, and it just comes off as a little bit of a
but we have more. We have two more, and these were so much questions as they were reactions to Kamran. I'm not going to say defending, but certainly explaining that from like the people behind Batgirl's point of view, they may have been making a joke, but again, as you also pointed out, they're not interacting with the fans the way that you do. They don't necessarily see the way that their joke is going to be received.
Yeah, I think they would be surprised to hear some of this conversation. But
Yeah.
let's see the chat.
Felicity Poubelle said for $10, while I agree in practice with Kamran on giving content a chance, fans have many choices to spend money on, and they should be discriminating. Perhaps creators should take more care in fan interaction.
I agree with you. I agree with you. A part of it is also they don't know. I mean, the reason they keep behaving this way is that there's an absolute bubble right now. They have no idea what's happening because, to be honest, they look at YouTube with contempt. I'm going to be as straightforward as that, right? They look at it with contempt. They see it as the masses rising up and taking their rightful role as the spokespeople of the media. That's why a lot of my
Pablo
colleagues,
Hidalgo.
Yeah, so the pleb are revolting. That's how they see it.
That's how they see it, and that's why some of my colleagues are like, dude, you're doing YouTube. I mean, and they look down on it, right? Which is a big mistake. Right, because this is the voice of the fans, and now we're seeing. So that chat is fair to say, and like I said, everything I've heard about these guys is they're good, decent guys, and they are not anti-fan but they're in that bubble, right? I've also heard that the CAA, which is their agency, is pretty much guiding their career and telling them what to do, and they just don't want to lose this moment they're getting within the system. They're not thinking in terms of what the audience thought this was. I was pissing on them. No, I'm joking. Oh my God, they're not going to watch my movie. I think that's going to be the reaction.
Yeah, and then also on that similar note, Master Clockwork says for $5. No, actually, that was something else. But since I said Master Clockwork, he said Book of Boba Fett has been focusing too much on world building and not enough on character-driven story. Boba has little agency; shit just happens around him. Another one I was trying to get to was Matthew Sturgis, who said for $19.99. Sorry, Kamran, been pissed on and told it's raining far too often by Hollywood. I get a whiff of them not respecting the source material or the fans, and I'm out.
Well, I understand that. Like I said, I think with regard to respecting source material, I think we're also at a place where we're very sensitive. I mean, you and I talked on last time we were on with Tom on toxic femininity, that back in the 60s, there was no uproar that Eartha Kitt was playing, Catwoman, right? And so I think the idea of a Latina playing Batgirl and a redheaded Latina, right? I think at some point we also have to be discriminating internally about our outrage. I think when it's all like, well, I'm not going to watch it unless an Irish woman plays Latina. Aren't you plays Batgirl? Aren't you becoming the very thing that you're talking about, the race identity stuff, right? I mean, can we just look at the performance, right? Eartha Kitt, incredible performance. Halle Berry as Catwoman, not an incredible performance, right? For Oscar-winning actress, right? Can we look at the performance? And there's something that I said on my Patreon today because I quoted Nietzsche. I quoted Nietzsche today because someone was asking about what is the fandom becoming? And I quoted that famous line from Nietzsche that those who hunt monsters better be careful unless they become monsters themselves, because the longer you stare into the abyss stares into you. So in our anger, righteous anger towards Hollywood, let us not let the abyss take us so that we are unfair to people that deserve a shot. Once you see something you don't like it. I was fair to Boba Fett. I didn't like a lot of it. I now like a lot of it, at least where it's going. But I've always tried to be fair, right? And I would urge that of the audience. Don't become what you're talking about, because our adversary sees everything through identity and through ideology rather than talent. Let's get back to talent and let's judge that. That's just my point.
Yeah, it almost seems like because of these types of behaviors, people have been pretty much backed into a wall, and now they've got this knee-jerk reaction to anything that startles them from what they had before that they normally otherwise could see as trusting. Don't let them get to you that way. Just take a minute, process what it is. I'll go back to that Taika Waititi thing where he's like, I'll ruin your franchise in a minute, baby. People were taking that a weird thing because nobody says that line like it's something they're going to do. Whenever it's usually a response to a question of, hey, will you take out the trash? Yeah, I'll do it in a minute, baby. What are they really saying? I'm not going to do it at all. I'm just biding my time. That's what the actual origin of that phrase happens. But I saw a whole bunch of people on the internet trying to put that around like it's an intentional thing. It's like, that doesn't make sense, because nobody I know, and I know people in the industry, outside the industry, in completely different industries, nobody talks like that, saying that I'm going to do it in a minute, baby. and actually feel like they're going to commit to that specifically. It's usually just a buffer to be like, I don't want to do it. I'm not taking out the trash now. I'll do it later. And
well, I always took it as a bit more sarcastic, and I brought that one up earlier as a good
nobody talks
of...
that way in sarcasm, though.
No,
like
I know.
that.
Well,
except for Paul Feig and Ryan Johnson, who do believe that. They believe they're there to elevate the audiences with a new way of approaching story.
But they also use very more specifically directed words too. Like, don't use stuff that could be confused in cards. But you're absolutely right there, Cameron. Yes.
I should probably start heading out.
We do have a couple more here from the end. Waddle D's Nuts says, Cameron, what is Hollywood's view of Walt himself?
Oh, I'll tell you, because I worked at Disney. The people at Disney, the only phrase I kept hearing, the people at Disney, whenever Walt's name was brought up, he was an anti-Semite. That's
okay.
That's the only phrase I've ever heard. And
that's
so they view him with disrespect. They view him as somebody that started a company and that better people of better caliber took it over from him. That's how they see it.
The people that I know outside of Disney think, man, I want to work for Disney. That's how they pretty much phrase it. Like, and then when you get in, you hear that crap all the time.
Yeah, I mean, the people don't. I mean, look, Walt Disney was a hard businessman, and I'm sure he had certain prejudices of his time, right? But when I worked there, I never heard anyone praising his genius, because for all of that, he was a genius. Nietzsche was a genius. He was also a bad man in some respect. And, you have to be able to look at things as they are, right? And so he did found modern animated storytelling and modern family storytelling. But I never heard any sense of reverence or respect for Walt or his legacy at all when I worked there.
Yeah, it's the fans doing that, I would imagine.
Yeah. They saw him as an embarrassing old granddaddy to put away in the closet and not talk about anymore. That's how.
Did you have any more for Cameron, Andre?
No, I don't have any. I'll do one final check here, but I don't think. That
Otherwise, we had one from Troy Pacelli, who said, "This is the voice of the fans. I'm Kamran Pasha fan for life. Join his Patreon."
That's very sweet.
Thank you, Troy Pacelli.
And he's very active on the Patreon. He does a lot of interesting comments. So thank you, Troy.
Yeah. No, with that, I think we are caught up to where we were in my control here. So we should have everything.
So
thank you so much, Cameron, for your time.
Yeah, thank you. And one thing I'm doing with a friend of this channel, with our friend Paulie from Latino Slant, we're going to do a special at 4:00 Pacific time, which is 7 p.m. Eastern time. We're doing a special live stream where he's going to go over the top 10 Latina actresses of 2021. And of course, he's asked me to come on board because I love beautiful Latina women. So he felt like my energy would somehow bring something to that.
I will tell you what about that. Last time when I did that with him, we were talking about the actors of last year. And I think that was the episode where him and I posited that Xolo should play Blue Beetle, and we put that out in the ether, and it happened.
All right. Well, then I'm going to try to focus on creating something for these lovely actresses, because I'm just excited to be talking about them. So
positive energy.
Positive. Everyone, thank you.
Take care, Cameron.
And Matt, Kadish, great to see you here. I'm always wonderful. Dr. Tom, Valiant, you should call me. I'd love to get into your video if you want to talk about this economics of this thing. We should do that.
Yeah, definitely. I'll holler at you later on this afternoon. I'll send you a text.
All right, Andre, thank you as well for everything.
Take care.
God bless everyone. Everyone stay here. Hit the like button. There's a lot more conversation coming.
Yes, actually, we got some big news we're going to jump to here now before we lose anybody else. So take care, Cameron. We have breaking news, Andre.
We do indeed.
Because we only got script for a little bit longer, and I'm sure Matt's limited on time. And there's a couple things I wanted to talk about with Matt before he goes, and I don't know how much longer we got VR or anything left. So, with this, let's get into this news. This is some big news for Andre and I specifically.
Oh yeah,
we've got some movement on the new MoTU project. Now, some idiots are just finally coming to the realization that it's coming to Netflix, which we reported how long ago, Andre? Like
2-3 years ago.
I was going to say forever ago.
Yeah.
Well, it was always up in the air. Who is going to play He-Man? Because Ryan Centino, if I'm saying his right, Centinino, however you say his name, backed out of it or was no longer playing He-Man almost a year ago.
He was uninvited. Let's say
uninvited, and there has been like no real movement that we know of on the project.
Noah Centineo.
Centineo, thank you.
Yeah.
Now we have some movement, and that is a casting move. Masters of the Universe movie finds its He-Man in West Side Story star Kyle Allen.
Oh, that's an interesting choice.
There we go. The reported live-action feature film adaptation of Masters of the Universe has finally anointed its He-Man, rising star Kyle Allen. Producer Mattel Studios and Netflix announced that the West Side Story actor will take up the sword and skimpy costume of the 80s icon in film to be directed, and co-written by the Nee brothers. So they're still attached of the upcoming Sandra Bullock film Lost City and
it said it was co-written by them. It didn't say anything about directed by them, did it?
It is filmed to be directed and co-written by.
Yeah, right.
So I wonder if they're throwing out fucking Demonic Toy Boys script. In Masters of the Universe, Alan will play an orphan named Adam. We know all that business.
No, actually read it, because I think this is important.
Who discovers he is Prince destined to become the savior of a faraway land. He must quickly learn of his power and importance in saving his true home from an evil force.
That scares the shit out of me.
That's an interesting point. You're right.
That scares the shit out of me.
Masters of the Universe is an iconic property that shaped imaginations of an entire generation of kids with the message of becoming the best version of yourself. With our partners at Netflix, we look forward to showing audiences that anything can happen in Eternia. We are continuing to unlock this global franchise in new ways, and we can't wait to see Kyle battle it out with Skeletor in this epic live-action saga, said Robbie Brenner, head of Mattel Films and executive producer on the project. The Nees co-wrote the script with David Cullaham, Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings.
No, not David Callahan.
Yeah, your favorite. Brenner and I had to speak to son. Go back to Goyer.
I agree. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but please go back to Goyer. Goyer, I can't stand him, but he's our savior now.
Fuck it, just let Andre and I do this. God damn it,
please.
I'm waiting for you to say Kevin Smith's name at this point in this article.
Oh fuck! Don't even put that in there.
I can tell you. See, now that I know this, I can tell you exactly what the story is.
Adam has grown up. Go for it.
Adam has grown up. He's being taken care of by someone else. His parents, the king and queen, have been put in chains somewhere in a dungeon for like the past 15 years. And then Adam finds the sword through the sorceress. And Skeletor kind of rules all over Eternia, but not really.
Like, we're stealing She-Ra's story.
Script, you have forgotten one major detail in here. You forgot a major detail.
Oh.
This Adam, he's on Earth.
Yes.
He's on Earth.
He's an orphan on
Earth.
Earth.
He's an orphan on Earth to come to learn that he is the prince of far away land. And then he'll be whisked away to the magical kingdom of Eternia.
Oh, fuck this noise.
But
I don't want this
starts out on Earth. They're saying it.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is.
God, fuck you, people.
And Courtney Cox is his
I'm
mom.
Leaving. See you guys.
Courtney Cox is his adoptive mom.
Because seriously, this is the 1987 movie all over again. I mean, this is a remake of that movie. Overseen by, I'm sure the name doesn't say here, but I freaking assure you, Ted Biaselli is behind this at Netflix.
Fuck that little bitch. All right, we got somebody in the back here I got to bring in here. The one, the only George, the Giant Slayer. We need your manliness right now, my friend.
How you doing, everybody?
Hey, George.
Hi, Script.
Hey,
Tom Valiant. Andre, how you doing? I was listening.
I was doing great up until we started running through this story.
I know.
Now I'm not so good anymore. Now I'm pissed off.
Are they literally remaking the old version?
Well, they're not stating it as such, but obviously that's where they're going when you're looking at the story.
Dave Callahan is the bend over backwards, I'll write whatever the heck you want, give me my money type of screenwriter. And
you're in my sights now, buddy.
Are they just out of
I'm talking about how terribly he's been as a writer for 2 years.
Right. Script, are they just out of creative?
Ask Kevin how that works out.
No, I think he has a really good agent, and he's been able to parlay a lot of interesting assignment work because of that. With also the help of like Kevin Feige and some of the people at Warner Brothers and Legendary, because I've heard that he is a really good teamwork player, which is actually a great skill to have. The problem is that he doesn't put any effort into on his side. He just does the bare minimum. He's like, oh, we want to do this. Okay, I'll do that. And then he won't even try to make it good. He'll just do it. And because it's the beats that they need it to, it gets a pass and it goes forward. And he cashes his check, moves on. If you take a look at some of the stuff that's been on the trades and also coordinate that with IMDb, he has a whole bunch of projects tightly done together, which usually is a sign that, yes, this is not an actual, like a good screenwriter. This is a guy getting the money and trying to get the hell out as fast as possible.
Let me ask you a question. When studios, when they want to produce a project and they get a script, do they ever, or has anyone ever considered, let's show a script to some fans or people they contract who are fans, so they can review it, so they can know if it's going to work.
And risk
even consider that.
They don't consider that.
Far from it.
At the very best, they'd be like, if we do that, it'll get spoiled all over the internet, and we don't have a movie. So
no, you can't contract with an NDA and say, hey, you can't.
Doesn't matter.
Oh.
And fans do not care about that stuff.
I guess I'm trying to find out does anyone ever review this who is remotely connected with passion and heart?
Not unless you get lucky to get somebody who's in charge of it who actually does have an actual connection with this shit, which is so rare and in between. And unless you get somebody like Nicholas Myers who goes at it from an angle of a storyteller of respective character,
it doesn't make sense because
this is how we get Kevin Smith's He-Man revelation, right? This is just going to happen all over again. It's history repeating itself.
Yeah,
I had a cousin of mine who worked in the toy industry, and they used to have these groups before they'd release any toy. They had kids play. They had focus groups.
Yeah, they had focus groups. Yeah. Unfortunately, the film industry, they're too self-important for that.
Gotcha.
Plus, they use Twitter too much.
And when they do have focus groups, they get the wrong ones to do test screenings.
And they use Twitter too much as a focus group. On top of
exactly.
Okay.
But here's the other thing: is I'm curious how much more like this. I almost should have fucking made a prediction about this. I knew that something like this was going to happen. I knew there was going to be some push on this because I've been hearing from all over the place. Like, even though we couldn't get any answers as to what was going on with the rights side of things, I keep getting things back that Mattel is saturating the shit out of this fucking franchise right now for some fucking reason. And I knew that they were going to rush this fucking movie one way or another, Andre.
And this is the worst possible freaking take. This is the worst thing they could have done. I mean, I wouldn't think that they
it's because it's going to be cheap and easy, Andre.
That they're going to set it on Earth again, but that's exactly what I mean. Here we have like a setup where half the movie can be on Earth.
That's my point. It's
going
cheap
to be
and easy,
but it doesn't make sense. So, if I'm incorrect, please tell me. Didn't the last Smith, He-Man, She-Man, didn't that bomb for Netflix?
Yeah.
Only part 2. Part 1 did good. Part 2 did not.
Part 2 didn't do nearly as well. But here's the thing: is the other animated series already has a green light on its second season. We have yet to hear about Kevin's. This got pushed though.
So let me ask you a question. If it bombs for a studio, any studio, let's say, again, I don't know the numbers. Let's say it's 1 million viewers is considered bombing for a show, right? Mm-hmm. If it hits 1 million and under, would they ever consider going, you know what? We could actually make money at this if we make it just dirt cheap and make it of the same caliber, and we could reach those numbers. Like, would they ever target the lower numbers, going, we can make money off of it like that way? Because it doesn't make sense to me otherwise from a business perspective. Why?
That's kind of what Star Trek has done, actually, what you just explained.
I mean, that seems to be the Star Trek model for under Secret Hideout. I don't think that's with Netflix, because Netflix has, for the last few years, have been trying to get in on the Academy Motion Picture Awards stuff with far more fervor than ever before, especially recently. I think they launched like a big campaign this year. And the reason being is that they want to basically say, yeah, we're good enough to be up alongside the theaters and all those other filmmakers. But at the same point, they scramble for content, right? Because they no longer license it out in the same frequency that they could before because of all the competing streaming services. So at this point here, they're just, whatever deal they have with Mattel and the other production entities involved for Masters of the Universe, they're just trying to get it out so they can justify the deal and also get whatever money they can up front as quickly as possible. Because I think how it usually goes is that on the premiere dates of most of the stuff that they drop, they usually take the numbers of subscribers gained on those dates because of that product and roll that in as that's how much money we've made off this particular show. Because if you take a look at Netflix's dropping pattern, they do drop some shows, multiple shows on the same day, but they're usually of very different genres and targeting very different audiences. So that's how they're able to allocate that. So you can see who subscribed, what they watched, the first thing they watched, and then that's how you get to determine the numbers. So I think Netflix is trying in this case to either retain or expand on MoTU as a license that they have by brushing this as quickly as possible and getting it down there and just to see what they have, and then from there they'll be able to garner if it's been a success or not. But you've got Dave Callahan involved. you're looking at a very low impact of reception from this.
Yeah,
and everybody knows that, right? Everybody knows that about Callahan.
No, of course not.
No.
Oh,
no, only people in screenwriting world really know that about him.
Okay.
This is the guy who wrote Wonder Woman 1984.
Oh, that was horrendous.
He wrote Shang-Chi. He wrote Mortal Kombat 2021. He also wrote America, the motion picture, which is a cartoon, which is also terrible. And now he's got this on the horizon. He also wrote the video game adaptation of Doom back in like 2005, 2006. He's an assignment writer. He works well as a team, but I don't think he's very good at what with regards to turning mediocre ideas into something phenomenal, which is what a writer should be able to do in the assignment world.
Wow, thanks. Jesus, horrible.
Yeah, this is. It would be better with no He-Man movie than this. And also, of course, we are now in shock at the writer, but there's more to it, because here's star Kyle Allen. Now, I have to admit, I have never seen him in a single thing. Looking on his face alone, he looks more like He-Man than Noah Centineo. However, from what I've read, this guy, he is first and foremost a dancer. He's an acrobat, and he's a gymnast. So he's extremely physically fit. Absolutely. He's going to be ripped, and he's going to be toned, and he's not going to have any bulk to speak of whatsoever. And it's probably not going to be physically possible for him to bulk up if his life depended on it for that very reason. Because he's going to have had a lifetime of training his muscles for basically not bodybuilder stuff, not to bulk up.
I think they'll do what they did to Mark Ruffalo with some CG and bulk him up digitally once he calls upon the sword.
Well, if that even happens, maybe there's not going to be anything of that. Maybe he won't be that bulked up.
Ooh.
I mean, if half the movie is going to be on Earth, I mean, you know what they could do if they really wanted to decide to stick it to the fans? I seriously hope I'm wrong on this, but I wouldn't be surprised if 2 years from now we're going to clip this prediction that the whole movie is going to be on Earth, that Eternia is going to send agents through a portal to Earth, and that's how he's going to discover about his heritage, how he's really the prince of faraway land, and then in the very last scene or something, then he is brought to Eternia to be continued.
So the aliens are going to use a portal to send. So wait, this is Highlander 2.
Yeah.
It's Flash Gordon, it's She-Ra meets Highlander 2. Yes.
It's Beta Brother.
I don't know that that's what's going to happen, but based on that one sentence that was, and Matt, you saw the exact same thing that I did.
I did, yeah. I was going to say before you start talking, I was like, he's going to be on Earth. He's going to be a regular Earth kid, an orphan. And
he's probably going to be like a regular Earth kid that wishes that he was Prince Harry or something.
I was like, they're basically just taking the old canon He-Man film and redoing it, essentially.
Yeah. They're remaking the canon movie.
Filmed on the streets of
Atlanta
for the tax.
It just feels lazy. It feels lazy.
Well, there could be well, here's the stupid thing: is there could be a connection to Earth because his mother is an astronaut.
Yeah.
So,
and that's fine. But there's a huge difference between the mother originally being from Earth,
I know,
instead of like being from another country or something. That's one thing. It's quite another for him to be from Earth directly himself, and that's a whole different can of worms right there.
No, this
sadly,
is like fourth movie
it's not the
fodder.
first time.
This is like fourth movie fodder when you have nothing left for He-Man to do, and his mother goes, "Yeah, by the way, there's this going on Earth. Earth needs He-Man." Well, how do I get there? And Sorceress makes him one of those little fucking things, and he walks through the door.
Yeah, the portal.
Yeah, portal. Thank you. This is why he's a writer.
Wow. So it's going to be basically a beta male. He's not going to be all pumped up and Jesus.
Well,
He's going to be ripped, obviously, but I don't think
big.
he's going to. I don't think he's. Yeah, I don't think that. No, I don't think he's going to be. I don't think he's going to have like the 80s bodybuilder body at all. I think he's going to have his athlete body.
I got you.
I mean, I don't know that, but why would they? Why would they change that? Why would they give him that when they're moving away from this like sword and sorcery imagery? And there's nothing here to suggest that they're going to retain that.
No.
Well, has anybody seen him in West Side Story?
No.
I have you? You've seen West Side Story. Do you remember him?
No.
Okay. That's how much stood out.
I'm going to go ahead and make the call that, I think the CGI theory is correct, because I had to pull him up because I'm thinking,
I'm trying to find a body pic of him, and
I just pulled up. He's 5'8".
Yeah,
So,
I've seen
that's tall for Hollywood.
That's
no,
tall.
but I mean,
I found the picture here. Wait. I found the picture
For Hollywood,
here.
that's tall, man.
Really?
Yeah.
How they try to find?
tall.
I mean, you think about like I'm going back thinking Dolph Lundgren. I mean, kind of thing. But I mean, you need a big dude to play. I mean, so that's what I'm saying is that okay, as Prince Adam 5'8", 5'9", okay, but okay, when he becomes He-Man, they're going to have to, like you said with Hulk, with Mark Ruffalo, it's going to have to be
okay. That was a bit
something
better.
close.
It's kind of a sweet picture. That's so sweet.
Yeah, here's a better one though.
So that's not difficult.
But he's tiny. For He-Man.
That's an
For
old,
He-Man,
that's
he's
an older
tiny, yeah.
picture. This is him actually worked up.
He's
Yeah,
still tiny.
This
But
is
you're
the
right,
guy
like-
to the right, obviously.
I just don't.
And that's what I mean.
But he's
This is
tiny.
someone
leaner
who
build.
is
Yeah.
thin and wiry. He has
Maybe
Kinda
he's
like,
gotten more
Heath
bulky
Ledger.
recently.
Yeah.
No, he
he
hasn't.
lift? Can he lift the sword?
No, we can't. Here's like the thing. Like this is someone who has spent a lifetime building his muscle for dancing, for acrobatics, and for gymnast stuff. He's going to be strong
that's lean
as
muscle.
hell.
That's very
He's
different.
but it's lean muscle. And for someone that has a lifetime of lean muscle to suddenly put on bulk, I mean, honestly, it's easier for someone who has sat in their couch the entire life, and then they're told you got 3 months to bulk up. They're actually going to have an easier time bulking up than someone who already has a lifetime of lean musculature on them.
Well, not just that. Well, I mean,
this guy is he's going to kick your ass if it was
Yeah,
like.
well-
I'm not saying that, but he's not going to be able to, without significant help from either various, CGI or drugs or whatever.
Well-
This guy's not going to be able to.
Will they
keep
put
up the
him in a
bulk.
suit that
Oh yeah,
acts
they put him
bulk?
on
Will they do that?
human growth hormone. He's going to bulk up in the certain right areas, and like I was just going to say, you get the proper trainer, he might be able.
Yeah,
to
but that's what I mean. Without that kind of supplement, he's not going to be able to bulk up much.
But what
And is he going to
casting
show his
director?
body more? I'm sorry. Is he going to show more of his body, or
We
is it going
don't
to
know.
be?
We don't know.
I mean, there's a
I'm
casting.
sorry. I just was curious because it's He-Man. That's all. I'm
Yeah.
not asking for any other reason.
I'm just wondering, like, did a casting director literally look at his picture or look at him and go, "Yep, that's He-Man"? Because it doesn't look like
They're
He-Man.
only looking at the face.
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
He's got the face. I'll give him that. Like he does
The
have.
face is better than Centineo.
Yeah, I mean, he does kind of almost look like the old Kenner figure in the face if you give him that. I've seen some pictures of him here with some longer hair, like the one that we just saw. I mean, yeah, I mean, if you straighten his hair out a little bit, give him the Prince Valiant look, yeah, it works in the face. But like, yeah, I'm kind of
I thought Lundgren looked a little bit
my
more
worries
like-
now after reading this fucking whole deal about the movie itself. That's my problem now.
Yeah,
He was in American Horror Story. I've seen all of them. I don't remember him in that. He was in The Path. He was in the map of Tiny Perfect Things. I'm not familiar.
Most of
with
his
his work.
pictures, he has like longer curly hair, if that helps. So
Okay.
maybe that's why you don't recognize him so much. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I don't know if he's Hollywood 5'8" or real world 5'8" because
those are two
that's the
very
difference.
different
Like,
things.
Yeah, they are, because like I'm just shy of 6 feet, and I tower over a lot of people whenever I go to Hollywood.
Really?
Yeah, like it's,
I thought they were
and when I go
tall.
elsewhere, like if I go to
No, they're not
out to
tall.
the East Coast, like New York and stuff,
Yeah.
I'm usually like average height. But like you know, A lot of
The
short people.
doctors keep telling me I'm 5'9", but I feel like I'm Dinklage. So
Wow. I like I said, I always thought they were tall the way you see them on screen.
No.
That's just camera trickery and apple crates.
it's all about having a
Ask
big
Tom
face.
Cruise.
It's all about having a big head, I hear.
I thought the only short one literally was Robert Downey Jr. I saw that behind the scenes pics with those lifts that he was
Oh
wearing.
fuck no, Tom Cruise is shorter than shit.
Yeah, and RDJ actually
But he's Tom Cruise.
fulls out saying like he's short. He talks like I was with when I'm working opposite Gwyneth Paltrow. It's more like me looking up at her as opposed to him looking down.
It just
'cause
makes
he's
me
not
wonder
short.
how short.
It was also like really ridiculous in Judge Dredd how they tried to film Stallone as a tall man, because that's what Judge Dredd is.
Yeah, he's like
He's
5'8",
just
9'2" himself. Yeah.
Same with Schwarzenegger. He's not 6 feet.
No.
He isn't? Oh,
Nope.
Jesus, y'all are destroying my heroes. Like I always look, I grew up with John Wayne and Gary Cooper and Gable. They all look tall to me. And now you're telling me that these guys are all shorty.
And those actresses were like 5 feet tall. Like Carrie Fisher was like 5 foot tall. A lot of them are really petite.
Don't tell me Mark Hamill is short too, right?
Oh yeah,
he
he's
is.
like 5'9".
Okay, thanks.
He's not even. No, he's not 5'9". He's like 5'7".
Somewhere 5'7", somewhere in there. I don't fucking know.
Because
I
Carrie
don't know him
Fisher was
personally.
like 5'1", right?
Jeez.
Carrie was like 5 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, she's pretty short.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so
Yeah, like Brent Spiner's like 5'5".
eh,
Jonathan Frakes is like 5'10".
Wow.
I didn't think like Brett Spiner was that much shorter than me. He felt like almost the same height as me, which is weird.
Oh no, I was like good 4 or 5 inches taller than him when I was
He
working.
might have
with
been a
him on
slight
Alphas.
shorter. than
Is
me, I think.
Shatner short?
Nah, sort of.
Shatner's 5'7" ish.
He was a little shorter.
Is
than
there a
me.
reason do they look for that? Because
Yeah,
it seems
Shatner
like,
doesn't feel short though
Mm-mm.
when you're around him. Like he.
Well, that's how he.
Have
he
you felt
shot
him?
and-
Yeah.
Wow. Do they look for that in Hollywood? I mean, is there like a certain height requirement? It's odd.
No,
Unless
no,
the
no.
casting director or the director have.
It's like
specific
the-
that. No.
Just
The
coincidence.
one that I can think of who actually is tall is Jason Momoa. That guy really is tall. I know because I've shaken his hand and stood right next to him, and I noticed that when I did, his eyes were in the exact same height as mine, and I am. I don't know what I'm in foot and inch, but I kid you not, I am 190 centimeters.
Okay.
So I'm the same height as him approximately. So that guy, he really is tall. And I saw him at a convention. That's where I met him, and like he was towering above everyone.
Well, John Delancey's pretty
6'2".
tall too. Yeah.
That's 6'2", Andre. You're 6'2".
Okay. Yeah.
Oh
okay.
wow, yeah. You look it in your pictures
No,
too.
that makes about sense. You'd be about 2-3 inches taller than me.
Yeah, you've seen the pictures of me and my wife. Like how
Yeah, you dwarf her like big time. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like a normal human being standing next to a child. It's like, yeah, he's a fucking Viking. Andre should play He-Man.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm too old. I'm not blonde enough, and
I'll play
I-
Skeletor.
and I'd have to lose a bit of weight before I can get.
So
into
would
that
I,
shape
but I'll just
again, but
fix
yeah.
it in CGI.
Uh,
But yeah, so let's get back to some super chats here. Chubb Bista sends in 4.99 euros. Says, to me, episode 5 felt like backdoor pilot. The thing is, we already have Mando as a series. It would have been great as season 3 opener. Hail everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Probably was originally.
That's what it
planned
kind
as
of
that.
feels like
Mhm.
everybody's saying, yeah. And Gosker Verlat sends us $19.99. Thank you so very much. Says Sabine Bo-Katan and Pre Vizsla.
Yep.
Yes.
We're-
Mhm.
Yes.
That's her
Pre-Vizsla.
name,
Mhm.
seriously?
No,
Yeah,
Pre
Pre-Vizsla.
Vizsla was
Pre-Vizsla.
the Jedi / Mando from 1,000 years ago that created the Darksaber.
Yep.
Pre-visual.
Pre-Vizsla, but yeah.
We're able to use the dark saber, and they aren't force sensitive. The sword needs training to be effectively wielded.
Mhm.
How would
Uh-huh.
you say that?
That was a part of the episode, if I recall, right?
Yep. It was.
Yep.
Yeah, because right in the beginning, when he was in that fight, he burned himself. His
And the
leg.
armor
As one
seems
would
to
with a
use it
lightsaber.
really well.
Well, I think that's in response to the whole like if you have to be force sensitive to wield it or whatever.
Mhm. Why does the
Yeah, from a-
armorer know how to use that sword so well? Probably because she's used it before.
Well, I
She
think
didn't use the sword.
Here's the thing, though.
Well, she was
From-
training him how to use the
Oh,
sword.
yeah, she
From
knows.
what I
Yeah, she knows
understand,
the.
like-
She
So I'm
knows the
guessing
lore,
maybe
yeah.
she has because she's much older than
Right.
Mandalorian, I imagine.
But like this black sword here, does it have mass? Because the thing, from what I understand, why you need to be force sensitive. This is just what I've
No,
talking
you
to
don't have to be.
osmosis,
It's
is
no, it's
that
not important.
for like the regular lightsabers, you have to be force sensitive because the blades have no mass like a regular sword. It's just light. There's no mass there.
But
Which
Mando
means-
said that it got heavier the longer
Right.
he used it.
So you're
It
saying,
was
so are
weird.
That's how he was having difficulty lifting it when she told him you got to
Yes.
work with it, move with it.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. So this was the black sword then, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the dark
yeah.
saber, Andre.
Well, probably all the more reason why you still have to be force sensitive with that, because then it's something that shifts weight. So you need like some extra sensory capabilities, or otherwise, like a regular lightsaber is going to be dangerous for the one wielding it and everyone
Well,
around.
isn't the dark blade like it's a special kyber crystal? Isn't it almost like antimatter or some shit like that?
That I
So
don't
wouldn't it be
know.
like trying to like wield like some big magnet and then trying to put it against something that isn't, that it, I could see like
Of the
that
same
kind of a thing.
polarity.
Yeah, exactly. Like to where it would like shift sometimes. Like I could see that kind of a thing. I don't know if you get what I'm getting at.
No.
Well, they were saying that because Djarin is conflicted and perhaps he doesn't feel like fighting or doesn't want to fight, therefore the sword he can't command it. Whereas Bo-Katan, who definitely wants to fight and use it to command with, when she picks it up, she's able to use it. Or even Moff Gideon, he wanted to use it to kill Din at that moment when he was fighting with him, and therefore he was able to wield it.
Well, my question is, why isn't
Interesting. I like that.
why isn't Mandalorian the king of all of the Mandalorians right
Well,
now?
he should be. You're right. So
Yeah. Shouldn't
That's
they be
why
like
right.
kneeling towards him?
challenge Boba so bad.
they should be because he won it in combat.
That's why I want him to challenge Boba so bad and just say, look, I'm going to tell you how you're going to rule the underworld somehow, or some kind of fight between the two of them. I think that would definitely be something that everybody would pay attention to.
Well, I'm sure
I
there's
just don't see
50,
any motivation to justify it, though.
Right.
and I'm sure there's
Uh,
50 people who know better in the chat because of EU this and that and the other. All I know is George Lucas, when he initially presented the idea to Mark Hamill, he told Mark Hamill that there was a lot of force behind that thing and it was heavy. So that's why Mark Hamill always two-handed that bitch.
Mhm.
And he treated it like it was, this massive sword like you were hanging on to. But then
Like Excalibur, yeah.
yeah, and then he goes to the opposite when you get to the prequels, because then they're just treated like any other fucking sword, basically. Like, and they have no weight to them in the prequels. So like, there's kind of this back and forth with: are they heavy? Are they not heavy? Do they have a lot of force to them? Are they light? What's the deal?
But it was a different time. Remember that you're talking about? You had the Jedi Temple. They were all training. I think they were trying to show that the difference
He just
is
wanted it to
when
be
Luke
cool.
came. Yeah, but when Luke came along, he was one of the last. And back then, they had all those. How many did they say? 10,000 Jedi in the galaxy.
Yeah. But Shotgun Fringe says the rumors of them making sequels non-canon are BS. They will use the Disney Plus shows to retcon and rework the sequels just like the Clone Wars did with the prequels. They have to make them work. That's kind of what I've been saying for a while, Shotgun Fringe, as far as like this whole they'll never like do what the Halloween series and other, sequels have done to movies. They'll never do that. But they'll definitely,
and they should not do anything with the Worlds Between Worlds, because that there opens up a slew of issues where someone can go back and save Anakin from becoming Darth Vader, or go back and stop Palpatine before he takes over the Senate. It's a big plot hole, convenience tribe thing. It was the dumbest thing they could have introduced in Star Wars lore, and it could mean complete destruction of the viability of Star Wars as a brand.
But did you see it used? It was in Rebels when they used it.
Yeah, I saw it used. I still think it was terrible.
You really? You don't think?
Absolutely, because it can be manipulated.
Difficult.
It can be well, first of all, it was used that way specifically to keep Ahsoka Tano alive, which George Lucas said she died.
Oh.
So that's also terrible. So now, and then it's like there's nothing to say. Oh, we can rescue Padme now, right before she gives birth, right before she's choked from Anakin Skywalker. You can do all these things now because it exists, and it's a very dangerous Deus Ex Machina type of story tool that's never been approved, and now there's no permanence within Star Wars because of that.
Well, then how do you write your way out of that once they did it? Just
you destroy it.
That's what I was going to say. They'd have to destroy it at some point, and that's kind of what I always thought, is that they use this world between world things to create. All right, let's save the Skywalker legacy, create another timeline, make that side of the fandom happy, whatever, and then basically destroy all the entrances to it, destroy any access to it after that, seal it up.
But the thing is, the entrances were also constructed so they can be constructed again. So, I mean,
if the knowledge still exists, because that was
regardless, it can always be rediscovered. When it comes to science and mysticism, even if it's not written down, it can always be rediscovered. Kind of like how we know an oxygen atom is, what comprises an oxygen atom. Like we may forget what that is written down, but in 1,000 years after everything's destroyed and we start rediscovering again, we're going to recognize what that is and be able to do it again. Like it's eventually going to be that case, especially within something like Star Wars. So no, it should never have been an idea introduced in the first place. It should. If I was an executive, I would be like, no, we're not going to do that because everything unravels. Everything unravels.
But
because
you don't
everybody's
think
going
that's
to
the way to save it?
Nope.
Oh,
it won't save it. The only way you could do that, if you really wanted to save it and keep it within line and continuity of what the Force is that the sequel trilogy is a Force vision by Luke Skywalker or one of his students.
Oh.
And now you're on a Disney Plus series where all you're trying to do is prevent that future from happening.
That's very interesting.
I like that.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that a lot.
Because that stays within the line, and it also doesn't cause the ability of like, oh yeah, we can now go back and save Anakin Skywalker. We can go back and save, everybody. We can save Alderaan from being destroyed by the Death Star. Like it's, like I would hate to see a thing where it's like they show up on a planet and there's like 20 billion people, all survivors of Alderaan, because they're all saved because of the world between worlds. It's like there's no consequences in Star Wars now because of that.
Well, wouldn't you say then that would apply then to Endgame?
Yes.
Oh. Because then it would mean that they could at any time go back into the quantum realm and.
They can, but the thing with Endgame and what they established, and which is also bad, is that they go into another reality. It's not the one that they came from. And when they return, they're not returning to their reality. They're returning to another reality where their counterparts had already left prior. So the original home reality is forever gone from them.
Yeah. Douglas A. Burton brings up a point here that's not invalid in the least. It actually is on point with some of the stuff. With a 1999 super chat, he says, the other problem is that Boba Fett is totally soaking up all the potential settings and scenarios for the upcoming Kenobi show. It's also on Tatooine. Now we've already used Sand People, Jabba's Palace, Stalastites, etc. Well,
that was by financial design. They spent a fortune building that set, and now they're trying to amortize the costs over several shows.
Well, I also heard a rumor that a lot of Obi-Wan is not going to take place on Tatooine too. So
and
we'll
that's
see if
the
that
one we've
actually
been
plays
waiting
out.
the longest for is the Obi-Wan series. Yeah. It's just terrible.
I still want to know how they're going to have Anakin and him fight.
I don't know. That shit.
I know it shouldn't, but that's because when it breaks, it seems New Hope.
I keep hearing talk about, it's basically nightmares that Kenobi's having. We see it in a vision. I mean, I hope that's the case, because you can't bust that kind of level of canon with, one of the most famous lines from the original Star Wars movie. They hadn't seen each other.
There's some really shitty loopholes, but I would not buy into them.
Yeah, no, it needs to be a nightmare scenario that he's having.
This whole thing is a nightmare scenario, Valiant. What the fuck are you talking about? The problem is Valiant is right, but what happens if they don't? That seems it would ruin.
Well, they're gonna elicit more fan outrage then.
Well, here's the other part too. Star Wars is not about the lightsaber fights. So it doesn't once people who are writing that stuff realize that, they'll probably start telling better stories because they don't have to rely on the lightsaber fight.
How would you do it? Script, would you do it like what Valiant? Because I like what Valiant's saying.
If I was going to do an Obi-Wan Kenobi show, I would do it with a little bit of the Princess Bride in mind. I'd have Bail Organa reading stories of his adventures with Obi-Wan Kenobi to a little Princess Leia in bed. And the stories don't take place on Tatooine. It's just Obi-Wan, doing his own stuff maybe you could have Anakin in there as a Padawan with him, but no, I just have independent stories of Obi-Wan being a hero during the Clone War.
But you wouldn't have Vader and him fight, even in a nightmare.
No. Vader is perfect for the movies. Don't give him a show unless the show is him on his own hunting down Jedi trying to hide.
And even then, like, it's all gimmicky, it feels like to me. And I'm with script, either do something like that or set us up with a scenario as to why, you know, Uncle Owen
and
hates him.
Obi-Wan hate each other.
Yeah, like give us a scenario there, like something happened, like, you know, like I said, short version would be like, you know, Vader gets some word that there might be an offspring off in the Outer Rim, and he sends off a bounty hunter to check it out. So it's Obi-Wan and Ben who have to run interference, and whatever happens in the scenario of all, the bounty hunter goes back and says, yeah, it was a dead end. And hence that gives you a good reason why for the next, you know, 15 years or whatever, that nobody ever came out to check out this Skywalker kid.
Right. You know, I wish they would one day follow the Darth Vader comics. I've always wanted to see him hunt down.
That would give a good reason for Owen to hate Ben, because he would just turn around and go, look, all you're doing is bringing fucking problems for this kid being here. I wish you weren't here.
Well, the question that we also have is there's no confirmation that even Owen knows that Vader and Anakin are the same person. So the story that would be really interesting would be Owen finds out that Vader is Anakin, and he's like, you are not doing that to Luke.
Right. There's that aspect of it too. Great, you know, great point. There's a lot of things you could do with that, but I don't think that's what this is going to be. This is going to be Obi-Wan being shown up by some chick who's better than him at everything.
How can you do that? It's Obi-Wan Kenobi. I mean,
doesn't matter. He'll get pulled off, because that's what I heard is he's pulled off planet for some. I wish Culture was still here, because I think he knows some inside info on this. But then again, I'm also hearing some really cool things about the show, so we'll see. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of fan service moments, so we'll get a lot of, you know, giddy nerd cheers and all that kind of stuff out of it. But at the same time, I feel like this is going to be one of those breaking point moments. This might be the Picard of the Star Wars universe, in a sense that it could be that moment where you get a lot more eyeballs on this, and a lot more people are seeing that, like, yeah, this isn't exactly what we signed up for, right? Like, because that's what kind of happened with the sequel films, because most of the general audience are just like, yeah, they're all right, they're whatever. And some people finally kind of tapered off, and they're kind of, you get once in a while, you get people going, yeah, what was up with that last one? That last one was really fucking dumb. You know, when they'll talk about the Rise of Skywalker. So they're not like completely, you know, like they don't keep up with all the shit that's going on, right? Like I've told the story about how some people still think that fucking Steven Spielberg made the Star Wars movies, for Christ's sakes.
Come on.
They have no idea who George Lucas or anybody, like they don't understand. Yeah, they just don't understand directors. They don't understand producers. They just, you know, to them, it's like, oh, it feels like a Steven Spielberg movie. He made Indiana Jones and stuff, right? Yeah, that's Star Wars. Like, there's people that just don't care. They have no idea who George Lucas is, or that he has nothing to do with Star Wars anymore. As far as they know, it's still made by the same people, right? Like, they don't understand or know any difference. Then you have the other side of it, who are just people who just buy into it because it's still Star Wars, because they want to have something that's Star Wars, right? Then you have the other fans, which are us, and then you have the you know, them various groups, right? Like, so it's one of those things where I feel like Obi-Wan is going to be the Picard of this, right? Because a lot of people didn't understand what we were saying about Discovery, because nobody paid attention to Discovery. But the moment Picard got a fucking show, that's when people paid attention. And that's when a larger, you know, swath of the fans started going, oh, what the fuck is this? Because by that 4th, 5th episode, everybody had kind of checked out, because that show started with like 4 or 5 million people watching it. And then by the end of it, it was like, it lost everybody about midway through because of how stupid it got. And then people were starting to see it. And I think this is going to be a similar situation. You're going to have, you know, the Boba Fett thing, its worst sin so far is that it's fucking boring. Obi-Wan is going to do some canon breaking shit, I bet, that will piss some diehard fans off. You're going to have a lot of people who are just giddy about seeing Star Wars shit again and happy to see, you know, Ewan McGregor playing Obi-Wan Kenobi, so they'll just be happy with that. So they'll defend it no matter what. And it's just going to be one of those it's going to just be like The Last Jedi all over again. Maybe not as bad or on as large of a scale, but it's going to be a similar situation. And I think the bigger reason why nobody's going to notice as much is just because not as many people give a shit anymore about Star Wars. But this is going to be one of the things that people will notice. So we'll see. I could be completely wrong, but I don't know what you guys think about that. But yeah.
Wow.
I'm not. I don't want to speculate about it.
If it's really that bad, then yeah, I think that's.
I hope
pretty
it's
much
good.
what'll happen.
I hope it's good, but get some popcorn ready, like Darius Moonchausen has here. It's going to be a bumpy ride, kids.
Yeah.
And with that, I'm going to have to head out, guys. But I
Love your
appreciate
script.
you inviting me here.
Have a
Thanks so
great-
much, everyone.
Have a great
And,
weekend, Script.
You
Take care,
too,
buddy.
everyone. Good to see you again, Matthew. Valiant, George, Andre, of course, and Tom. Have a wonderful day. And Tom, be sure to hit me up with what we're doing tomorrow.
Yeah, we got to figure out what we're going to do tomorrow.
All right. Good day, everyone.
Take care, sir.
Take care.
So, yes, thank
I
you,
don't know,
Darren Munchausen. Go ahead, George.
Dude, you really think they would take after the backlash they got with Luke Skywalker and the giant titty beast, pardon me, with the milk and everything? Do you think they would take that chance with Obi-Wan?
Here's what I'm going to tell you. Kathleen Kennedy is all over this motherfucker.
I know, but you don't think someone there, some executive is going to go, you can do what you want. You can't repeat the Last Jedi mistake where you deconstructed him, made him into a joke. It's just, you don't think there's any trepidation?
We're going to find out.
We're going to find out. I hope it's good, but I'm just scared as shit. I'll tell you that right now. Dogfile said the second D in Dinjarin.
Yes,
I know.
I always say Dijarin, though. It's
I call him
Dinjarin.
Dinjaro Dijon mustard is what I call him.
I want to know what gift he made for Grogu. I know that's a little
Yeah, me
tidbit.
too.
It's a chainmail shirt. It's a chainmail shirt.
Oh,
In a tiny package.
yeah.
It's a gun. Rod Thunderheart says, Hail Andre, Tom, Kadish, Valiant, Culture, and Cameron. Saw No Way Home for the fourth time. Endlessly rewatchable. Star Wars can't be made by committee. It's clear. Well, that's a big problem. And just too many voices.
The script for No Way Home is, I guess, Deadline had it, or one of the trades had it out, and I've been reading the script. I'm enjoying even reading the script of this film is enjoyable.
Is it a shooting script though? Because I'd love to see like an earlier script. That's what I love, is when they're a little different.
I think it was the shooting script.
It's the final version.
I figured. Paulus Plains sends in 205 Norwegian krona. Says Shirley Temple, 9th ambassador to Ghana, 1974 to 76, 18th chief of protocol of the United States, 1976 to 77, 27th and 2nd ambassador to Czechoslovakia, 89 to 92, before the divorce of January 1st, 1993, and drink Shirley Temple. Yes, she even had a drink named after her.
Yeah, at every wedding when I was a kid, that's what they'd hand me. It was like when you're 5. All the adults are drinking. They're like, "You get a Shirley Temple," and then later was a Roy
Rogers. The girls,
like
Shirley Temples.
I mean, Judy Garland wanted to be Shirley Temple. I mean,
my 14-year-old daughter still orders Shirley Temples.
I mean, no kid has been able to live up to that. I say.
No. Roy Rogers were good though.
Master Clockwork says Book of Boba Fett has been focusing too much on world building and not enough on character-driven story. Book of Boba has little agency. Shit just happens around him. I think we grabbed this one earlier, but yeah, we can still discuss it for a second or so. I think this is there. It's disjointed in its goals as to what it's trying to do. Obviously. So
it's tiring trying to figure it out, honestly. Like, we've spent so much energy trying to dissect it and figure this out. And, programs shouldn't be that complicated for me, I think. But, we're trying. We're definitely trying to like the series.
Yeah. And we got this one earlier from Matthew Sturgis. So thank you very much. And then we got Felicity Poubelle, who says, while I agree, we got this one as well. Thank you again, Felicity Poubelle. But yeah, they do need to care a little bit more on fan interactions. That is for sure. Because we are the ones ultimately paying their bills in the end. Action Com says, isn't Schwarzenegger a throwback to a different time and a different mindset of Hollywood? Well, he was at one time till he drank the Kool-Aid. That's the sad part, is he should be one of these guys who's out there going, come on, why are we being a bunch of Gary men? You need to stop it. Stop, put the cookie down. Get outside. Get some fresh air. Get some exercise. What the hell, people? Yeah, that's the only way we're going to get through this. Yeah, get some sunshine on your face. You look too pale. Look at your pudgy belly. Yeah. Quit ordering out food and go outside. What are you doing? Put it down. Put it down. That's what he should be doing right now. Instead, he's out there. Screw your freedom.
Screw your freedom, yeah. You remember how he was, though, when he first started to make it? I love America. The freedom, nowhere else. Now it's the opposite.
But no, I agree with you 100% Action Com. That was a bygone Schwarzenegger. That's for sure. And another thing that happened to Schwarzenegger, not to go too far down that, but I don't know if Andre's back or not. I don't think he is yet because he had to put a kid to bed. But you read his book and he had just such visions. He was driven. He was smart. He was not only smart, but cunning and brilliant at the same time, with all those different words together. I know they seem about the same thing, but if you read the book, you'll know exactly what I'm saying. Once he got his goal of getting into office, he changed and he realized the shit show that government is. And what's worse is he didn't, instead of turning against it and being that voice we needed, saying, this is bullshit. Come on. Instead he turned into the guy like, where do I sign? Where's my check?
Yeah.
It's just so sad. Peter Migelski says, are you guys going to cover the new D&D movie at all? Are you guys RPGers at all? Well,
I haven't played D&D in years.
I'm sure we'll get into it a little bit. I have not played D&D in years either. I'm not a huge fan of like RPG, but it depends on what you're getting at. Now if you're sitting there talking about the tabletop games where you get to chill out and with your buddies and hang out and do all that kind of stuff, yeah, that's fun, but I have not done it in years. But like the RPG video games, that's a totally different thing. Not so much into. But what about you guys? Are you going to be looking forward to this new property resurgence with all the controversy surrounding it? It's going to be interesting to see what they come up with.
I have to watch it. I'm not going to pass it up. So I'll be watching it. So I don't know what to expect.
I mean, D&D is a ground that's like it's just like a very fertile ground for a series. Like you could do all kinds of things with it, all kinds of characters and adventures, but never taking good advantage of it. The two movies we got were not very good.
And they even had Jeremy Irons in one of them, and it still isn't.
He was the best part of that crap.
They wasted him. They've never done it. They've never done it right. I played for
cartoon as well.
The cartoon was fairly well regarded, but
the
problem with that is a lot of people like those characters, but they're owned by, I think, Deke or whoever it is that made the cartoon. Somebody will correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. So they got to pay for those characters if they want to use them. So those characters won't likely show up in anything.
Have you heard of Vox Machina on Amazon?
No, what's that all about?
Apparently it's a take on the old school Dungeons and Dragons cartoon, but like hyper violent and made by the people who did Invincible.
Oh, wow. I saw the trailer for it last night.
Nerd?
What's it called again? Vox
Machina.
Vox Machina.
Yeah, it's on Amazon.
What did you
now, is it like sword and sorcery, or is it?
Yeah, it's kind of like a fantasy thing. It's animated.
All right.
Did you get a chance to watch it? Or?
I have not had a chance to watch it yet. I just kind of saw it because it just came out, and I'm like, oh, this looks interesting. It's like, oh, it's basically like the old Dungeons and Dragons cartoon, but for adults. So,
it's worth a look.
I might actually have to check that one out then. I need some manly entertainment now that Cobra Kai is done.
Well, I loved Invincible, and it's made by this.
I need to check that out too. People have told me I'd like that.
Now, is that also an animated series?
Yeah, it's an animated series based off of a comic book, and it's definitely worth checking out. It's a fantastic show.
If you like that arm, you should check out Vinland Saga. It's also on Amazon. It's really good.
Okay,
it's about the Vikings, but it's animated.
Now, wait, did you say the Vox Machina, is that on Netflix or Amazon?
It's on Netflix.
Amazon. No, it's on Amazon.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Is it on Amazon? Okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to make sure.
Yeah, but both.
I apologize.
Both Invincible and Vox Machina are Amazon originals.
Gotcha.
So they're on there.
I knew Invincible was. I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember which one was the other. Okay, so Boyo Negative sends in 5 Bulgarian, I believe that is. Whatever it is they have over there. I just remember he's from Bulgaria. Sauron is originally a shapeshifter, so you can only expect him being a gender shifter as well, I guess. Clown World and Two Worlds. I didn't fully get into the article, but there was this article that kind of was insinuating some things, and I know they're going to be doing some weird shit with some of the characters that are connected with him and everything too, so we'll see on that. Waddle D's Nuts says, I would argue a book about Boba Fett failed with Tuskens because they enslaved, beaten, and gave Boba Stockholm Syndrome, but are presented as noble. There's that too.
Stockholm Syndrome.
Well, You're not wrong.
He was their captive for a long time.
I'm like, why are you staying? But anyway, Kriskma1, if I'm saying that right, says any bets on whether Pedro Pascal was never on screen or it was a stuntman. Oh, I bet you $5 he was never on screen.
No, I think he was just in a voice.
Was it probably
booth.
what's
That's
his
what I
face,
said.
John Wayne's kid or grandkid or whatever? Possibly?
No, it's I can't remember the actor's name. It's an African American gentleman that was doing the stunts for him, because I remember they had it on the behind the scenes thing on the gallery. It's probably the same guy.
Okay. Well, I know like John Wayne's grandson or whatever was one of the stand-ins for him.
But isn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't it 3 gentlemen who do it?
It might be several. Yeah,
I was gonna say it was a couple. I think at least, and I know one of them, like I said, was the relative. But yeah.
So he doesn't wear it at all. He's just
not that often. Well, we've come to learn less and less.
Yeah, not anymore. I don't think. Now, when they do Mando
Brent-
season 3, that might, I'm sure he'll do some of it. But I mean, as far as just filling in for this episode,
well, and you can tell sometimes when it's him because of the body shape, and the same thing with like John Wayne's kid. He's got much broader shoulders. And then there's the other stunt guy too, which might be the one you're talking about, Valiant, which is more leaner.
Yeah.
And then so like there you can tell almost every time which one when it's who usually.
Yeah,
I really wish they'd never cast a name actor in the role. I wish it had just been.
It makes no sense.
Some unknown that never took off the helmet. Like that would have been so much better.
That would be very interesting.
Did they ever resolve that whole like weird thing about how Pascal was like upset that he couldn't show his face more or something like that? I remember that.
I think was that in between seasons, because didn't he show his face a bit more in season 2?
He did.
I was gonna say I think that was between the first 2 seasons.
Well, that was like a Grace Randolph thing, talking about how he was like throwing a fit after season 2 that he wasn't getting enough screen time with his face.
I heard
that.
something that was tangentially connected to that, but it had something to do with something else completely, and that got blown up or something or other. I don't know exactly the whole story though, so I'm not going to get into it now because I can't remember all the ins and outs of it. At what time?
I don't know. If I had a job in the most lucrative franchise in the universe, without having to do anything, I think I wouldn't complain so much.
No, and you know what? I agree with you, Matt. The gimmick should have been they should have gotten some like semi-famous person to do the voice and never show his face. Even if he took his helmet off, just don't show the face. So like you spend the whole series trying like, who is it? And never credit who it is, and make sure you change their voice enough so we're always guessing, and we can play this guessing game the whole time and not reveal it until the end of the show, even if it isn't the same face of the person who's doing the voice, just to kind of have fun with fans. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like that would have been a fun little thing, even if it was Clint Eastwood doing the fucking voice or something,
Well, Tom, you mentioned Brendan Wayne already. The other 2 gentlemen are Lateef Crowder and Barry Lowen.
Okay, thank you. Then Dash Attack says, not to retread, but I'm still pondering how they can close or explain Cara Dune's absence. Mando went to her twice for help. These holes need to be plugged as respectful as possible. I think we got. Oh, did you just say it again, Dash Attack, or did I get this one twice? I still go with what script says, and I think the sad part is we're put in a position now where Carl Weathers' character is either left out to dry, or they're going to have to find some convoluted way of bringing him in. So,
well, I mean, they're either going to kill her off, which is probably the easiest way to explain her absence, or they're just not going to bring her up again.
I think that's the latter. And I think this because there was a story that said they're not going to recast her. I think that was Favreau's kind of thing, is he refused to let anybody else play the role because he wrote it for her to begin with. So I highly doubt he's going to let anybody else play that role.
Yeah,
so,
but I highly doubt that they would sideline Carl Weathers over.
No, they'll find some way to bring him back.
He's in season 3. I think he even tweeted about it.
Yeah, like I said, they'll find a way to bring him back.
He's also on the directing team. Like he's directing.
Well, that's true too. Yeah, no, but if he's directing, I'm sure his character is going to be involved in the show somewhere.
He'll be back.
Well, the whole thing is just thrown in. Like now, I can't imagine what they have to deal with to try and tie this all back together. But anyway, Hyperguyver 2 says Peter Dinklage tried to cancel Snow White but came up short. Yes, he did. And then he says I ruined his joke, but it's all good. We still laugh.
You think it'll dwarf his career?
And then as Dog Files points
Yeah,
George. Dog Files says Carl Weathers is on the set of Mandal 3. He's also directing the episode. Yep, we just pointed that out.
Yeah, he specifically said in the tweet that Reef Cargo will be back.
But it does. It kind of puts it like, okay, so now you got to almost have to explain it. So yeah, Valiant phone.
Yeah.
Pew Pirate says they used LP in Huntsman 1 and 2 for whole body shots.
That's LP.
LP. Who would be LP? Because I know what's his face was in that, but who was LP? Little people. That's what he means. In the Huntsman. Oh, okay, for when they did the dwarves. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, it took me a second. Yep. Okay. Yep. I remember now.
Yeah,
First one I saw. I've never seen the second.
All the close-ups were of like the actual like full-sized actors.
But they did similar to
it was Lord of the Rings. So like for long shots where you didn't see their faces, they used actual dwarfs.
See, but Lord of the Rings didn't actually use little people either. But they technically
they did. They did.
But they were people of little stature because they weren't actually like
Gimli's stand-in was an actual.
Yeah, he was, but
dwarf. So.
Yeah, Lost for Words says, "Hail Andre, Tom, Cameron, Valiant Script, and Kadish. As always, great show. Hot take: Jon Favreau is overrated. Well, you're not. I wouldn't say you're overrated, but people overlook a lot of the things that he has done that have flopped. Let's say, because he has not had for every win he's had just as many flops, if not more. So there is that too. But you can't take away the things that he has accomplished." Right, like he's due something.
Yeah, nobody's perfect.
Yeah, but I mean, considering what he has had a hand in, he's definitely a guy to be trusted with.
He's so money, and he doesn't even know it.
That's true. Michael Miller is here and says, with Picard ending after season 3 and rumor of Republic series now in development using, I think it means Strange New World sets. What does that tell you about the future of Trek? They're just going to keep trekking along doing the same Kurtzman shit they're doing because it's what they're safe doing. They feel like it's a safe thing. I don't understand it, but we already knew Picard was not going to be lasting long. They stretched it into 3 seasons anyway. We'll see how this second season is. It doesn't really matter how people like it because they're only getting 3 seasons, but we'll see how it's.
Well, we're definitely getting a lot more animated offerings in the Star Trek world. In terms of like the live action stuff, I think Strange New Worlds is basically going to be the flagship going forward because Discovery is going to end after season 5. I'm pretty sure.
That seems to be the case, and that's kind of what we've been reporting as well. So. The future of Trek just seems to be more of that kind of stuff. I don't think Kurtzman's going anywhere anytime soon. Like the door for like a big change kind of went out the door at this point, it seems like, for a while. But we'll see. I know that people have been kind of enjoying Prodigy or whatever hell it's called, Prodigy or whatever. Prodigy, whatever. But I haven't seen it yet, so I can't speak.
I haven't seen it either, but people have been liking it. So
I guarantee you, if they do launch another series, they might just bring back Deep Space Nine.
I've been hearing some weird rumors to that effect, but we'll see. That might have something to do with some of the remastering they're talking about doing too. So,
well, I know Ira Stephen Bear, like he even in that documentary, he kind of like did a writer's room for a new season of Deep Space Nine. Mm-hmm. And it would be easy for them to just Kurtzman to go like, "Hey, do you guys want to do this for real?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, sure, why not?"
Well, there was a sudden shift because for the longest time, Paramount basically get a big flat no out of them if you asked them if that DS9 or Voyager was ever going to get a remastering, like Star Trek and TNG did. And they kept saying no. Well, all of a sudden now the rumors coming out that they may be getting it. And I'm like, well, there's something going on, so we'll see. There's got to be some reason for them to put the money behind that because it's not an easy venture to do. You can check out some of the stuff we've done with Robert when he goes through it and he talks about the process they went through. It's not cheap, it's not easy. So for them to undertake something like that, there's got to be a bigger reason for it, even bigger than just so they can have it in HD on Disney. I almost said Disney Plus, Paramount Plus. So it's got to be bigger than that. So Stephanie Janisek says, I don't think the story group has anything to do with what's going on with Fett. It obviously suffers from being rushed and editing. That could be the case. I know there's some like writers that are working on it though.
Carrie Beck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Script mentioned that one earlier.
Yep. And then Mark also points out that Shirley Temple was ambassador for Czechoslovakia as well. At the time of the fall of the Soviet Union, she watched the revolution via the CIA spy cameras. Like, that's what I'm saying. Brie picked, I don't know what the fuck she's doing or why she'd even do that. That was the dumbest thing ever. Like, of all the dumb things she's done, I mean,
well, it got people talking about her again.
You decide to pick a fight with one of the most beloved actresses, and you know, like I said, after her acting career, she went on and did all this other stuff, and it's like, yeah, go for it. Let's see what you've been up to lately, Brie. How's your YouTube channel going? Anyway, the Silver Star says the full 2-minute cut, no cut shot toward the beginning of episode 5 was incredible and costly. Was it all one shot or was it done with special effects? That's my question anymore. When I see one of those big, long, continuous shots, makes me wonder how much.
You know, with the volume type thing, they have the ability to follow him to the elevator, and then like show like that part of the screen is like going up, and then when he comes out, the volume changes to the cantina, and they just put in like all like the stuff. So it's possible that it was all one shot. My guess is like there were some hidden cuts in there.
That's what I'm thinking.
CGI or something.
And that's where they also were hiding any possible costliness. Because like to do one of those shots now is so easy. That's why a movie like Birdman was possible. And what was that other one? 1917? Is that the one I'm thinking of? What was all one shot or one continuous camera shot or something like that? Yeah.
It was made to look that way.
Exactly, but
Roger
it's not.
Deakins did that, but that was an entire film though. But I mean, yeah, look, he won the Oscar for that.
But that's my point, is it's so much easier than it used to be, like when they did compared to when they did the opening shot of Goodfellas.
Or when Hitchcock was the first to do that with a rope.
Yes.
He would hide the cuts and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, in Halloween, the opening shot has like 3 cuts in it that people, unless you know where they're at, you won't notice it. But all that looks like one continuous shot too. But yeah.
Although I will say that the best example of a continuous shot is in Haunting of Hill House, where that entire one episode was like one long take, and they did
in the funeral home
practically. Yes, in the funeral home, and it was all practical. There were no cuts.
But I believe the only ones that besides that have no cuts are Touch of Evil, and I think the Goodfellas opening, from my recollection, that don't have any hidden cuts.
Well, you're forgetting one huge
I think it was,
one.
What one?
You're forgetting one huge one, and that was the music video "Tacky" by Weird Al Yankovic, which was brilliant.
That was true. That was done on all in one shot. What were you going to say, Matt?
I was going to say, like, it wasn't the opening of Goodfellas. It was the shot where they were going into the restaurant.
Okay, right? So it's not the exact opening, but it's the introduction of all the characters. Yeah, that whole, I think it runs, how long is it? 4.5 minutes, I think.
And it's funny because Jon Favreau actually made light of that in Swingers, where they recreated that shot.
Yeah,
going through the casino while they're talking about like can you imagine like how shooting in a casino with all those lights and that one single shot? it was pretty funny.
Yeah, so it's very rare that they ever can do it without any shots, period. But there's a few out there, I believe. Mr. Tickle Trunk says, how many plates is Favreau spinning?
Good question.
I keep thinking they're spreading him too thin, and that's why Boba pooped the bed. Buy Amber Heard t-shirt, kids. Yes, please do. We didn't sell too many t-shirts last month. Buy some shirts, kids. That's funny you mentioned that, Mr. Tickle Trunk, because that's why I commissioned this art from Douglas Nelson. I have a feeling I'll be using this in the next few months if this news about Favreau is true, because he could be getting spread a little too thin.
Oh.
And that's a play on the old John Lasseter art that we got from years ago, where he was being spread between Disney animation and Pixar animation. So I have a feeling that might be a relevant picture I'll use in the future. Hopefully it's an investment. Yes, thank you, Mr. Tickle Trunk, for that. Please buy an Amber Turd t-shirt. And we're still way behind on these super chats, guys. We're trying to get caught up. I apologize so much. Is there anybody who has to check out, though, while we have a moment here?
I do.
You do, George? All right.
Yeah.
All right, so Valiant and George, check out Valiant Renegades channel. Check out George the Giant Slayer. They do constantly put out content. Check them out, please, and thank you. And thank you for being here, guys.
Thank you very
Thanks for
much.
the invite,
Adam,
George.
great to see you. Matt, great
Good
to meet
see
you.
too.
Yep, good to see
Have a great
everybody.
weekend.
Take care.
Bye.
And speaking of Matt, you have something going on. I got to ask you, what the hell's this deal about a tattoo?
Oh, it's not a tattoo for me. You know, we've been doing the YouTube game for about a year now, and we've had tremendous growth. We're over 4,000 subs, and basically, my co-host Matt Vader 74 on the Salty Nerd podcast, he really wants to quit his job and do YouTube and podcasting full time. And so, in order to kind of incentivize people subbing to our channel and getting to 10K subs, which is our goal, he has agreed to get a tattoo on his butt cheek of the Salty Nerd logo if we can hit 10,000 subs before July 4th of this year. And his wife is totally against it, but he's like, no, I'm going to do this. And he announced it the other day. And we're going to live stream him in the tattoo parlor, getting the tattoo if we hit that goal. And it's just kind of like a fun thing, you know, because like Vader does not have any tattoos. It'd be his first tattoo, and it's going to be on his butt. And so we're telling everyone, if you want to help us make this happen, please subscribe to our channel, or at least tell people about it so they can subscribe. And if you just go to saltnerdvideo.com, it takes you right to our YouTube channel. And we're just trying to hit that 10K mark before the 4th of July. And if we do, then Vader will celebrate by getting that butt tattoo. And the live stream's not going to be of his butt. It's going to be of his face while he's getting the tattoo.
Okay, I was going to say, because that's kind of counterproductive to what you want to do here, I think. But
yeah,
okay,
we're not going to be showing people Vader's butt, but it's going to be of his face while he's getting the tattoo, and we're all going to be there cheering him on and stuff.
I hope it's a lot like the scene in 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Yeah. So like, yeah, he's never gotten a tattoo
create some
before.
new swear words.
Yeah, he's never gotten tattooed before. His wife is just like very much against it.
That's the one thing I got to worry about. I don't want to cause the guy to get a divorce over.
No, he's not going to get a divorce. Like Story, his wife, she's just going to berate him and make his life miserable.
That's the best part. If he acts up, you just give a little smack, and then he'll remember.
Exactly. But if you know the Salty Nerd logo of like the 3D glasses with the Calvin and Hobbes hair, that's what he's going to be getting.
So get on that, kids. Get the word out there. Get these guys some subs so we can see that happen. I saw Matt in the chat here earlier. I don't know if he's still here, but he's isn't he going to be joining us on Wednesday? Or
that's going to be Alex.
Alex is joining us Wednesday. Okay.
Yeah.
And then
and basically Matt Vader, he's very motivated because he wants to do the podcast full time. And if we can hit 10,000 subs, we're pretty much almost halfway there. But if we can hit 10,000 subs, like that gives him more motivation to stick around, keep doing his crappy job until he gets to the point where we can afford to bring him on full time and just let him do what he loves. And Vader's hilarious. In fact, our episode today that just came out, Vader has some really funny comments about these failed female crossover movies that we reviewed.
Thank you, Otterton.
Yeah.
I should have probably brought it up, but thank you. Yeah,
so he's going to get that tattooed on his butt.
So as you said, we'll have you guys this week. Try and get one of you guys on maybe Friday too. Maybe Matt can come in. He's been on before. He was in the chat. I just sent him the link. If he's around, he can hop in here. But I've hung out with you guys on your podcast before. You're a great bunch of guys. Met you in person and all that kind of stuff too. And always have fun when I hang out with you guys talking. So check out their channel, guys. I don't think you will regret it one bit.
Yeah, and we do live streams every Monday, Thursday, and Saturday. So.
They're rigid as hell. The intern of war says the trend of subversion and characters destruction in the mid 2010s hopefully is coming to an end. A lot of pop culture ruined for what? Well, yeah, you're not wrong there, intern of war. As a writer, Matt, how does all this deconstruction? How do you feel about all of it? I mean, as a writer.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a cycle within art, right? Like, when you had the Renaissance era come along, like you had the classical paintings, and then like you had these people come along and do Baroque to deconstruct that. And then like you got Expressionism to kind of deconstruct the Baroque. And so like, this thing just goes in cycles. Writers tend to be very, not only egomaniacal, but kind of pretentious and introspective and stuff like that. And so when something becomes establishment, people come along and it's like, I'm smarter than everyone else. I'm going to deconstruct this. I'm going to make something interesting. So you have, like, for instance, Tarantino, who kind of deconstructed the crime film back in the early 90s. And that was something that actually worked. But then
same thing you could kind of put with like Watchmen kind of worked.
Yeah, exactly. And it's very rare because, like, you have to be a real not only student of the craft, but you also have to be creative and talented enough to make it something unique and interesting and fun. And most people, 99% of the creatives working in Hollywood are hacks that, like, they just don't have a lot of talent. There are some who are workmen who can get by, but the 1% that are true geniuses and truly talented, they don't produce enough, right? So you get a lot of bad offerings from people who think that they're more talented than they really are. But like, this stuff goes in cycles, and so, like, I think a lot of it had to do with the Trump era, where where Hollywood was just like, we got to rebel, we got to switch things up, we got to tell people that they're wrong in a subversive way or something like that. And now that era has gone to the wayside, I think that people are calming down a little bit more, and now we're going to see it shift to like a different style. So I mean, we'll see.
Well, the thing with, like, I think you bring up an interesting point too about those who are deconstructing, right? Especially when you brought up Tarantino, and I brought up, of course, Watchmen, which was Moore and what's his face,
mostly Moore.
But yeah, anyway, the whole point there though is they're actually more original characters, right? True, the ones in Watchmen are based upon whatever it was, Harvey characters or whatever.
It was DC characters, like Blue Beetle and stuff.
Well, yeah, but it was ones they bought from the old can't remember the company, but regardless, they were other versions of, but they were kind of more stand-ins for characters more than they were characters we knew, and that's the point. Same thing with Tarantino specifically.
Well, I think they originally wrote them for these DC Comics characters, and when DC wouldn't go for it, they like switched them to something more generic,
which is better in the end, because then you're not actually doing that to something that somebody is loves, but you can Charleston. Thank you, Shin. You can draw parallels, but they're not Batman. They're not Superman, right? And that's where I think people, and sorry to the Snyder fans out there who are about to get pissy with me, but I know that's where a lot of classic comic fans did not like the iteration of Superman in Man of Steel and BVS specifically because of the deconstruction of it, right? Like, leave it alone. There's this other thing over here you can do that with. Do it with characters that are not, pre-established. Do it with more original characters, right? Like, that's kind of what I was getting to. But yeah. Draw parallels, make your own. So yeah. And I don't know where Andre is, man. Kid must have wanted 3 stories tonight or some shit.
Kid ran away.
Yeah, just Nova says, I just thought, what is there to fix Star Wars? The negative backlash, storytelling, or legacy? Always a great panel.
Thank you.
What is there to fix in Star Wars? Oh, there's a lot to fix in Star Wars.
I think the biggest thing that is needed to fix Star Wars is a change in leadership at Lucasfilm. Lucas was a visionary, but he wasn't a good storyteller.
No.
Kathleen Kennedy is neither. She's kind of she's a middling executive who doesn't have a creative bone in her body, even though she thinks she does. So, like, when it comes to salvaging stuff, it needs to come from the top down. You need to have someone in charge of Lucasfilm who can recognize and nurture talent, but has enough talent themselves to kind of chart a course for the people under them to follow. And I also think the culture at Lucasfilm has degenerated under Kennedy's reign as well. And so
that's what I've been told.
A lot of the people there, it's just not conducive to like a good creative environment. And I'm actually surprised that Favreau has been able to thrive over there, doing his thing on the TV end of stuff. But for the most part, I feel like in order to truly save Star Wars from the blunders of the past, someone needs to come in and change the leadership of Lucasfilm. Otherwise, it's never going to happen. It's just going to limp along.
That's the basic answer to try and fix everything that, you know, goes downstream from there. I agree with you 100% there, Matt. The Mecha J says, with what has happened in Star Wars lately and reception to Book of Boba Fett, you think the amount Disney paid for the property has been worth it for them?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean they've already recouped their investment.
Well, that's questionable, Matt, because of all the money they put into the parks and some other things that could be.
Well,
merchandise alone, they've recouped it.
If you're talking just about the revenue that Star Wars has generated for the company and how much it was sold for, because you also got to remember part of that sale was in stock options to Lucas. A lot of that stuff, like Disney recouped years ago. So they're already in the black with their investment into Star Wars. A lot of that comes from the merchandising end of things. You know, the TV and movie production end is actually a small part of the revenue that Star Wars brings in for them. The park stuff, like, you know, because of COVID, their live park thing took a real hit. But for the most part, the Disney Plus service that Iger launched and was going to be the future of the studio, I mean, that thing is bringing in 1.3 billion a month, right? And the way that they determine success of TV shows and movies and stuff like that has to do with, you know, the cost to make it versus the viewership it brings in. Because in the streaming era, it's all about how many subs you can get and how many subs you can keep. And whenever Star Wars comes out, you know, whether it be The Mandalorian or something, you know, related to Star Wars, the hardcore fan base, even the people who don't like the direction it's gone in and are kind of anti-Star Wars, they will flock to it and watch it. And the viewership numbers on the Book of Boba Fett, I'm sure, justified its expense, because, you know, it's not like the olden days where the Nielsen ratings, it was like, you know, counting how many people watch something and then the demographics in order to sell advertisements. And streaming, you're not selling anything, you're subscription based. And that's one of the reasons why HBO has been so successful with prestige TV since, you know, they started doing it back in the early 2000s or late 90s with Sopranos and stuff like that. It's because of the subscription model that they have the freedom to do that. And as long as they know the metrics and know what people are watching and how much of it they're watching and stuff like that, they can gauge success in a different way than what traditionally has happened in television. In fact, in my live stream last night, I did a big breakdown of how Netflix kind of determines winners and losers on its platform and what metrics it looks at to get what's called an efficiency score. And the higher the efficiency score, the more successful a show is. And then they break it down into like watch time and viewers equates to like about $4. So like 1 hour of watch time is $1 and one viewer is $3. And so like if they, and I assume that other streamers judge stuff based off this as well. And so like for a $200 million movie, for example, on Netflix, in order for Netflix to consider that movie a success and money well spent, they need to get 70,000 viewers on that within the first 28 days, as well as 70 million viewers within the first 28 days and 200 million watch hours. And so like those two factors together equates to $200 million worth of value for Netflix. And with The Mandalorian and even the Book of Boba Fett, you know, like they don't spend $200 million on those seasons. It's much cheaper, I assume. But as long as Disney knows its numbers, they can say like, okay, this brought back people who were in danger of canceling. This brought in X many number of new subscribers who, you know, unsubscribed after Mandalorian season 2 and came back for Book of Boba Fett. So like there's a lot of stuff there that a lot of people like us plebes who are just entertainment consumers don't think about, that these studios look at for metrics to determine success and failure. And so I think that this has been worth it for Disney. I mean, Disney pulled in 44 million subscribers last year, new subscribers into Disney Plus. And that's the name of the game right now. So like, I believe Disney Plus has half as many subscribers as Netflix does, or a little bit little bit less than half. So, and they're bringing in $1.3 billion a month on that type of thing. So it's not a failure by any stretch of the imagination.
And people who didn't like the sequels are still buying merchandise. I mean, the merchandise is being pumped out, and it's got to be millions of dollars a year.
Yeah, even like the old school merchandise. So like you have the license.
That was the only stuff that really was. Then the Baby Yoda thing happened, but again, it's
and the Mandalorian. There's probably more Mandalorian.
Well, that's the thing, is the Baby Yoda thing.
Baby Yoda per se.
Well,
Din Djarin. See, I always say Djarin. It's Din Djarin.
He's popular, but not as much as that damn baby. Planner Aspect says, how much we bet Iger was wielding Disney for political clout, making products he sought to point to say, and look how good I am. Now it's failed. You're not wrong, Planner Aspect. I think that's a big part of it. Him with his presidential aspects and whatnot. Yeah.
Well, you know, like every studio head and top level studio executive and top level studio board member is politically connected. You know, like you can't operate on that level with that amount of money without being, especially in Hollywood.
No, but I think he was. I think the point being that Bob was going that extra mile, an extra step, definitely.
Maybe like I don't think he made stuff to say like, "Hey, look at how woke I am," or like whatever.
Captain Marvel.
Well, I mean, I don't think he was in charge of making that. Like,
you read his book?
He greenlit it.
According to him, it was all his idea.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm just saying, according to him, but yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, victory or history is written by the victors.
He said in his book, this is the short version, he was going through the character Bible of Marvel, and he keyed in on Captain Marvel, and he went to Kevin Feige, and he said, we need to make her the face of Marvel. That's it, pretty much, almost not word for word, but pretty much what he said in his book.
Okay, I mean, that's fine. The point I was trying to make is that I just think that, you know, he actually believes in this stuff, and so like he wasn't like, let's make woke shit. He's like, oh, these are my ideals, and like let's make stuff that reflects my ideals, type thing. So
just like talking about China in the first 2 chapters of the book.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting to see what someone who runs basically the biggest company in the world, his thought process and like what he went through on this stuff. I mean,
I'm so good with China.
I mean, more than any other, I guess, studio executive, he changed the face of Disney, right? Like he, under his rule, Disney went through radical
definitely
changes and became something that was previously like thought to not be possible, right? Like Disney basically owns everything right now.
He basically did everything that Walt was against and Eisner warned him against.
Yep.
And we'll see how that pans out here in the next couple of years. It's been successful on the Marvel side of things. I'd say lukewarm in the middle on the Star Wars side of things. And he destroyed Pixar. And the biggest point of that was, first of all, stretching Lasseter too thin and then shit canning him over hugs. So,
yeah.
And then again, that I think was also a political clout move. And so I do got to agree a bit more with Planner Aspect, even though, yes, a lot of his moves would be no different than any other executives in Hollywood. There always are political connections. I do feel like there was always that extra motivation behind Iger's decision-making, that at one time that he thought he was going to be able to run for president. Now, I don't know if he realizes that or not, is kind of out the window, but we'll see. I don't know if anybody else has any more to say about that. No? Okay. Yankee Doodle Dandy. I think that's South African Rands. 30 of them. Says gamer contributors in the future. Gamers are like movies. Yeah, we're going to be eventually working on a gaming channel. We have to concentrate more on Midnight's Edge Espanol first. Get that off the ground and up and running. And then we can start concentrating on other things. But we do have that in the pipeline, and we will definitely be looking into gamers to take over that venture as well. Troy Pacelli says, this is the voice of the fans. We got that one already for Cameron. Thank you so much, Troy. Let's see here. We're still way behind, guys. I apologize. I'm trying to get your super chats.
If you like Cameron's Patreon, join the Salty Nerds as well.
Get them up to 10,000 subs.
We put out a lot of content over on the Patreon.
Get that tattooed butt. Ashen Khan sends in some fancy 20 money. That's pounds. Says, well said, Cameron. It's true. There are some fan act racist and give the ammunition to the woke crowd. It could happen with Miss Marvel Kamala Khan. People attacking her because she's Muslim. I'm sorry we missed this when Cameron was here, but oh yeah, I brought up the fact that we got to be careful not to, jump at everything, quit being knee-jerk all the time. Otherwise, it makes us look exactly like they accuse us of being. But again, I understand where those reactions come from on the other hand of it. So we just got to be cautious in how we deal with it. Rod Thunderheart's in the chat, and he says, Hail, Andre, Tom, Script, Kadish, Valiant, and Cameron. Thank you, Sean Carter, for the shout-out. Enjoy See Through Love, sir. See Through Love 2 Pyro coming soon. Shout out to Kamran Pasha's Patreon.
Yes,
and I believe he
book.
also shared the link to his book in this chat. And you can do that again now that we brought it up if he's still here. So you guys can check that out. But I've been hearing good things about it. But I have not got a chance to pick it up myself yet. Hopefully have you got a chance to read it?
I have not, but I will. I do intend on reading your book, Rod Thunderheart. I've heard so many great things about it, and I'm looking forward to it.
And then Magician Sapphire says, no wonder why Netflix is losing subs and money. Moronic ideas like this, they deserve what they deserve. They get what they deserve. Yeah, this is during the He-Man news. And I'm with you, Magician Sapphire. It's a bad idea. We just want a fucking decent He-Man movie. How hard is it?
Apparently extremely hard.
It's very fucking easy. You have it for you. Just go to the 2000 series, watch that, do that. End of discussion. Mr. Tickletrunk says it's as if all of Script Doctor's hopes for He-Man cried out at once and were suddenly silenced. I don't know how much of a fan that Script Doctor is, but I know Andre and that's probably where he took off. He's off getting drunk somewhere.
He's eating some frozen pizza.
Yeah, he's like, fuck you, He-Man. Luca Rock says, at the parade, the MoTU retrospective will be 20 chapters longer. God damn it! Don't. We already ballooned that son of a bitch.
Yeah,
So I was like to Andre, I'm like, if we're gonna do this, it might as well be a retrospective. And I felt like fucking Isai Morales and La Bamba. I'm like, should have kept my mouth shut. Like,
Part
fuck.
8.
Now it's gonna be 12 and 20 and 30 and Jesus. God, there's been so many incarnations of this version as it is.
The never-ending retrospective.
I know it will be at this point. STR Red Wolf says, what if they deep fake this He-Man face onto a bulkier bodybuilder or a bigger body? Sorry. They would keep him around for his voice. There is that possibility, but
It's a good question. I have no idea. I don't know what his voice sounds like.
Yeah, that's another good question. I have no idea.
I mean, I just keep thinking of what they did with Chris Evans in the first Captain America movie, So
yeah,
if they can do that with like a scrawny little body,
that was the only time I've ever seen that really work, though, Matt.
It
like
looks
very
so good.
rarely.
Well, the technology's out there. So.
I know it is, but it's always how it's wielded, let's say, and who's wielding it and how. And how far
you have YouTubers who can deep fake stuff like really well. So.
That's the thing. Deep fake works better now than actual like doing the masking or whatever. Like that works so much better than when they try to do the whole complete replacement of a head and shit. And then you got like floaty head shit. Ashen Khan sends in 2 pounds, and says light Sith versus dark Jedi. So is there a lightsaber out there? Is that what you're saying? Mr. Tickle Trunk says Script Doctor reading is Peter Falk, and every time Obi-Wan said, as you wish, Darth Vader knew what it meant. I love you. I hope I did it justice. Rico Zorro says Uncle Ben keeping Luke alive would be a great story. Every man not believing the Force in extreme conditions against Empire not trusting the rebels. Yeah, I think there's a lot to mine from that, and it gives you a good reason why later on he's like, that man's crazy. Stay the fuck away from him. I don't want you anywhere near him.
They could get Joel Egerton back.
Yeah, they
I've
could.
seen a few fanfics that kind of
Well,
address
isn't
that,
he
and
supposed
they're
to
good.
be in it? I thought I heard rumors, Matt, or at least rumors, I guess, that he was supposed to be showing up in it.
I don't know.
I wonder. Zontar passed a westbound convoy on the drive home as a trucker in training. I lament couldn't join them. Yeah, that's going on in Canada right now. Getting harder for the media to ignore.
50 miles long.
I hear that song
truckers.
Convoy. We need a new version of the song Convoy, kids. Get on that. There you go. DZB. Well, somebody could really cash in on that one. No. Too bad. Was it who did the original? It was a voiceover artist, but he went by a fake name. It was like something C.W. McCall, and it was actually God. Who was the original guy? I can't think of his name now, but he was a cartoon voice artist and announcer and DJ, and I can't think of his real name. Somebody in the chat might get it. But I mean, of course, sadly, I think he's long past. But somebody should redo that song. That'd be awesome. DCB Titan says Mando should have been like the. I think he means Sting. Yeah.
A little crime caper, sure.
Yeah, I actually saw that movie for the first time last year.
Mandalorian's more of a Western though, and I believe they based it on Lone Wolf and Cub as well. So,
yeah. Or they could have at least done Boba more like the Sting. Like you could have had it been a little bit more like that. Yeah,
I tell you, Sons of Anarchy. That's what they should have based Boba Fett on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's not anything. Yeah,
or the Mayans.
Well, and that's the thing is they still could have made this character something and still avoided it being a Mando ripoff because that's all it's becoming.
Yeah, it was totally possible. It wasn't an impossible feat. They just dropped the ball.
Indeed. Tennille89 says, I'm super late on watching on delay, but fuck with Brie Larson nonsense. You don't get desperate from that position, from a position of strength. Yeah. Well, Brie Larson just wants to stay relevant. Joe Doyen says, now they will have to send Boba through the veil of the Force to fix his sorry butt. LOL.
Yeah, this is what Script Doctor was talking about. What a disaster it's going to be.
Paulus Plains says Quentin Tarantino loves old school history and Hollywood dudes. Yeah. Joel Rise says this explanation made me lose all hope for Star Wars. Yeah. Just Nova says in fixing Star Wars, I was referring to brand and lore already broken 10 years in the making. Will Disney focus on backlash storytelling or legacy? Okay, so what will they focus on next? They're just going to keep doing what they're doing at this moment in time. I think the problem is that what Matt was going to earlier, it still goes back to they need somebody to be a leader to focus all those things that you just said. All those can be fixed with a leader, right? They all fall into place once you get somebody who's a Feige type, who knows, who's like a showrunner basically over the Star Wars universe. And sadly, that's kind of the job that George Lucas always should have had. He should have just always, because he had friends and stuff that could have done it for him. He tried in some instances, but his issues with like the guilds and other things caused a lot of problems there because Spielberg was supposed to direct Return of the Jedi and so on. But, it's just, that's really what I think I don't know if I can come up with a better answer than that, even with the, with you, restating your question here. But I think if I had to pick one of the ones that you got here on screen, I guess Legacy. I mean, we're going to Obi-Wan. We're going, the Andor series is a character we've already seen in a movie. Ahsoka is definitely considered a legacy character of sorts. I mean, a lot of these things we're seeing are legacy driven. So clearly, I think they're going to start focusing more on that specific era in the Mando era, just post Star or Return of the Jedi, to where it's far enough away from the sequels, but yet there's stuff that we recognize and there's stuff they can mine and characters can pop up that we know and so on and so forth. And I think that's probably the best answer I can give you. What about you guys?
I agree with you. Yep.
Definitely legacy. I mean, those characters, they're going to focus on that first. And I think storytelling will come next. And then I don't think they're going to address backlash at all.
Oh, no. They'll never address it publicly anyway. At least not any time while any of these people are in office. Like, as long as KK and her crew are around and all that shit, nobody's ever going to address it. It'll be after the fact then, but not maybe. doubtful. Mr. Tickle Trunk says, Salty Nerd Podcast, Quest for Fire review had me in stitches. You guys crushed it. I'm with Matt Vader, though, on the rating. Subscribe now.
Yeah, that was a fun episode.
I think that's Andre's favorite film, and you didn't bring him over to talk about it?
I had no idea that Andre was a fan of Quest for Fire.
I've got to watch that movie here.
Yeah, so like it's a caveman movie where there's no dialogue.
Yeah.
And so I was making up dialogue in my head as I was watching it. And while we were reviewing it, I was repeating what the characters were saying.
Did you speak in English?
No, I was like, dude, bro. I was dude broing.
Oh, dude, bro. Okay.
And so
man.
Yeah, everyone who was watching the episode apparently thought it was very funny. So
I can't wait to see it.
Yep, it's out right now on our channel.
I'll have to get that and send that over to Andre and see what he says. But thank you for that, Mr. Tickle Trunk. He's always keeping up with everything. Rod Thunderheart says, "Hail, Tom and Midnight's Edge in the morning. Careful, I'm a trucker, and know many truckers who do not support the convoys as 90% driver are jabbed and support the government."
Oh.
Okay, well, I thought that was the whole thing. It was against mandates. So, but I guess I'm not up to speed on that. So
hey, Mikey Lito.
Oh, we got Mikey Lito who says, I need to see Bantha or Rancor head on the mayor's bed in the last two episodes. Yes. I'm not going to be happy. Hi.
Hi, Mikey Lito.
Make him an offer he can't refuse.
That's right.
Got to get that Godfather reference in there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the offer he couldn't refuse. Or at least the results of it when he refused said offer. And can you believe I actually think I caught us up with the super chats? Unless I missed them.
I believe it.
I don't know how I managed, but you guys have been great. Everybody, including those on the panel and in the chat. Yeah, I think we got them. Let me know if you guys think we missed any. I can go back and check, but like a banta. With that, Matt, tell us a little bit more real quick about the Salty Nerd Podcast. Sell it to these kids. Why should you get 10,000 subscribers? Tell them why you deserve 10,000 subscribers.
Well, we're a comedy podcast that focuses on reviewing movies and TV shows with a healthy dose of salt. So it basically comes to making fun of the stuff we watch and making fun of each other while we're debating over whether or not our opinions are right. And we have a lot of fun doing it. And everyone who has become fans of the show seems to like what we have to say. We put out tons of content on our YouTube channel. So if you go to saltynerdvideo.com or just type in the Salty Nerd Podcast into YouTube, you can find our channel, check out some of the episodes ourselves. Like our last two episodes have been a lot of fun. Just today, we put out one about failed female crossovers with Cindy Crawford, Showgirls, and Pamela Anderson's Barbed Wire. And that was a really fun episode. And then the previous episode was the Caveman episode where we did Quest for Fire. And we're putting out content like 3 times a day almost. It's crazy.
Wow.
But we have
you got to get me in on one of these. This sounds like something up my alley, man. What are these viewing things?
Love to have you come into the studio and actually record with us.
I know. I got to get out there again. I miss it, man. You have no idea.
Yeah, we'd love to have you back in Vegas. So like basically the goal this year is to try to hit 10,000 subs because we want our host Alex and our co-host Matt Vader to be able to quit their jobs and do the podcast full time. And so like all the money from the Patreon and YouTube revenue and stuff like that is going towards replacing their jobs. And we're hoping that people will like our stuff enough to want to support us in making that a reality. And so that's the goal for 2022 is to get Matt Vader and Alex to go full time on the podcast. And so if anyone out there wants to help out, just tell one friend about our YouTube channel, saltynerdvideo.com, or just go and subscribe yourselves and give us like thumbs up and watch our videos and all that good stuff.
And they tell another friend, and then they tell another friend,
and so on,
and so on.
And I gotta tell you, I do voices. So if you ever need some voices, just let me know. Like I do tend to
always need voices.
What? Anyway, and of course there's Kermit the Frog too, and all those business. But no, like,
And
yeah, that's
Picard.
awesome. And oh yes, I'm sorry. But tell the kids what you got going on lately.
Yes, as you know, I have my channel Positive Fandom on YouTube and also on Twitch. It's one word, Positive Fandom. Tonight, I'll be streaming on the Burnett Work with Robert Meyer Burnett. On Sunday, I have my Sunday brunch. It's a 10:30 a.m. Eastern live stream where we just kind of talk about different things that have gone on in the week. Monday nights, I'll be streaming Lorraine Creole on Toxic Femmes. Thursday nights, I'll be streaming on Uncivilized Scoundrels on the 1/6 Scale Man Network. And on Fridays, when it's a great Friday like today, I'll be here with you guys, Tom and Andre. And that's pretty much what I have going on.
Awesome show.
And real quick, we're doing a live stream on the Salty Nerd podcast tomorrow morning, every Saturday at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. We do our Saturday morning live stream, and it's kind of a fun, chill stream where we just talk about what's in the news and what do we think about certain TV shows that we don't.
You
have
wrangled me into one of those once in a great while.
I did.
So check that out, and with that, also check out our other guests today. On behalf of Andre, I want to thank everybody for joining us, and I think it's time for some wet marsupials.
Koalas in the rain, koalas in the rain, no fucks given. Koalas in the rain.